we shall consider Ferrus Manus, greatest craftsman of the Imperium, perhaps the most taciturn of his brothers, called the Gorgon by his friend Fulgrim. Ferrus arrived on Medusa, in the uninhabited polar region, and grew to maturity alone before finally venturing out to meet humanity once already grown. In this, Ferrus is different from Russ, who grew to maturity with his adoptive wolf family, different from Lion, who was found by humans while still a child, and only partially similar to Kurs, who lived alone despite dwelling near other people. What does this earliest part of his life, before seeking out humanity, show us about Ferrus's character? I think this sets him apart from his brothers due to his self-reliance. Let's take a look. Ferrus Manus is unique among the Primarchs, at least the known Primarchs, in that he was completely alone during his formative years, so far as we're aware, without the influence of adoptive families, societies, or even animals. Unlike Lion, who was shaped by his struggle to survive amidst the monstrous predators of Caliban, but only while a child, or Kurs, whose solitude was tempered by proximity to the suffering of others. Ferrus had only the harsh, barren environment of Medusa, and whatever enemies he encountered there, to define his early life. Again, as far as we know. Ferrus thus learned to survive and thrive in a harsh environment, without relying on anything but his own intellect, strength, and resourcefulness. This imbued him with a deeply pragmatic worldview. He valued what was expedient, functional, and effective above all else. His self-reliance made him fiercely independent, perhaps to a fault. Ferrus's belief that he could solve any problem alone would later manifest in his relationships with others, where he struggled to delegate or rely on his brothers. Growing up in isolation seems to have contributed to the formation of Ferrus's stoic demeanor. He learned to endure hardships without complaint because there was no one to hear or help him, unlike Perturabo, who learned to endure hardships without complaint because there was no one to care about his problems, because of his father Damikos being a huge asshole. Ferrus's survival in the polar wastes required immense intelligence and adaptability, as well as his gene-forged strength. The fact that he not only survived, but thrived, suggests that he was naturally drawn to problem-solving and mastering the world around him. His ability to understand and manipulate his environment laid the groundwork for his later genius as a craftsman and engineer. Thus we can see that Ferrus's early life instilled in him a relentless desire to control and perfect his surroundings. This trait would later manifest in his obsessive pursuit of mastery both in craftsmanship and war. Living in a world of extremes and danger, Ferrus learned that mistakes were unforgiving. This shaped his perfectionist tendencies, where he demanded nothing less than excellence from both himself and others. Growing up without any social interaction made Ferrus less equipped to connect with others emotionally. Unlike Primarchs who were shaped by human relationships, Ferrus had no early exposure to the bonds of family or community. This emotional distance would later contribute to his reputation as the most taciturn of the Primarchs, as well as his difficulty in forming deep connections, at least outside of his perhaps accidental friendship with Fulgrim. Ferrus's isolation meant he did not develop the same capacity for empathy as some of his brothers. He struggled to understand or value emotional expression, focusing instead on tangible achievements. Without the influence of others to temper his worldview, Ferrus developed a black and white view of strength and weakness, valuing expediency over sentimentality. Despite his isolation, Ferrus ultimately chose to venture out and seek out humanity once he was grown. This decision shows that while he was self-reliant, he still recognized the importance of connection and purpose. The act suggests a latent desire for belonging and recognition that his skills and intellect were meant for something greater than survival. Ferrus's decision to seek out others thus implies some sense of destiny, even if unspoken. He did not remain in isolation for the sake of personal comfort, but rather sought to apply his abilities to something larger. While Ferrus often appears emotionally distant, the mere fact that he sought out humanity hints at a deeper sense of connection to humanity, even if overshadowed in public by his stoic and taciturn nature. Thus, Ferrus Manus' early life on Medusa shows us a few key aspects of his character even before he does anything. His survival alone in a harsh environment made him intensely practical and driven to master his surroundings, traits which later defined what was important to him as a general. His isolation left him emotionally distant and often unable to connect with others, making him one of the least approachable Primarchs. But despite that initial isolation, Ferrus chose to seek out humanity, revealing deep down he had a desire for connection and a sense of destiny to achieve something greater than just survival alone in the wilderness. Ferrus Manus has much of the Emperor's relentless pursuit of mastery and unyielding strength, and his isolation, keeping humans at arm's length, also mirrors the Emperor's own emotional distance and failure to connect with his creations. In this, Ferrus is quite similar to the Emperor, and no one ever really recognizes, for the best of my knowledge in canon, just how similar Ferrus is to the Emperor compared to his brothers. When Ferrus met humanity, he did not settle down with a specific clan or family and lead it to victory like Leman or Rebuti Gilliman or Perturabo. Rather, he gained their obedience while remaining outside of their clan structure, bartering with the tech shaman leaders of each clan, the Iron Fathers, for their allegiance and their secret knowledge of technology. This decision reflects a lack of importance to Ferrus of kinship bonds. It shows us his independence and perhaps a transactional view of relationships, setting him apart from many of his brothers who immersed themselves deeply in the societies they encountered. It also shows us perhaps the first indication of Ferrus's relationship with technology. In the polar wastes, he had had some ability to find secret stashes or ancient lost wrecks and salvage stuff from them. It shows us that he understood the importance of it, that he then bartered this stuff for knowledge. His decision not to integrate into Medusa's clan structure shows us his preference for maintaining independence and autonomy. Some Primarchs sought to build familial or tribal bonds in order to have people rely upon them as the leader. Ferrus, meanwhile, did not want, it seems, to be responsible for those people. So he focused on his overall purpose, prioritizing the utility of the clans to him over personal connections with them. This highlights his belief in achieving results over fostering sentiment, reflecting his worldview. By bartering for the allegiance of the clans and their tech shamans, the Iron Fathers, Ferrus treated his leadership as a practical exchange of value. He provided protection and direction, while they offered their obedience and technological secrets. This approach reinforces Ferrus Manus' focus on merit and contribution, where loyalty is earned through the utility rather than emotional bonds. And he understood that he needed to provide value to them in order for them to treat him as any sort of leader. While at the same time, Ferrus Manus then wanted to stay outside of the clan structure, and in doing so, the Iron Fathers were the ones who were still responsible for their people. He didn't have to deal with all that. Ferrus's willingness to barter for technological secrets and gain allegiance through mutual benefit, rather than imposing his will through strength, thus demonstrates a rare mutual respect for other people. In this case, the tech shaman's expertise. Yes, he valued strength, but Ferrus Manus also understood the importance of knowledge and specialization. The more you know, the more you can do. It is expedient to learn. This approach mirrors the Emperor's relationship with the Adeptus Mechanicus, where mutual benefit and pragmatic alliance, the Treaty of Mars, took precedence over dominance or cultural integration. The Iron Fathers' focus on technology and pragmatism thus aligned with Ferrus's own personality, creating a natural synergy between them. However, his remaining outside their ranks, not like becoming the greatest Iron Father, like how Leman Russ became the greatest clan leader on Fenris. Instead, Ferrus valued their knowledge, but did not fully embrace their culture or trappings of interpersonal power as something that was important to him. Ferrus's decision to remain apart from the clans thus highlights his differences from brothers who sought to embed themselves in the societies they encountered, most notably Russ and Gilliman. By not tying his leadership to a specific clan, and by not adopting their traditions as becoming an Iron Father, Ferrus shows that he valued results over cultural affiliation. To Ferrus, the clan's worth was determined by their contribution to his goals rather than their traditions or identities. This reflects the Emperor's own approach, demanding service and loyalty to a grand vision, rather than integrating into or preserving local cultures. Ferrus's decision to remain apart thus suggests a leader who viewed his role in purely objective terms rather than personal terms. He was not there to build a community or form personal bonds or be responsible for a bunch of people. Rather, he wanted to unite the clans under a shared purpose of technological advancement because that's what benefited him. Ferrus's apparent fascination with the tech shaman's knowledge reinforces his identity as the craftsman, eventually the Imperium's greatest craftsman. His partnership with the Iron Fathers foreshadows his close collaboration with the Adeptus Mechanicus and his legion's focus on technological mastery. Thematically, Ferrus's refusal to fully integrate into the clans reflects his lifelong emotional distance. Even when surrounded by others, he remained apart, focusing on utility rather than connection. What could they do for him? This alienation mirrors his ultimate fate, facing betrayal and death alone, with all the sacrifices he'd made ultimately unrecognized at the place of death. Ferrus's transactional leadership and lack of sentiment thus echo those same qualities in the Emperor. The Emperor often demanded compliance and service without fully investing in emotional or cultural connections, viewing the Primarchs as means to an end. Like the Emperor, Ferrus's expediency and utilitarianism made him highly effective, but also created a gulf between himself and those he led. Ferrus's decision to remain outside the clans hints at both strengths and limitations in his character. His independence allowed him to maintain focus and objectivity, uniting the clans without being constrained by their traditions. His respect for knowledge and his specialization set him apart as a leader who valued expertise over power for his own sake. His transactional approach thus limited his ability to form deeper bonds with his followers, creating emotional distance. By remaining apart, Ferrus missed opportunities to inspire loyalty through shared identity, relying instead on obedience through strength and utility. Ferrus Manus' approach to humanity on Medusa thus reveals his pragmatism, independence, and focus on utility, while also underscoring his emotional distance and his transactional leadership style. By bartering with the Iron Fathers for knowledge and allegiance while remaining outside their clan structure, Ferrus exemplifies the Emperor's utilitarian traits, while also reflecting his failures to foster genuine connections. During his time on Medusa, Ferrus had many mythic adventures, legendary battles against monsters, giants, and ancient machines, possibly including Necrons, and certainly including foul machines from the Dark Age of technology. These create a narrative rhyme with mythic heroes like Cuchulainn or Hercules, but more importantly, they serve as a powerful thematic and narrative preface to his later close association with the Adeptus Mechanicus. These formative experiences shaped Ferrus's worldview, instilling a deep respect for technology and human craftsmanship, while also defining his relationship with the mysteries of the past, the challenges of mastering the machine, and the eternal war against the alien. If Ferrus faced remnants of Dark Age of technology war machines, as seems to be hinted at quite strongly by certain parts of canon, various background material things, these battles would have thus revealed the heights of human technological advancement and the dangers of unchecked innovation. Meanwhile, encounters with Necrons would have been an even more profound challenge, as their alien technology, vastly more advanced than anything humanity had produced even during the Dark Age, showcased the deadly consequences of technological mastery untempered by morality. These encounters thus fostered Ferrus's deep respect for the power of machines, instilling in him both awe and a desire to control and perfect such technology. If any such encounters happened before he went to meet humanity, they may have indeed been part of the impetus for him doing so, to seek out the Iron Fathers and barter for knowledge. His later close ties with the Adeptus Mechanicus stem from this foundational respect for the secrets of technology, as well as his desire to push the limits of innovation without succumbing to its dangers. In battling legendary enemies on Medusa, Ferrus learned that he could not simply rely on his own strength, the strength of his body. He needed, yes, that raw strength, but also his ability to craft tools and weapons to defeat his great and terrible enemies. His victories reinforced his identity as both a warrior and craftsman, emphasizing the interplay between physical prowess and technical ingenuity. Ferrus's perfectionism and respect for craftsmanship mirrored the Adeptus Mechanicus's reverence for the Omnissiah and the machine spirit, though he did not share their religious perspective. He did understand their devotion to mastering technology, and saw it as a critical element of the Imperium's strength. His early adventures thus foreshadow his later insistence on discipline, precision, and technological excellence within his legion, and their close collaboration with the Mechanicus. We can contrast that with Perturabo, also a great craftsman, who never liked or respected the Mechanicum even a little bit. The most significant myth of Ferrus Manus on Medusa was his encounter with the great silver worm Asirnoth, whose metallic body was impervious to any weapon. After defeating the creature in a ferocious battle, Ferrus submerged his hands in its molten metal, or he submerged it as his way to defeat it, like plunging it into a lava stream or something, thus permanently bonding the liquid metal skin of it to his flesh. This myth symbolizes Ferrus's mastery over the material world, reflecting his unyielding will, relentless pursuit of perfection, and ability to dominate even the most formidable creations. It's also hinted by Ferrus Manus in a conversation he has with one of his Marines to be false. The Marine points out that there's not splash marks on his forearms. It's like a clear end. But also, we don't have any other story about how he got this. Is not hinted that he bartered with the Necrons for it or whatever. So it's what we're going with. Anyway, this myth mirrors the Adeptus Mechanicus' belief in the sanctity of the machine and the melding of flesh with technology to achieve greater strength and purpose. Ferrus became, in essence, a living embodiment of their ideals, a man who had physically merged with the material he sought to master. It also prefigures his uncompromising approach to his legion and his demands for perfection in all aspects of their work, including their use of technology. Interestingly, no one in the Imperium seems to have ever thought that Ferrus Manus' hands may have been Necron necrodermis, even though that's very likely to have been what they were. Not even in private. Publicly, you can't accuse a Primarch of using forbidden alien technology, especially not as a part of their person. That'd be politically dangerous. Anyway, Ferrus's perspective on technology was, in part, fear and respect. His battles with ancient machines instilled in him a healthy fear of unrestrained technological power, thus influencing his pragmatic approach to working with the quite constrained Adeptus Mechanicus, as he valued their technological skill, but he rejected their blind reverence for machines. He understood the dual-edged nature of technology, its potential to create and to destroy, and he sought to wield it with discipline and purpose. Ferrus's early battles gave him an appreciation for ancient knowledge and technological secrets, leading him to collaborate closely with the Adeptus Mechanicus. He saw them not as mere allies, but as custodians of the Imperium's technological legacy. He recognized their critical role in maintaining and advancing the Imperium's war machine. Ferrus's formative experiences on Medusa shaped the culture and philosophy of the Iron Hands Legion. His battles with monstrous foes taught him the value of strength, precision, and technological mastery, which became central tenets of his legion. The Iron Hands learned from Ferrus to improve through augmentation, but he didn't really like it when they replaced their body parts with augmetics. He thought it was like a flaw, a genetic flaw in his legion, which maybe it was. Anyway, the Iron Hands inherited Ferrus's belief in his disdain for weakness, emphasizing the superiority of the machine-enhanced over the purely human, and the gene-enhanced Astartes over the merely human, as their way of understanding this lesson. Just as Ferrus faced legendary foes, he demanded that his legion achieve excellence in battle and craftsmanship, making them unparalleled in the integration of technology with warfare. Ferrus Manus' battles on Medusa highlight themes of mastery over the material world, the responsible use of technology, and the unrelenting pursuit of perfection. These lessons are, of course, directly applicable to the Imperium's survival. Ferrus understood that technological power must be wielded carefully, a lesson the Imperium only understands as mechanicum dogma. Ferrus met the foul machines of the Dark Age of technology and fought against them, whereas the Mechanicum only did so seldom, mostly inheriting the belief of certain technology being forbidden just as a religious tenet. Anyway, Ferrus's adventures taught the value of combining physical strength with technical expertise, a balance that the Imperium struggles to maintain, and his battles against ancient machines remind us, as the audience, of the dangers of unrestrained technological advancement. It's a cautionary tale for the Adeptus Mechanicus. Ferrus Manus's legendary adventures on Medusa laid the foundation for his later partnership with the Adeptus Mechanicus and his leadership of the Iron Hands Legion. These experiences shaped his reverence for technology, his perfectionism, and his belief in the cooperation of flesh and machine as expedient. They also reflect the Emperor's own vision of technological mastery, tempered by discipline to avoid forbidden technology, making Ferrus both a paragon of imperial ideals and perhaps something of a tragic figure. He did his best and still fell. Let us explore an unexpected thematic pairing for Ferrus Manus. Angron. They were both bodily altered on their homeworld by ancient technology, with Angron's butcher's nails having been archaeotech from the Dark Age of technology, while Ferrus Manus's metal hands were likely Necron in origin. The myth of the great metal dragon Asirnoth, killed by Ferrus in a lava flow, was theorized by some in-universe sources to have likely been Necron in origin, while in others it's considered to be fiction, even in-universe. But if it's true, if it was Necron, that would mean that the living metal coverings of Ferrus's hands were made of necrodermis. This parallel here highlights the influence of the past on the present and the tension between outside influence and one's own agency, and also shows us the Emperor's contrasting approaches to his sons. The Emperor went to some lengths to see if Angron could be freed from the nails before ultimately giving up, yet took no steps to attempt to free Ferrus of the necrodermis. I think that contrasting the butcher's nails and necrodermis here can give us greater insight into the ways in which these alterations shaped their personalities, fates, and relationships with the Emperor and both the Primarchs and their legions. Imposed upon Angron by his captors, the butcher's nails were designed to heighten aggression, suppress empathy, and cause pain when he wasn't actively doing violence. They turned the gladiators into living weapons at the cost of their sanity and emotional balance. As archaeotech from the Dark Age of technology, the butcher's nails represent the terrible legacy of human innovation, where technological advancement became a tool of oppression and dehumanization. Meanwhile, Ferrus gained his necrodermis hands due to his own actions while defeating Asirnoth, by submerging his hands in the creature's molten metal, holding the creature in a lava flow. Unlike Angron, Ferrus's transformation was an act of self-determination, symbolizing his mastery over technology, rather than subjugation by it. But even while mastering it, he was still changed by it. If Asirnoth was Necron in origin, then this transformation reflects the enduring influence of Xenos technologies on humanity's evolution, raising questions about the dangers of incorporating alien advancements into the human form. For both of these Primarchs, their bodily alterations defined how they were seen by others, and radically changed the trajectories of their lives. Angron's life was consumed by pain and rage, with the butcher's nails overriding his ability to form meaningful emotional connections. His entire worldview was shaped by his suffering, leading to his violent rebellion. Twice, Ferrus Manus's hands became a symbol of perfectionism, his mastery of the material world, and his demand for excellence. They enhanced his abilities and they enhanced his public mystique, but also reinforced his emotional distance. The necrodermis was a literal physical barrier, putting distance between Ferrus and others, unable to do so much as a handshake with his real skin. But it was the emotional interpersonal distance which he cared about. When people looked at him, they did not appreciate the man beneath the metal, and Ferrus was a bit salty about this. The Emperor was deeply concerned about the effects of the butcher's nails on Angron's effectiveness. He recognized that the nails were crippling Angron's ability to function and were a long-term death sentence. He sought to remove them, but technological limitations made this impossible at the time. The Emperor viewed Angron's condition as a defect or flaw to be corrected, which was accurate, and perhaps the Emperor was able to recognize this because the nails were actively debilitating and represented an external imposition on Angron's autonomy. Though, notably, he did not try to fix the butcher's nails out of concern for his son's well-being. In stark contrast, the Emperor took no steps to alter or reverse Ferrus's necrodermis hands transformation. Instead, he seemed to accept it as a part of Ferrus's identity and public persona, and perhaps even a symbol of his strength. This disparity raises significant questions. Did the Emperor believe Ferrus's transformation was beneficial rather than harmful, and thus required no intervention? Did he trust that Ferrus was just going to deal with it himself and didn't need help? Did the fact that Ferrus in some manner chose his transformation, at least according to that one myth, rather than having it imposed upon him, make the Emperor see it as an expression of will rather than a burden? Or was the Emperor's silence on Ferrus's condition a reflection of his broader failure to address the emotional and physical struggles of his sons unless they directly threatened his goals? I feel that the fundamental difference here lies in agency. Ferrus embraced the necrodermis as a useful tool and symbol of mastery, though he did, long-term, want to remove them. Meanwhile, Angron's butcher's nails were a hated symbol of enslavement and subjugation. This shaped both their own views of them and also the Emperor's views of their respective conditions. To the Emperor, Ferrus represented control over technology, while Angron symbolized technology gone wrong, a weapon that could not be wielded safely. Angron's butcher's nails caused him endless physical and emotional pain, making his condition inherently destructive. Ferrus's necrodermis enhanced his abilities without apparent drawbacks, making them a boon rather than a burden. However, Ferrus's emotional flaws were exacerbated by the symbolism of his hands as tools of absolute control, and by the function of his hands putting distance between him and others. Their symbolic roles in the Imperium were different. Ferrus Manus represented the Emperor's vision of technological mastery, where humanity controls and perfects the material world to achieve greatness. His transformation aligns with the Imperium's ideals of progress through strength and discipline. Angron represents the failure of unchecked technological ambition, the specter of the dark age of technology rearing its monstrous head, where innovation becomes a tool of oppression and destroys those that it was meant to elevate. His transformation thus reflects the Imperium's tendency to prioritize utility over humanity, which the Emperor relied upon, but also he didn't like it. Despite their differences, it's possible that these shared experiences of bodily alteration could have created a foundation for mutual understanding and even friendship between Ferrus and Angron. Both Primarchs were fundamentally shaped by their transformation, and this common ground might have allowed them to empathize with each other, at least within the limits of Angron being able to show empathy. Ferrus, who embraced his transformation as a tool for self-improvement, while still long-term planning to free himself from the necrodermis, might have helped Angron to see his own worth beyond the nails. He could have modeled a way to integrate technological alteration into one's identity without succumbing to despair. Angron's raw emotionality and fierce loyalty to his fellow gladiators might have softened Ferrus's rigid and cold interpersonal persona, teaching him to value personal bonds over utility. For broader implications for the Imperium, the contrast between Ferrus and Angron highlights the dual-edged nature of the Imperium's reliance on technology. When controlled and understood, as with Ferrus, or at least when controlled and made useful, it can enhance humanity's potential. But when misused or imposed, as with Angron, it becomes a source of suffering and rebellion. And unfortunately, that was all too common in the Imperium, such as with the use of servitors. The Emperor's willingness to try to free Angron, but not Ferrus, underscores his selective attention to his son's struggles. He saw Angron's condition as a liability to the Great Crusade, and thus it had to be dealt with, while Ferrus's condition was viewed as an asset. In both cases, the Emperor valued them as tools for his vision, rather than as individuals with emotional needs or medical problems. The thematic pairing of Angron and Ferrus thus reveals deep contrasts in their transformations, with the Emperor's contrasting responses to their transformations highlighting his failure to address his son's needs, thus reinforcing the tragedy of both of their stories. Despite their differences, I suggest that the shared experience of being shaped by outside technology perhaps could have been a bridge for mutual understanding between them, potentially creating an unlikely bond between two very different Primarchs. An in-universe source from later in Ferrus's life supports the interpretation that Ferrus found his silver hands useful enough that the pragmatic side of him prevailed over the part of him which viewed them as a source of corruption. That is, they were something to be put up with, at least for a while. Here is the quote: "They are not my hands. This fact is forgotten by my brothers. Inexplicably, it has always seemed to me. The hands are strong, to be sure, and have created great things for us all, but they are not mine, and that counts for something. They forget that the silver on my arms comes from a beast that I vanquished. It is the mark of a great evil that I ended, and yet it persists within me. I would struggle to remove it now. I will not remove the silver from my flesh because I have learned to depend on it. The fault is with my mind. I rely on the augmentation given to me by my metal gauntlets, so much that the flesh beneath them is now little more than a distant memory. A day will come when I will strip it from me, lest I lose the power to master myself forever. Already my legion's warriors replaced their shield hands with metal in my honor, and so they too are learning to doubt the natural strength of their bodies. They must be weaned off this practice before it becomes a mania for them. Hatred of what is natural, of what is human, is the first and greatest of the corruptions. So I record it here. When the time comes, I will strip my hands of their unnatural silver. I will instruct my legion to recant their distrust of the flesh. I will turn them away from the gifts of the machine, and bid them relearn the mysteries of flesh, blood, and bone. When my father's crusade is over, this shall be my sacred task. When the fighting is done, I shall cure my legion and myself. For if fighting is all there is, if we may never pause to reflect on what such devotion to strength is doing to us, then our compulsion will only grow." This is one of the better pieces of writing which Black Library has ever produced, so good job there. Anyway, this gives us an interesting window into his character, his relationship with his necrodermis hands, and his philosophical struggle with the tension between humanity and augmentation, pragmatism and purity, and strength and corruption. It also, interestingly, implicitly agrees with the myth of the origin of the hands, whereas in another source he claims that that was just a myth and not real. This quote reveals a layered and conflicted personality, which the Primarchs have not always been depicted with in the lore of 40k. A personality that balances his practical reliance on his metallic hands with a deep unease about their implications for his identity and for the values of his legion. Ferrus Manus recognizes the immense usefulness of his silver hands, particularly in their role as his work as a craftsman and also as a warrior. His pragmatism and focus on results drive him to continue relying on them, even though he is acutely aware that they are not truly his. His hands symbolize his relentless drive for perfection and mastery, traits that defined both him and the Iron Hands Legion. Ferrus frames his acceptance of the hands as a pragmatic compromise, not an endorsement of augmentation as inherently being good. His reliance on them, he acknowledges, is a failure of self-discipline, a concession to expedience rather than an ultimate validation of their worth or his own worth. And he worries that this failure of self-discipline has thus led to a mental contagion within the Iron Hands Legion. Ferrus views the necrodermis as a mark of great evil, a lingering stain from his battle with Asirnoth. Despite the strength it provides, it represents a form of corruption, a reminder of the danger inherent in relying too heavily on unnatural augmentation. This unease reflects Ferrus's understanding of the dual-edged nature of technological advancement. It can elevate humanity, but it also carries the risk of dehumanization. Ferrus fears that by depending on his metallic hands, he is losing a vital part of his humanity. He recognizes that the hatred of the natural, the rejection of what is human, is the foundation of corruption. This insight ties directly into the themes of transhumanism and dehumanization that permeate the 40k universe. His struggle to master himself mirrors the internal conflicts of the Imperium, which relies on technological augmentation to survive, but especially with servitors, does so at the cost of humanity and soul. Ferrus sees his reliance on the necrodermis as a temporary compromise, and imagines a future where he can strip himself of his influence, planning to restore himself and his legion to their natural state once the Great Crusade is complete. This is a deeply humanizing vision, one that sets Ferrus apart from many of his brothers. It is very uncommon for any of the Primarchs to make anything approaching a plan or goal for after the Great Crusade. During the Great Crusade, many of them, like Perturabo and Fulgrim, became consumed by their obsessions and didn't really see a future outside of war. Ferrus, meanwhile, maintains a hope for redemption and a return to what he sees as balance. Ferrus recognizes that his legion is following his example too closely, replacing their flesh with metal in honor of him, but in doing so, failing to appreciate their own gene-forged perfection, which was already his gift to them. He accurately foresees that this trend would continue into mania, turning augmentation into a compulsion and fostering a mechanicum-like hatred of the human form. This warning shows a rare moment of introspection and humility, as he takes responsibility for the cultural tendencies of his legion and seeks to correct them, and also admits that he's not willing to tackle that problem until after the Great Crusade, because in the short term, it's useful. Unlike Angron, who was crippled by the Butcher's nails and consumed by their influence, Ferrus retained his agency and saw his necrodermis hands as tools rather than master. Perhaps we can once again look at the Emperor's efforts to free Angron from the nails, but not Ferrus. Ferrus was seen as being in control of his necrodermis augmentation, while Angron was entirely enslaved by his implants. Ferrus's reflections reveal the Emperor's failure to engage deeply with the emotional and philosophical struggles of his sons. Ferrus quietly struggled with his dependence on augmentation and the cultural direction of his legion, but the Emperor was either ignorant or indifferent, focusing only on the practical benefits Ferrus provided to the Great Crusade. This detachment mirrors the broader failure of the Emperor to nurture the emotional and philosophical growth of his Primarchs, leading to their eventual fracturing. Ferrus's fears about his legion's growing obsession with augmentation foreshadow the Iron Hands' post-heresy culture, as well as the ongoing culture of the Mechanicum, fully embracing mechanical enhancement and rejecting what it sees as the weakness of the flesh. This cultural shift aligned the Iron Hands closely with the Adeptus Mechanicus, but at the cost of their own humanity. Ferrus's vision of restoring balance between flesh and machine highlights the Imperium's broader struggle with this tension, as the Imperium's reliance on technological augmentation leads to dehumanization. That is, Ferrus's internal conflict symbolizes the Imperium's inability to pause, reflect, and assess the path it's on. Like Ferrus, the Imperium is locked in a cycle of endless war, with only vague plans to ever have anything else, unable to pause to reflect on the moral and spiritual costs of his actions. Ferrus's necrodermis hands serve as the powerful symbol of his story. They represent his triumph over Asirnoth and his unparalleled strength and skill and mastery as a craftsman, but at the same time, they symbolize the dangers of over-reliance on what is unnatural, serving as a constant reminder of his dependence on outside strength and the balance between utility and humanity. Ferrus's relationship with his silver hands shaped his legion, whose post-heresy obsession with augmentation reflects the dangers he warned them against but could not prevent, because he died. This reflection by Ferrus Manus thus reveals a deeply conflicted and introspective character, one who recognizes the practical necessity of his necrodermis hands, but fears the moral and spiritual consequences of relying on them. His vision of redemption, stripping himself and his legion of their dependence on augmentation after the Crusade, shows a profound understanding of the dangers of dehumanization, a lesson that the Imperium itself largely failed to heed. While at the same time, interestingly, he also foresaw that after the Great Crusade, there would still be a need for Astartes, which are necessarily an augmentation of humanity. It's very interesting that he did not see the elevation of human to Astartes as being dehumanizing, instead viewing it only as transhumanism. Let us now examine for comparison some mythological figures who had a body part replaced with metal. Nuada, king of the Tuatha de Danann, lost an arm in combat and received a functional replacement crafted of silver. There is a very similar myth featuring Lu Liao Erent. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Sigurd, losing a hand during his battle with the dragon Fafnir, after which he receives a fully articulate metal replacement, even though this may be a newer embellishment not present in older stories. The Indian solar deity Savitar, with golden hands. Again, I am guessing on many of these pronunciations. The Aztec deity Tezcatlipoca lost his foot while battling the earth monster during creation and had an obsidian prosthesis. I feel that these figures provide symbolic parallels and contrast with Ferrus. Let's look at how their stories intersect with Ferrus Manus' transformation.
Nuada, king of the Tuatha de Danann, lost his arm in battle but was given a silver prosthetic crafted by the healer Credne. In some versions of the myth, the arm was crafted from silver and it was fully functional and even magical in some tellings. But Nuada's prosthesis was not merely a tool, but a symbol of sovereignty, as he was said to be incomplete and unfit to rule without his arm. Once he received the replacement, he regained his position as king. Like Ferrus, Nuada's prosthetic symbolizes a necessary restoration of capability after a loss. Ferrus's necrodermis hands are an augmentation for power and perfection, but if he had just lost his hands in the lava flow, defeating the dragon, it would have been a problem, you know? Nuada's arm is symbolic of his wholeness and fitness for kingship. Both characters embrace their prostheses, at least publicly, because they restore their abilities and complete them. But there's a deeper thematic layer where Nuada's loss of his arm signifies his vulnerability and humanity, whereas Ferrus's loss of his natural hands for the silver prosthesis pushes him towards something greater than human, an embodiment of strength and perfection that risks alienating him from his humanity. In Nuada's case, the silver arm represents his return to leadership and completeness, even though there is a recognition that this arm, though functional, marks his separation from his original human form. This resonates with Ferrus's own dilemma, which we've already explored. The necrodermis hands are very functional and useful, but they are a reminder of the cost of strength and the separation from his natural humanity. Like Nuada, Ferrus finds his augmentations useful, but they're never truly his in the same way that his original hands were. Lu la Errant, Lu of the Long Arm, is a prominent feature in Celtic mythology. He's a skilled craftsman, warrior, and king, and he loses his arm in a battle, but, like Nuada, received a replacement that was highly functional, made of silver or other precious materials in some accounts. His arm becomes a symbol of divine craftsmanship and power, adding to his ability to perform numerous extraordinary feats in the mythos. His prosthesis, like Ferrus's necrodermis hands, is an enhancement that represents power and proficiency. In this case, Lu's enhancement is a mark of his divinity, just as Ferrus's transformation and first steps towards ascending to the station of Primarch came through his battle with Asirnoth, imbuing his silver hands with a symbol of victory and strength. Of course, unlike Lu, Ferrus's mechanical augmentation can be seen as a more grounded, human-driven decision born of his own philosophy of craftsmanship and perfection. Lu's silver arm is both a symbol of divine power and a practical tool, while Ferrus's augmentation can be seen as an embodiment of humanity's or the Emperor's pursuit of technological perfection. Now, in the myths, Lu of the Long Arm does not have the sort of moral ambiguity around his arm that Ferrus feels about his own hands. This reflects Ferrus's personal struggle between humanity and transhumanism, where Lu embraces his arm as a divine instrument, while Ferrus acknowledges that his dependency on his prosthetic threatens his very identity. Sigurd, in some versions of the Volsunga saga, loses his hand during his battle with the dragon Fafnir. In the older versions, there's no mention of a prosthetic, but later embellishments introduce Sigurd receiving a fully articulated metal hand as a replacement, magically crafted to restore his capability. The symbolism here may be less about the practicality of the prosthesis and more about its magical significance and connection to Sigurd's destiny as a hero. Perhaps there was some intercultural dialogue. Sigurd's hand, whether in the older or newer versions, represents restoration and also destiny. He is meant to slay dragons and fulfill a heroic journey. For Ferrus, his necrodermis hands represent his identity as a craftsman and a warrior. Again, he is meant to do great things and fulfill a heroic destiny. but his reliance on them is seen by Ferrus as an existential struggle. The magical craftsmanship of Sigurd's hand parallels Ferrus's own necrodermis hands. They're symbolic of the price of greatness. But while Sigurd's hand allows him to continue his mythic quest, Ferrus is more aware of the psychological toll that reliance on augmentation forms. Even if Ferrus's hands can be seen as supernatural in nature, similar to the divine aspect of Sigurd's prosthesis, it still carries a human element of imperfection and self-doubt. Ferrus struggles with the corrupting influence of technology, whereas Sigurd's story does not include that aspect of it. He simply accepts his hand as part of his destiny. Savitar, the solar deity in Hindu mythology, is often depicted with golden hands to represent purity, power, and divine craftsmanship. The golden hands serve as a symbol of strength and divine grace, as Savitar controls the sun and dispenses blessings upon the world. As Savitar's golden hands symbolize divine grace and perfection, we can see similarly that Ferrus's necrodermis hands are intended to elevate him and, by proximity, elevate his legion. The key difference here is that Ferrus's transformation is thought to at least be partly self-imposed, while Savitar's golden hands are a natural part of his divinity given to him by the gods. For Ferrus, the augmentation represents a hard-earned tool rather than a divine blessing, making his struggle with it more personal and morally conflicted. The golden hands of Savitar represent perfection and divine grace without the moral cost that Ferrus associates with his own silver hands. Ferrus's fear of losing his humanity contrasts with Savitar's embrace of his perfect, uncorrupted divine hands, highlighting perhaps the dangerous allure of perfection and the line between enhancement and dehumanization. Tezcatlipoca, the Aztec god of smoking mirrors, obsidian, and destiny, lost his foot during a battle with the earth monster during the creation of the world. It's very interesting that losing a foot is relatively rare in these myths compared to losing a hand. Maybe that's important, and I don't know how. The god was given an obsidian prosthesis, a symbol of both destruction and rebirth because of his volcanic origins. The foot was symbolically powerful because obsidian was associated with both weapons, like what's called a macahuitl, and also with divination, because of its reflective quality. Tezcatlipoca's obsidian prosthesis is a symbol of the sacrifice and transformation required for godly power, mirroring Ferrus's own sacrificial transformation. Both Ferrus and Tezcatlipoca lose an essential body part during a fight, but are made whole again through the acquisition of powerful non-human appendages. Now, I'm taking a little bit of creative license here, because it's completely possible that Ferrus's Primarch physiology could have withstood submerging his hands in the lava flow without losing his hands. But that's less narratively powerful than the idea that the only reason he has his hands underneath the necrodermis at all is because of the necrodermis. Anyway, Tezcatlipoca's prosthetic symbolizes the cost of power, exactly like Ferrus's necrodermis hands. But Ferrus's inner conflict over his hands speaks to his fear of losing his humanity, which is something that Tezcatlipoca seems to embrace, unashamed of his augmented form. Tezcatlipoca's obsidian foot aligns with the idea of the acceptance of transformation and the embracing of power without fear of corruption. Ferrus, in contrast, views his hands as a necessary evil, a means to an end, but one that he hopes to discard once war is over. Tezcatlipoca's prosthetic foot is a symbol of divine authority, whereas Ferrus's silver hands are both a symbol of his near-divine status as a Primarch, and also a pragmatic necessity in his quest for technological mastery. These mythological prosthetics reveal themes of loss, transformation, and the balance between natural and artificial power. Ferrus Manus's struggle with his necrodermis hands echoes these stories and also adds layers of self-awareness, doubt, and the fear of losing his humanity. While many of these figures in the myths are divine figures who symbolize the embrace of their divine status and divine enhancement, Ferrus, meanwhile, embodies the human struggle to reconcile the opportunity to seize strength with the cost of augmentation. It's a more complex internal conflict than most mythic figures. His transformation is necessary for his survival and for his embrace of his heroic destiny, but it's not without moral consequence. This makes him a tragic and introspective character in the broader mythological tradition. Also, important to bring up, the necrodermis hands of Ferrus Manus do not confer the divine right to rule like Lu of the Long Arm's arm. Rather, his right to lead the Iron Hands Legion comes from his biological pedigree as a Primarch. Another interesting mythological comparison. Ferrus gained his invincible necrodermis hands when he held his enemy Asirnoth beneath magma to kill his enemy. Perhaps this makes Ferrus something of a metaphorical converse of Achilles, who gained his near invincibility when held under magical water by his mother. Both of these represent transformations which bestow power, but their means of transformation and the symbolism of their failed invincibility are fundamentally opposed. I think this comparison can help us to see how Ferrus's story reflects themes of self-determination and suffering, while Achilles embodies themes of divine intervention and fate. In the myth we're going with, Ferrus gained his necrodermis hands through his own effort during his battle against Asirnoth. He chose to hold his enemy underneath magma in order to kill it, thus plunging his hands into the molten metal of the dying beast, taking the risk and enduring the pain in order to ensure the destruction of his enemy, and also perhaps intentionally in order to seize power for himself. This act thus reflects Ferrus's identity as a self-made warrior and craftsman, someone who forges his own destiny through strength, skill, and willpower. The transformation was a consequence of his victory, reinforcing the idea that his strength comes from mastery over his enemies and of the material world. Ferrus's invincibility is thus not innate, nor is it gifted to him. It is earned through struggle. His hands are a reminder of the price he paid for his strength, and they are also a trophy of the effort he expended to achieve victory. This reflects a human striving for achievement and perfection, with Ferrus representing the Emperor's ideal of humanity elevated through its own efforts and discipline and ingenuity. Meanwhile, Achilles' near invincibility was granted to him by his mother, Thetis, who dipped him into the river Styx to make him invincible, or so she thought. This transformation was thus passive. It was something done to him, rather than something he earned by doing something on his own. The act represents the intervention of the divine in mortal affairs, tying Achilles to fate and destiny in the realm of the gods, rather than personal agency and decisions in the realm of mortals. His one weakness, his heel, remains as a consequence of the imperfection inherent in all mortals, even those touched by the divine. Achilles' invulnerability is a gift of the gods, marking him as special and chosen, but it also binds him to the constraints of fate. His strength is inseparable from his ultimate doom as his near perfection cannot prevent his inevitable death. If he strives for glory, he necessarily embraces the cost of fate. The context of the transformation of these two figures is likewise opposed. Ferrus gained his silver hands in the heat of battle, holding the great silver dragon Osirinoth beneath molten magma as an act of conquest and domination. His invincibility is the result of his victory over this monstrous adversary, symbolizing his mastery over adversity and the material world. The act of holding the beast under the magma reflects Ferrus's active struggle and sacrifice, a self-inflicted transformation that came at great cost. This narrative thus emphasizes self-reliance and the idea that strength is forged through hardship and effort. Strength is a prize to be won through victory. The hands are a mark of his triumph and also a mark of transformation through suffering. Ferrus's hands symbolize his identity as both a warrior and a creator, someone who shapes the world through force and craftsmanship, and someone who is shaped by the world in turn. He was able to change by achieving victory, but at the same time he was forced to change as a cost of attaining that victory. Meanwhile, Achilles' near invincibility was granted to him by his mother in order to try to protect him from harm, thus ensuring that he could fulfill his destiny as a great warrior. His transformation occurs before his battles rather than during battle, thus emphasizing his role as a favored instrument of fate rather than an agent of his own destiny. His invincibility is passive, shielding him from the dangers of the world, rather than stemming from his mastery over the world. Achilles' strength is otherworldly, a sign of his divine heritage and his role as a hero of myth. However, his transformation also underscores his mortality, as his one vulnerable spot, the heel, becomes the source of his downfall. Ferrus's silver hands represent mastery over the material world and the power to reshape it. They are tools of creation as much as destruction, reflecting his identity as both a craftsman and a warrior, the duality of creation and destruction. His invincibility is functional and tied to his role as a creator of weapons and tools for the Imperium. It is a pragmatic strength earned through struggle and meant to be used in service of a greater purpose. But in doing so, the hands also create alienation from humanity. He recognizes that his reliance on them separates him from his natural self, creating a tension between his pursuit of perfection and his fear of losing his humanity. Ultimately, his invincibility fails him when the greater purpose of the Imperium is shattered in the betrayal at Istvan V. His hands are not damaged. It's the rest of him, the non-invincible part, which is killed by Fulgrim. Achilles' near invincibility is a symbol of divine favor and mortal limitation. It marks him as extraordinary and also binds him to the constraints of fate. His invulnerability highlights the tension between godlike power and human fragility, as even the greatest hero cannot escape death. Unlike Ferrus, Achilles' strength is not practical or functional, it's mythic. It's a narrative device that emphasizes his role as a tragic hero whose downfall is inevitable. It was impossible for Achilles to seize his divine strength without simultaneously grasping unto himself his tragic fate. He knew this. He knew that he could have doom and fame, or he could have peace and quiet, and he chose his doom. And then his invincibility fails him when he fights against Paris at Troy. Perhaps because Paris lived and fought for love, instead of Hector's yearning for honor and patriotism or Achilles' yearning for everlasting glory? Hard to know. Ferrus's silver hands were gained through an act of incredible physical and mental endurance. The pain of holding a Cyranoth beneath magma reflects the sacrifices required for strength and the price of perfection. His hands, invincible, are also a reminder of his vulnerability to corruption. He is notably one of 2 Primarchs whose physical bodies were intruded upon by outside corruption, the other being Angron. We already talked about the parallel between them. Ferrus recognizes that his reliance on his hands risks alienating him from his humanity, making his transformation both a strength and a burden. Meanwhile, Achilles' heel is a constant reminder of his mortal vulnerability, even as he wields godlike power. His transformation is incomplete, leaving him with a single point of failure that ultimately leads to his death. This imperfection thus highlights the inescapable pain of mortality, even for the most favored of heroes. Achilles' story is one of inevitability, where his strength only delays the tragedy of his fate. We can thus see that Ferrus Manus is something of a mythological converse of Achilles. They represent opposing themes of transformation and invincibility. Ferrus's strength is earned, while Achilles is bestowed. Ferrus gains his power through his own struggle and sacrifice, while Achilles' power comes before his struggle and sacrifice, which he is then destined to through divine intervention, his predestination of doom. Ferrus's invincibility is practical and tied to his mastery of the material world, while Achilles' invincibility is mythic, thus highlighting the tension between heroism and mortality. The key difference lies in their relationship to fate and agency. Ferrus Manus is a symbol of self-determination, someone who shapes his own destiny, but is burdened by the consequences of his actions. Achilles is a symbol of divine favor and inevitability. Both of them are heroes who cannot escape fate. They cannot escape being killed in battle, despite their extraordinary gifts. There are also 2 contemporary things which I feel work very well with relation to Ferrus Manus' personality and personal philosophy. First, the sculpture Self-Made Man by Bobby Carlyle. And second, the quote by Alexis Carrel, "Man cannot remake himself without suffering, for he is both the marble and the sculptor." These 2 works emphasize themes of self-determination, mastery through struggle and effort, and these are central to Ferrus's identity as the Primarch of the Iron Hands, and a reflection of the Emperor's relentless pursuit of human advancement and evolution. Self-Made Man, of course, depicts a man carving himself out of stone. It's a powerful visual metaphor for the idea of self-determination and the arduous process of creating oneself through effort and discipline. Ferrus Manus is the embodiment of this. His battle with the Cyranoth, where he forged his own invincibility through sheer will and physical endurance, is a literal manifestation of the metaphor in Carlyle's sculpture. He transforms himself from a survivor in the harsh polar region of Medusa into a symbol of strength, precision, and craftsmanship, literally changing his own body in order to further his destiny. Ferrus believed in earning one's strength through struggle and effort, rejecting shortcuts or unearned advantages. His hands, though unnatural, symbolize the process of remaking oneself. He took the raw material of his being and made it and shaped it into something greater. Ferrus viewed both himself and his technological creations as products of deliberate design. He saw life as a process of refinement, where strength and excellence are achieved by chiseling away imperfections and weaknesses, just like the statue. We can see this perfectionism extend beyond his craft to his broader identity, reflecting his obsession with self-control and mastery over his nature. This makes Ferrus's philosophy deeply aligned with the self-made man ideal, and also underscores his relentless drive that alienated him from some of his brothers, and even from his own humanity. Alexis Carrel's quote, of course, continues this idea. It's the idea that self-improvement requires pain and sacrifice because you need to have the willingness to confront one's flaws. It can only be that one can achieve growth by being willing to suffer, by really grappling with one's deeper flaws. Ferrus Manus thus exemplifies this duality. He's the sculptor of the material world, and he imposes his will on himself, as well as his legion, shaping them all into forms that reflect his own ideals. The philosophy of the Iron Hand's legion is in great part about ridding oneself of weakness by working hard, by struggling, by persevering despite pain and hardship. Ferrus's ultimate tragedy lies in his recognition that transformation to achieve strength, while necessary for the peaks of greatness, comes at a cost. In his case, the cost is the very thing he values most, the essence of his humanity. Once he had gained authority over the humans of Medusa, Ferrus Manus led expeditions of brave humans into ancient vaults and wrecked starships deep underground in search of resources and technology. There, they fought against mutants, monstrous remnants of the Dark Age of technology, and possibly Necron-flayed ones, depending on how one interprets certain pieces of canon. I think these would be good to compare with other Primarchs who had notable battles against Xenos prior to meeting the Emperor. Most notably, Vulcan fighting against the Drukhari, the Dark Eldar. These early fights developed the themes of conquest over ancient dangers, mastery of technology, and self-reliance in hostile conditions. These experiences thus shaped Ferrus's identity as a craftsman warrior and influenced the eventual culture of the Iron Hand's Legion. Ferrus's battles against ancient enemies on Medusa were driven by a practical purpose to secure resources and advance technology to be used for the betterment of the people of Medusa. His expeditions required him to lead warriors into treacherous environments, face dangers that blended Xenos, mutants, and horrible remnants from humanity's technological past. These foes often symbolized, and sometimes embodied, the dangers of forgotten knowledge or misused innovation, aligning with Ferrus's belief that technology must be controlled and mastered in order to serve humanity. Fighting against these enemies thus reinforced Ferrus's belief that strength comes from conquering adversity. Each victory over an ancient danger symbolized humanity's ability to reclaim its destiny from forces that once threatened to consume it. His encounters with remnants of the Dark Age of technology and of mutated humans would have thus served as lessons to teach him to further mistrust unregulated technology and to mistrust the fragility of human nature. Vulcan's defining pre-Imperial struggle was against the Drukhari, the Dark Eldar, who raided the planet of Nocturne. These alien slavers represented a predatory force that preyed upon humanity's weaknesses, capturing and torturing his people for sport. Unlike Ferrus's expeditions, Vulcan's battles were driven by a need to protect his people, defending the vulnerable rather than seeking technology or resources. Vulcan's battles against the Drukhari reinforced his belief in the value of protecting the weak and of preserving human life, even in the face of overwhelming odds. The goal was to save lives, even of those people who could not save themselves, thus serving as a counterpoint to Ferrus Manus using humans who were useful to him, seeing humanity perhaps as an end goal for Vulcan, as opposed to seeing humanity as a tool for Ferrus. The harsh conditions on each world taught each of the Primarchs the importance of resilience, but the endless raids of the Drukhari were imposed upon Nocturne from outside, teaching Vulcan that sacrifice was required to safeguard humanity, whereas Ferrus Manus chose to seek out ancient technology and crashed starships and such. We might further see perhaps some other Primarchs with notable pre-Emperor fights. Lionel Johnson fought the great beasts of Caliban, monstrous predators tainted by chaos corruption. These creatures were remnants of a once pristine ecosystem warped into twisted horrors, a microcosm of the galaxy at large. The Lion's battles symbolized his self-reliance and his struggle against corruption, forging his identity as a hunter. Unlike Ferrus, his enemies were not tied to technology, but rather represented the warp's corrupting nature. Ferrus and the Lion grew in isolation, battling powerful enemies, but while Ferrus gained strength through mastery of technology, the Lion's victories allowed him to gain strength through self-discipline. Most other Primarchs fought against human foes. Alpharius is unclear, but we'll get to Alpharius later. Ferrus Manus's pre-Imperial battle against Dark Age remnants and potentially the Xenos Necrons set him apart as a conqueror of ancient dangers. That puts him in close proximity to Vulcan and Lionel Johnson, who also fought non-human foes, and perhaps to Sanguinius, who fought primarily mutants, but separates him from humans like Perturabo, or Rabute Gilliman, or Angron, or Jagatai Khan, whose enemies were primarily other humans on their planet. Ferrus's struggles throughout all of this highlight the pragmatic and perfectionist side of the Emperor, where progress comes through hardship and control, but they also foreshadow a risk of over-reliance on technology, which haunts the Iron Hand's Legion to this day. The Primarchs who fought primarily against non-humans, Lionel Johnson, Vulcan, and Ferrus Manus, stand apart from their brothers, whose early struggles were predominantly against human adversaries or against mutated humans. Their experiences thus shaped their personalities, philosophies, and leadership styles differently than those of their brothers, who only fought against non-humans after meeting the Emperor. This emphasizes themes of humanity's place in a hostile galaxy, the need for unity against external threats, and the power of adaptability and ingenuity in overcoming the alien and the monster. By contrast, Primarchs who fought primarily against humans, let's say Rabute Gilliman, Perturabo, and Lorgar primarily, were shaped by interpersonal conflicts, political struggles, and the dynamics of societal leadership, making their development more focused on internal human challenges, such as governance, rebellion, and moral authority. Xenos enemies represent existential dangers that humanity must overcome to survive. They're not tied to politics, well, or at least human politics or morality, but are primal, alien forces which need to be destroyed lest they destroy you. These alien foes forced the Primarchs to see the big picture, humanity as a species unified against external dangers, not fractured by internal strife. It is not a coincidence that Lionel Johnson, Vulcan, and Ferrus Manus all stayed loyal during the Horus Heresy. Fighting against Xenos taught them lessons about self-reliance, adaptability, and the limits of human strength and human technology when faced with threats beyond human comprehension. We could also potentially include in that list Magnus the Red, but his early days on Prospero are a little less clear. There's disconnect between old canon and new canon. We'll talk about him later. Anyway, Primarchs who primarily fought human enemies, well, those are tied to politics, culture, and ideology, creating a more complex battlefield where moral and philosophical questions come into play. Primarchs like Rebuta Guilliman were forced to reconcile the need for unity and order with the reality of human divisions, leading to a greater focus on governance, rebellion, and moral authority. Fighting against humans represented the failure of humanity to unify, a recurring theme in the Imperium. These conflicts perhaps emphasize internal flaws, like the greed, ambition, and betrayal which led to the death of Connor Guilliman, Rebuta Guilliman's father. Those were the true obstacles to the Emperor's vision that these Primarchs saw, as opposed to the more existential, perhaps simple threats of the Xenos. Thus, Primarchs who battled primarily against Xenos reinforced their idea in them that humanity must stand united to survive, as external threats were greater than any internal division. It required straightforward solutions, rather than grappling with the moral and political complexities of internal conflicts. You just need strength and ingenuity and adaptability, and you can defeat the Dark Eldar who are raiding you or whatever. These Primarchs thus developed a pragmatic worldview, prioritizing practical solutions over idealistic visions. Fighting against Xenos foes may have thus contributed to their emotional distance from humanity. Lacking the interpersonal struggles that other Primarchs faced, we once again come to the political divisions on Macragge. They focused on action and results, perhaps to the exclusion of putting a lot of work into understanding human motivations and frailties. But then again, Vulcan was pretty good at that, so maybe my thesis needs work. I don't know, make your own darn video. I'll watch it. Primarchs who fought humans before meeting the Emperor were forced to confront the darker aspects of human nature. This made them more focused on imposing order on a fractured humanity. Primarchs like Perturabo, Angron, and Conrad Kurs fought primarily human adversaries, and through doing so became cynical and embittered. Constant exposure to the worst of humanity shaped their eventual resentment of the Imperium and the Emperor's dream of a unified humanity. Fighting against humans could thus allow for a greater understanding of human weaknesses and frailties. Primarchs like Guilliman and Lorgar developed systems of beliefs to guide humanity, and Primarchs like Guilliman and Jagatai Khan developed greater empathy for humanity by doing so. But Primarchs like Perturabo and Angron grew to despise the flaws and frailties of humanity. Thus we can see that Lion, Vulcan, Ferrus, and I argue Magnus the Red were warriors first and statesmen second. Their battles against non-human threats made these four Primarchs warriors above all else, prioritizing strength, pragmatism, expediency over governance or diplomacy. Their legions thus inherited their martial focus. The Dark Angels became relentless hunters. The Salamanders focused on protecting humanity by exterminating the Xenos. The Iron Hands prioritized technological mastery in order to better fight the enemies of the Imperium. And the pre-heresy Thousand Sons prioritized mystical, magical mastery in order to better defeat the enemies of the Imperium. These Primarchs were more concerned with external dangers than with internal politics, reflecting their early struggles. This focus made them perhaps less suited for governance and more specialized in war. Their battles against the aliens and the monsters made them pragmatic, but perhaps did not lead them to become emotionally present. They lacked the personal touch of, or at least Ferrus, Magnus, and Lion lacked the personal touch of Primarchs like Guilliman or Sanguinius, who had a deeper understanding of human societies and their complexities due to spending their adolescence fighting against human or mutant enemies. Vulcan's the exception. What can you do? Meanwhile, Guilliman, Lorgar, Perturabo, Dorn, they became deeply invested in governance, as their battles against humans taught them the importance of structure and authority. Their legions thus reflected their priorities, becoming forces of sometimes political control and ideological enforcement. Notably, we see the Ultramarines' Codex Astartes and the Word-Bearers' theology as extensions of this. These Primarchs formed stronger connections with humanity and their brothers, though in the case of Kurz and Perturabo, this strong personal connection was one of a person against an enemy or a person against a disease. And so, in total, we can see that Primarchs who fought primarily against existential threats of non-human enemies were more focused on such things than on the divisions of humanity, thus making them action-oriented and focus on external dangers, but perhaps less adept at understanding or navigating the complexities of human societies. Whereas, by contrast, Primarchs who fought against humans sometimes developed greater insight into human flaws. And sometimes this led them to become fierce protectors of humanity, and other times it led them to become cynical or disillusioned.
Let's talk about the meeting of Ferrus Manus and the Emperor. Canon is less clear here than usual, but several things are common among various sources. Ferrus Manus was the fourth Primarch found. The order was Horus, Rus, the forgotten Primarch of the Second Legion, and then Ferrus. The Emperor met him alone, rather than meeting him among or near the humans of the planet, and Ferrus agreed without too much pushback. An example narrative, one of many, from one of the sources, is that the people of Medusa saw a light descend from above to the forbidding polar wastes where Ferrus had grown up. Ferrus went to examine it. He possibly fought the Emperor to take his measure, but nobody else was present to see it. They just saw, lightning flashes and thunderclouds and stuff. And then Ferrus agreed to go with the Emperor gladly after they took each other's measure. So this meeting between Ferrus Manus and the Emperor, as far as we understand the events, stands in contrast to the more social and structured meeting between, for example, Leman Russ and the Emperor. The meeting with Ferrus reinforces his personality traits of self-reliance, head-on confrontation, and loyalty earned through deeds, while Russ's meeting emphasizes integration, loyalty, and the importance of cultural ties. Looking at these two, maybe we can see a little about how the Emperor tailored his approach to each Primarch, at least in those early days, reflecting a growing understanding of their individual natures and roles in the Great Crusade, which, since he abandoned that effort later, tells us a lot about what was important to him. One key element of the meeting with Ferrus Manus is the solitude of his origin. He had originally come to Medusa in the polar wastes, away from the human clans he later led. When the Emperor came to meet him, he did so at these same isolated polar wastes, rather than at any human population center. Engaging with the isolated side of him is an interesting choice that underscores his self-reliance and independence rather than underscoring his leadership and the example he sets. This says that maybe the Emperor understood and recognized that Ferrus was not a Primarch who required social validation or a grandiose display of power. This lack of witnesses reinforces his preference for action over words,
his direct approach to leadership, with many versions of the story suggesting that Ferrus and the Emperor fought to take each other's measure, perhaps that being part of the reason why they did so away from humans. This physical contest symbolizes their shared values, strength, mastery, discipline, as well as Ferrus's need to evaluate the Emperor through action. The fight, if it occurred, was a test of capability and respect. Ferrus trying to see if the Emperor was a kindred spirit, someone who shared his relentless drive. This fight would also bring their relationship into metaphorical kinship with the meeting between Gilgamesh and Enkidu from the Epic of Gilgamesh. Ferrus's swift agreement, then, to join the Emperor suggests a pragmatic understanding of the Emperor's vision and of his own role in it. He recognized the Emperor as a figure who embodied many of his ideals: control, mastery, progress. These were things that Ferrus valued. His, then, willingness to leave Medusa without hesitation speaks to his detachment from the planet's clans, further emphasizing his focus on larger goals rather than personal or cultural ties. While, strangely, he also then tied his legion quite closely to Medusa. This contrasts nicely with Angron, who valued his brotherhood with his fellow gladiators more highly than his filial relationship with the Emperor, but then chose to recruit for the World Eaters from everywhere except Nuceria. And it also contrasts with Mortarion, who valued his adversarial relationship with Necare more so than his filial relationship with the Emperor. To further contrast with Ferrus, we should look at Leman, as I mentioned earlier. He was discovered by the Emperor in a formalized context within the culture of Fenris. The Emperor visited his hall, where the Emperor was surrounded by his adoptive people, emphasizing the importance of Russ's connection to them. This meeting reflects and emphasizes the importance of Russ's role as a leader, deeply rooted in his people, someone who saw himself as a protector and embodiment of their values. Russ challenged the Emperor to a series of contests, eating, drinking, and combat, not out of defiance, but as a way of honoring Fenrisian tradition. The Emperor's willingness to participate and ultimately triumph reflected his understanding of Russ's cultural values and his desire to earn Russ's respect through their shared framework. Russ's agreement to join the Emperor came as a recognition of the Emperor's strength, but more importantly, from the Emperor's willingness to respect and engage with his cultural customs. This reflects his focus on loyalty and kinship. Sorry, my handwriting is hard to read sometimes. As his decision to follow the Emperor was rooted in a sense of mutual respect and shared values. So by meeting Ferrus alone, the Emperor understood that Ferrus valued action over social rituals. Their private meeting allowed the two of them to connect on a shared level of strength and pragmatism without unnecessary ceremony. It avoided Medusa's culture as a distraction, which Ferrus had already placed himself somewhat outside of. This reinforced Ferrus's sense of purpose, whereas, with Leman Russ, the Emperor's engagement with Russ's cultural traditions were the important part. It demonstrated his adaptability and understanding of Russ's values. The Emperor wanted to earn Russ's respect in a way that validated his loyalty to Fenris and its people. This approach thus reflected Russ's identity as a leader of warriors and as a protector, emphasizing his ties to his people and his role as a cultural bridge between the Imperium and its disparate human populations. Ultimately, the meeting with Ferrus mirrors Ferrus's lifelong belief in discipline and purpose and personal effort, while also perhaps foreshadowing his eventual isolation and tragic inability to connect emotionally with others, including his brother Primarchs. Whereas Russ's meeting symbolizes the importance of integration and loyalty, what was important to Russ was his culture, his family, his kin. This highlights his role as the Emperor's enforcer, wherein loyalty and kinship with his father were essential tools for making sure he would be able to act in the most difficult of circumstances. But it also perhaps foreshadows his conflict with more distant brothers, like Lionel Johnson and Angron. And so with these very early Primarchs found, we can see that the Emperor tailored his approach to each Primarch based off of their personalities, values, and cultural contexts. The private meeting with Ferrus fit what Ferrus's personality demanded, whereas the more social meeting with Leman Russ honored what Russ valued. These encounters thus demonstrate the Emperor's capacity to adapt his methods to each Primarch, thus bringing up the question, why the fuck did he stop doing that? It highlights perhaps his tendency to view the Primarchs as tools for the Great Crusade rather than sons with emotional needs. If he really saw the Primarchs as his sons, he would put in the effort needed to identify with what was important to them. Instead, he only did that when it was convenient for him. Ferrus Manus was one of the Primarchs who had achieved victory on his planet, unifying the clans, and also had time to consolidate his successes before the Emperor arrived. This puts him in company with Fulgrim, Guilliman, and Dorn, rather than with those Primarchs for whom the Emperor arrived just after victory, or before final victory on their world had been achieved. Ferrus had already conquered the dangers of Medusa, its environmental hostility, fighting against mutants and rogue technology and possibly Xenos, and addressing the internal challenges, such as rivalries among the human clans. His victories were military and also philosophical. He imposed his pragmatic, meritocratic ideals on the fractured clans of Medusa. Unlike Guilliman or Dorn, Ferrus had not embedded himself deeply within the society he ruled. He had earned the obedience of the clans, but remained aloof and apart, treating them as tools for a larger purpose rather than as a culture to nurture, which sounds honestly a lot like the Emperor. Both Ferrus and Fulgrim valued the total mastery over their environments and a perfectionist streak in their leadership of their worlds. But while Fulgrim cultivated a strong emotional bond with his people, Ferrus remained detached from the clans of Medusa. Fulgrim's victory was framed as a renaissance of art and culture, while Ferrus's success was marked by practicality and technological advancement. Similarly, though there were similarities between Ferrus and Guilliman or Ferrus and Dorn, Guilliman's focus was on statecraft and governance, fostering a thriving civilization, while Ferrus's rule was more transactional, based on practical results. He didn't need cultural or societal cohesion, or at least he believed he didn't until he left Medusa. He just needed them to provide warriors to serve him. These Primarchs, being able to achieve victory and stability and consolidate their worlds before meeting the Emperor, were thus better positioned to integrate into the Great Crusade than certain other Primarchs. Having already secured their worlds, they could immediately contribute to the Great Crusade without the delays associated with stabilizing their homeworlds. They could bring with them a focused, disciplined force to provide recruits for their Astartes legions. By demonstrating effective leadership on a planetary scale before the Emperor arrived, they earned the Emperor's respect and trust, so they were able to be assigned with significant responsibilities without too much of a delay. They could go into the Great Crusade with well-earned confidence and self-assurance in their own abilities, as demonstrated with, for example, Ferrus's willingness to accept the Emperor's offer without hesitation. The Emperor valued the stability and readiness of Primarchs when he met them. He wanted to immediately be able to assess their competence and alignment with his vision, give them a legion, and have them start conquering worlds in his name. The Emperor recognized that Ferrus's focus on mastery and also his being somewhat detached from his world's culture made him an effective tool for conquest, even if it limited his ability to inspire others through grand rhetoric or to connect emotionally with others. Ferrus Manus, despite coming from a savage, somewhat low technology world, had a fairly short period of acclimation, in one source only a few years, before assuming the leadership of his legion. And he did not have a period of formal mentorship with any of the previous 3 Primarchs. This works with the idea that the Emperor was comfortable with the facet of his personality he saw embodied in Ferrus, and thus trusted Ferrus to lead. But also, Ferrus's being found early in the Great Crusade meant that the Emperor did not feel the intense time pressure associated with certain later Primarchs. He could have certainly spared the time for a more extended apprenticeship under himself or under Horus. Thus, the acclimation period requires explanation. I feel that Ferrus Manus's period of acclimation, being so short, and his lack of formal mentorship under the Emperor or one of the other Primarchs, such as Horus, suggests a combination of the Emperor's trust in his natural capabilities, his own alignment with Ferrus's pragmatic and disciplined traits, and the relative lack of urgency during the early stage of the Crusade, meaning that he didn't necessarily need Ferrus Manus to learn everything there was to know from the Emperor. He could figure things out on his own to some degree. The Emperor's decision to grant Ferrus only a brief acclimation period before assuming command of the Iron Hands thus demonstrates his confidence in Ferrus's abilities, and reflects his belief that the Primarch's inherent alignment was with the Emperor's vision. Ferrus Manus embodies the Emperor's perfectionist and pragmatic traits, prioritizing mastery over the material world, discipline, and efficiency. The Emperor liked these parts of himself. He saw Ferrus as a reflection of his own drive for control and progress, and so he saw that Ferrus would be able to quickly adapt to his role as a general without needing extended guidance. He trusted in Ferrus's self-reliance. And perhaps, seeing that he was a Primarch who did not require hand-holding or extensive mentorship, perhaps the Emperor believed that Ferrus would find it to be an insult if he was assigned such extensive mentorship anyway. Hard to say. In any case, that early portion of the Crusade was relatively stable compared to the existential fights of later, thus allowing the Emperor to trust Ferrus to adapt quickly. He knew that there was time to address any potential shortcomings later, if necessary. And perhaps, by avoiding mentorship, the Emperor was trying to not foster deep emotional bonds with the Emperor or his brothers, thus making Ferrus less likely to develop the close attachments or resentments or rivalries which might have made Ferrus's loyalty to the Emperor less steady. Now, there were few Primarchs who received a decent length of time to adjust to the Imperium before taking command of a legion, and most of those were found quite early. His general approach, the Emperor's general approach, given the scale of the Great Crusade and the rapid expansion of the Imperium, was that he viewed his Primarchs as instruments for achieving his goals. Each were expected to lead their legion and conquer new worlds, often with little more than a few years of acclimation to the Imperium. The Emperor did not have the inclination to provide extensive emotional guidance or mentoring sessions for his sons, except that he did that with Horus, but whatever. Instead, he preferred to let their abilities and actions speak for themselves, both on their home worlds and then out among the stars. He certainly had the capacity to do so, had he chosen to do so. It just happens that he didn't want to mentor them. He had a practical, results-driven mindset. The Great Crusade needed to progress quickly, and the Primarchs were tools for this expansion. Those like Ferrus Manus, who demonstrated independence, capability, and pragmatism, were trusted to assume leadership almost immediately, without the need for prolonged emotional or cultural integration. This reflects the Emperor's faith in his son's abilities to adapt to the Imperium's needs with minimal adjustment, especially early in the Crusade. Certain Primarchs, notably Horus and Magnus, benefited from an extended period of the Emperor's greater personal involvement. This can be seen as Horus being the first Primarch found, so the Emperor desired to mold him into a trusted lieutenant, and his desire to mold Magnus later into a safe tool instead of a psychic bomb. With the other Primarchs, the Emperor was concerned with results, not emotional guidance, and so he wanted them to start leading immediately with only informal or absent mentorship. Ferrus Manus being a good example of this approach. He'd already secured victory on Medusa, his homeworld. His legion was already formed with clear goals and discipline, and so only needed to be shifted onto a track heading towards Ferrus Manus's particular military goals and strengths, rather than, say, the Blood Angels, needing to be completely reworked. Ultimately, Horus, Magnus, and Fulgrim were the main Primarchs to receive any sort of extended mentorship or acclimation period. Yes, Vulcan was briefly mentored under Ferrus, that's true, but ultimately, with many of the Primarchs, the Emperor just sent them off into the galaxy and said, hey, go conquer some worlds. The lack of emotional integration or emotional guidance meant that certain Primarchs, notably Ferrus and Kurz, struggled with relationships with their brothers. Ferrus was an effective military leader, yes, but he lacked the emotional drive to bond with the other Primarchs, to build alliances or share wisdom. His friendship with Fulgrim can be seen as coming from Fulgrim, imposed upon the two of them, a standard introvert-extrovert friendship. Many of the Primarchs found later in the Crusade struggled with the lack of emotional support or guidance that they perhaps could have found with a more extended mentorship or acclimation period. Angron and Kurz emerged from this decision emotionally scarred and unable to fully embrace the Emperor's vision. So, it is a bad idea, and the Emperor should not have done that. The Emperor's early discovery of Ferrus Manus, and the brief acclimation period he underwent, highlight the Emperor's pragmatic approach to leadership that he intended and wanted to take with as many of his sons as he could. He was expected to lead immediately. The Emperor trusted him to integrate quickly into the Imperium without needing to hold his hand, and it reflected the Emperor's broader strategy of utilizing his Primarchs for immediate results without providing long-term emotional guidance or mentorship. This approach worked for a self-reliant Primarch like Ferrus, but it had drawbacks for those who were less equipped to navigate the emotional and interpersonal complexities of the Imperium. I think we are nearing something quite profound about Ferrus here. The isolation from others, forming very few emotional connections with others. The great appreciation for the creation of tools. The treatment of other people as a means to an end, as if the people themselves are tools. The limited considerations for the emotions of those with whom they interact. These descriptions of Ferrus Manus, even at this quite early stage of his life, sound a lot like the Emperor. Ferrus had perhaps the closest alignment with the Emperor's personality and personal philosophy. His traits made him, in many ways, the most reflective of the Emperor himself, particularly the Emperor's pragmatic, utilitarian side. This likeness can be seen as both a source of Ferrus's greatest strengths and the roots of some of his most tragic flaws. The Emperor, as a near immortal, godlike being, was always set apart from humanity, both physically and emotionally and psychically. He saw the grand vision of the Imperium as paramount, often at the expense of individual relationships or emotional bonds. He formed few true emotional connections, treating his subjects and his Primarchs as tools to achieve his goals rather than as sons or equals. His detachment thus enabled him to make cold, pragmatic decisions, such as sacrificing Angron's gladiators or sanctioning the extermination of entire worlds, which he believed to be for the best. Similarly, Ferrus, growing up in physical isolation at Medusa's polar region, allowed him to develop a self-reliant, results-oriented mindset. Even after gaining leadership over his clans, he remained emotionally distant, treating his followers as tools to be wielded rather than individuals to be nurtured. Like the Emperor, Ferrus valued action over words, focusing on pragmatic results rather than on emotional or relational dynamics. His limited connections with others, even among his brothers, mirrored the Emperor's own emotional distance with all of the Primarchs. The Emperor was a craftsman of humanity itself, shaping the Primarchs, the Astartes, much of the technology the Imperium used, and the various institutions and philosophy of the Imperium itself, creating all of these like tools in a forge in order to try to achieve his vision. His focus on creating instruments of conquest and control reflected his obsession with mastery and progress. He viewed individuals not as ends in themselves, but as means to a larger goal, valuing their utility above everything else. Ferrus Manus' identity as the master craftsman of the Primarchs aligns closely with this aspect of the Emperor. His necrodermis hands, a result of his triumph over Asirnoth, symbolize his belief in the power of tools to elevate humanity and his commitment to perfection and creation. Like the Emperor, Ferrus treated others, including his own legion, as extensions of his will, focusing on their utility rather than their individuality. His desire to forge the Iron Hands Legion into a perfect instrument mirrors the Emperor's desire to shape humanity into the perfect civilization. The Emperor's vision for the Imperium was inherently utilitarian. It prioritized expediency, survival, the progress of humanity, their unity over any individual lives or freedoms. His willingness to sacrifice worlds, populations, even his sons, like the Primarchs of the 2nd and 11th Legions, demonstrates his belief that the ends justify the means. Ferrus Manus shared this utilitarian perspective, focusing on the efficiency and effectiveness of his legion, rather than on their personal growth or emotional well-being. He demanded perfection not out of malice, but because he believed it was necessary for achieving the greater goals of the Imperium. His detachment from human emotions and relationships allowed him to make cold, pragmatic decisions, much like the Emperor. We can see this, perhaps, in a strategy he particularly liked to use against the orcs, the hammer and anvil, where he would send down the Imperial army, later called the Imperial Guard, to draw out the orcs from where they were stationed in their fortresses, and then afterwards send down the Iron Hands to attack them on the flanks or rear, necessarily incurring heavy losses among the Imperial army, though perhaps fewer losses than would have been incurred in a more prolonged war. Anyway, Ferrus's alignment with the Emperor's ideals made him a trusted and effective general in the Great Crusade. His ability to focus on the mission without being distracted by personal emotions or rivalries was a significant asset. His skill as a craftsman, his belief in the power of technology to elevate humanity, echoed the Emperor's own vision of humanity's mastery over the material world. And Ferrus's isolation and emotional distance made him resilient to distraction, allowing him to focus entirely on the goals of the crusade, making the Iron Hands one of the most disciplined and efficient legions, capable of extraordinary feats of warfare and, for that matter, engineering. But just as the Emperor struggled to connect with his sons on an emotional level, Ferrus Manus struggled to form meaningful relationships with his brothers and with his legion. His inability to recognize or address the emotional needs of others left him isolated and misunderstood, both as a leader and as a person. His relationship with Fulgrim, for example, ultimately ended in tragedy, partly because Ferrus failed to see the emotional damage and corruption growing within his closest ally and only friend. Ferrus's obsession with mastery and perfection made him inflexible and intolerant of failure, traits that alienated his brothers and his legion. Like the Emperor, he often demanded too much from those around him, failing to account for the human need for compassion and understanding. His belief in the supremacy of strength blinded him to the value of emotional connections, leading to his tragic inability to adapt when his perfectionist worldview was challenged. The Emperor valued Ferrus's alignment with his own ideals and own personality, but he failed to recognize the emotional cost of these shared traits. Ferrus's isolation and detachment, while useful in the short term, ultimately made him vulnerable to alienation from others, thereby making him less able to predict what they would do and less able to see as they secretly plotted against him. Ferrus's willingness to treat others as tools is a direct reflection of the Emperor's own behavior, thus suggesting that he inherited the Emperor's strengths and also his blind spots and emotional shortcomings. If someone had provided Ferrus with greater emotional support, Ferrus might have been able to balance his pragmatic focus with a deeper understanding of human connection. The Emperor could not have done that. Definitely not. But if he'd given him an opportunity for a more extended mentorship with Leman Russ especially, then he would have gained a greater understanding of the value of interpersonal loyalty, and that would have gone a long way. Ferrus Manus's resemblance to the Emperor thus makes him a symbolic extension of the Emperor's perfectionism and pragmatism. But this similarity also foreshadows the dangers of the Emperor's philosophy, with Ferrus's inability to connect with others mirroring the Emperor's own failure to nurture his sons, and Ferrus's inability to see the trap at Istvan V forming around him, mirroring the Emperor's inability to see the Horus heresy fomenting among the Primarchs. With that, Ferrus's story illustrates the limits of pragmatism and the importance of emotional connection in leadership. His detachment and perfectionism, while strengths in battle, became weaknesses in his relationships. Ferrus Manus, even at an early stage in his life, can be seen reflecting the cold, utilitarian aspect of the Emperor's character, embodying his focus on perfection, mastery, and results, and his personality flaws of the inability to connect emotionally and a failure to recognize the importance of relationships and compassion. Ferrus's strengths and flaws are thus a microcosm of the Emperor's philosophy and personality, making his story a poignant reflection on the triumphs and tragedies of the Imperium. Ferrus Manus was the Primarch who was perhaps the most similar in philosophy and temperament to the Emperor, and Ferrus Manus was killed in betrayal. Ferrus Manus might embody multiple facets of the Emperor, especially those tied to mastery, perfectionism, and control over the material world. His personality, philosophy, and methods reflect aspects of the Emperor's grand vision for humanity and his expedient, results-driven approach to leadership. Perhaps he may embody the facet of the creator and craftsman. The Emperor, of course, was 40K's craftsman on a cosmic scale, shaping humanity's destiny, engineering the Primarchs, designing the Imperium and its institutions. His creations, both biological, technological, and ideological, were tools intended to bring order to a chaotic galaxy. The Emperor's creation of the Primarchs as tools of conquest thus mirrors his broader philosophy of functional perfection, where form follows purpose. Ferrus embodies this facet through his role as a master artisan and engineer, with his ability to shape and master the material world. His silver hands emphasize his identity as a craftsman of weapons and tools, just as the Emperor crafts civilization itself. Ferrus's belief that strength and progress came from mastery of technology and of one's own discipline in creation reflects the Emperor's own ideals. Ferrus's drive to forge tools and perfect his creations, perhaps his fear of over-reliance on augmentation among his legion, foreshadow the complicated relationship between the Emperor's pursuit of technological prowess and the Imperium's dependence on the religious dogma of the Mechanicum. Perhaps as a different facet, Ferrus Manus might be the perfectionist visionary. The Emperor envisioned humanity's ascension to a perfected state, free from superstition, division, and Xenos threats. His pursuit of this vision led him to engineering the Primarchs and the legions, each crafted to embody a specific ideal. His perfectionism made him demanding and inflexible, willing to sacrifice individuals or worlds to achieve his goals. Ferrus embodies this facet in his relentless drive for perfection in himself, his creations, and his legion. His expectations for the Iron Hands in particular were impossibly high, and he often viewed failure as unacceptable, much like the Emperor did with his Primarchs. His refusal to tolerate weakness or imperfection aligns with the Emperor's belief that humanity's survival requires strength and discipline, even at the cost of individual lives. Then again, perhaps Fulgrim fits this facet better. Perhaps the facet of pragmatic decision-maker. The Emperor often made cold, expedient decisions, viewing people as means to an end, and seeing the survival of humanity as paramount, regardless of the cost in morality. His focus on results over relationships thus alienated those around him, particularly the Primarchs, who craved emotional connection and validation. Ferrus similarly approached leadership and life with such a mindset, valuing expediency above all else, and treating his legion and the people of Medusa as tools for achieving victory. His willingness to treat people as extensions of his will, rather than as individuals, reflects the Emperor's own approach to governance and conquest. But then again, maybe Dorn fits this facet better. Maybe a facet of the self-reliant warrior. The Emperor is an inherently isolated figure, both by choice and by nature, with his vast intellect and godlike power setting him apart from those around him, making it difficult for him to form meaningful emotional connections, thus leading to him relying on self-mastery and self-determination, only rarely seeking help. Ferrus grew up in isolation, forging his identity through his own efforts and triumphs, with his self-reliance thus making him independent and pragmatic, but leaving him emotionally distant and unwilling to seek support from others. His preference for action over words and his focus on individual mastery perhaps thus reflect the Emperor's own detachment and self-sufficiency. Then again, Maybe Lionel Johnson fits this facet better. Maybe even Mortarion. Okay, what about the facet of the master of discipline and strength? The Emperor believed that strength and discipline were essential for humanity's survival. He sought to create a society where weakness was eliminated, and he demanded the same from his sons. His Primarchs were designed to embody aspects of strength, whether physical or intellectual, or in Lorgar's face, moral, to serve as the pillars of his vision. Ferrus's entire identity revolves around discipline and strength, both physical and mental, with his mastery of craftsmanship and his relentless pursuit of perfection making him a symbol of the iron will the Emperor sought to instill in humanity. His belief that weakness must be eradicated aligns closely with the Emperor's vision, making him a natural extension of the Emperor's ideals, while living those ideals in his own personality. But by representing the Emperor's focus on discipline and strength, he also embodies its dangers, such as his intolerance for failure and imperfection, leading to him being alienated from those around him. Though, then again, perhaps Perturabo fits this aspect. It's hard to say. Okay, what about the builder of empires? The Emperor is the architect of the Imperium. His vision for the Imperium was one of order, mastery, and progress, built on the foundations of conquest and unity. His focus on technological and cultural advancement was central to his vision. Ferrus's identity as a craftsman and engineer aligns with the Emperor's role as the builder of civilization. His creations, from weapons to war machines to tools, were made to expand and consolidate the Imperium's power. His practical, results-oriented approach to building reflects the Emperor's focus on progress through mastery. Then again, maybe Guilliman fits this facet better. Also worth mentioning, the tragic flaws of isolation and emotional blindness to the needs of others. Both the Emperor and Ferrus Manus struggled to form meaningful relationships, leading to missed opportunities for connection and collaboration. Well, then again, struggled implies putting effort into it, which they didn't. Anyway, this parallel underscores the tragedy of their shared detachment, as each of them were ultimately undone by treachery due to their inability to see it coming. Ultimately, among these, I think we can see Ferrus Manus best embodying the facet of creator and craftsman. Other facets would be represented just as well by other Primarchs. And in addition to this, Ferrus also shares the Emperor's personality with his emotional distance and expedient mindset, thus making him both a natural extension of the Emperor's vision and a cautionary tale about its limitations. During Ferrus Manus' time leading the Iron Hands Legion, the Emperor and the Custodes appear to have viewed him and his legion with a mixture of confidence and trust, tempered by a degree of emotional distance from all parties. Ferrus was one of the Emperor's most reliable tools, embodying many of the Emperor's own ideals and fighting right in the main theaters of war at the heart of the Great Crusade, thus making him easy to keep an eye on. The Emperor, throughout the Great Crusade, viewed Ferrus as one of the most capable and self-reliant Primarchs, particularly in those areas he was best suited for: discipline, technological innovation, head-on attack. Ferrus's pragmatic mindset aligned well with the Emperor's own vision for the Great Crusade, making him a trusted figure to lead complex, resource-intensive campaigns, particularly those involving assaulting fortified Xenos positions. We mentioned earlier about how he took care of orcs who were holed up in a fort, or technological reclamation. The Iron Hands Legion had developed the aforementioned hammer and storm strategy for defeating fortified orc positions even before meeting Ferrus, and he loved it. The Emperor thus saw Ferrus as an extension of his own perfectionist ideals, relying on him to bring a cold, methodical efficiency to the Great Crusade. Ferrus was not the type of Primarch to seek emotional validation or challenge the Emperor's decisions. Instead, he accepted his role with stoic acceptance. This dynamic between them thus resulting in the Emperor treating Ferrus as a tool to be wielded, rather than a son to be nurtured or guided. Pretty standard. But by agitating and advocating for his own legion, the Iron Hands avoided being treated with the near contempt as the Iron Warriors, instead being given overall better assignments. The Emperor also approved of Ferrus's mastery of technology, his legion's focus on technological innovation, and their budding relationship with the Mechanicum. The Legion's ability to reclaim, refine, and wield ancient technology aligned well with the Emperor's decision and desire to elevate humanity through progress and mastery over the material world. The Emperor may have been wary of the Iron Hand's growing obsession with augmentation, as Ferrus was, because this echoes some of the Mechanicum's excesses. Ferrus's own reflection on the dangers of over-reliance on technology suggests that perhaps he and the Emperor shared concerns about his legion losing sight of humanity, but both of them ultimately decided that this excess did not need to be curbed. It just needed to be tolerated because it was still useful. The Custodes, who valued martial excellence and loyalty, respected Ferrus Manus as a Primarch who embodied those traits. His focus on discipline, efficiency, perfection, and obedience to orders aligned well with the Custodes' own values, making him one of the Primarchs they viewed with approval. Further, his legion fighting within the main theaters of war in the Great Crusade, right near everybody else, reassured the Custodes that his legion could be tracked. They could keep an eye on his legion, and his reputation as a stoic and reliable leader meant that the Custodes believed he could be trusted to execute the Emperor's will without unnecessary deviation or rebellion. While the Custodes respected the Iron Hand's effectiveness in battle, it's possible that they noted the growing trend of augmentation within the Legion with some degree of concern. But the matter is not specifically addressed in canon. We just know that the Custodes were instructed to monitor the legions for deviance and possible genetic flaws. It just happens to be the case that they did not end up sanctioning the Iron Hands Legion. They were tasked with maintaining some amount of balance among the Primarchs and their legions to ensure that no single Primarch grew too powerful or deviated too far from the Emperor's vision. Ferrus's reliability and alignment with the Emperor's ideals thus made him a low-risk Primarch in this regard. So yeah, they may have remained watchful for signs that the Iron Hand's quirk of desiring augmentation could lead to moral or philosophical extremes. But that's just a wait-and-watch thing, not like an active investigation. The interactions between Ferrus and the Emperor were defined by a few notable dynamics. The Emperor assigned Ferrus and the Iron Hands to challenging campaigns, complex campaigns, for which his head-on approach to military conquest was appropriate. They had a reputation for skill in set-piece battles with combined arms, so the Emperor felt confident trusting in Ferrus's ability to execute these tasks with precision and efficiency, and his early successes then reinforced the Emperor's confidence in his reliability, further reducing the need for direct oversight or intervention. The Emperor seems to have implicitly approved of the close friendship which developed between Ferrus Manus and Fulgrim, rather than seeing it as a point of concern. And the Emperor likewise seems to have tolerated the Iron Hand's practice of using augmetics quite a bit more than the rest of his legion. As a result of all this, the Emperor gave Ferrus a high degree of autonomy, allowing him to execute the Emperor's will without interference, and trusted him a great deal to be used in multi-legion efforts in some of the larger campaigns at the center of the Great Crusade. Under the leadership of Ferrus Manus, the Iron Hands primarily operated as a highly disciplined force fighting in the main theaters of war in the Great Crusade, quite close to the several other legions who often fought in the main theaters of war. Though they were often given the autonomy to fight independently rather than being called on to fight mostly in joint actions, such as how the Death Guard and Luna Wolves usually fought together. However, they did fight alongside certain other legions on various occasions, often forming temporary combined arms arrangements to achieve specific campaign objectives. While the Iron Hands were not known for frequent collaborations with particular legions, some notable interactions with specific legions stand out. The most notable partnership Ferrus Manus and the Iron Hands had was with the Emperor's children, largely due to the close friendship between Ferrus Manus and Fulgrim. The collaboration worked because they had a shared philosophy. They were united by their shared pursuit of perfection, albeit in different forms. While Ferrus sought perfection in craftsmanship and efficiency, Fulgrim pursued it in aesthetics and more strictly martial mastery. This philosophical alignment made their legions compatible in many ways, despite the differences in approach, and it meant that the small elite strike force model of the Emperor's children could be added onto an existing combined arms battle plan of the Iron Hands in order to increase its effectiveness. Though it is something to be said that the Iron Hands' stoic culture and the Emperor's children's emphasis on culture and refinement led to some amount of friction between the two legions, but it was in a somewhat playful manner rather than a rancorous one. The Iron Hands occasionally fought alongside the Raven Guard, as both legions specialized in efficiency and precision, albeit through vastly different methods. Both legions valued results and discipline over spectacle, making them natural allies in campaigns which required a great deal of strategy rather than merely brute force or merely stealth. Ferrus Manus and Corax, though not personally close, also both viewed weakness as a flaw to be corrected and believed in the importance of mastering their environment. Now, there were some differences. While the Iron Hands Legion relied on technological augmentation, saw physical strength as paramount, and favored defeating their enemies in straightforward, set-piece battles, the Raven Guard prioritized stealth and adaptability, often rejecting frontal assaults. So far as I can tell from canon, these philosophical differences did not lead to ill will between them. Their shared focus on achieving victory was rather at the forefront of their concerns. And in any case, the Raven Guard often fought independently and only seldom fought with other legions, so this wasn't a super common thing anyway. Fighting so close to each other in the main theaters of the Great Crusade, the Iron Hands and the Death Guard occasionally fought alongside one another. Both legions were known for their endurance, their relentless nature in combat, and for their great reliance on infantry and armor. Both of these legions prided themselves on their ability to endure the worst the galaxy could throw at them and to emerge victorious. Campaigns requiring attritional warfare often saw these legions deployed together, as their combined resilience made them well suited to wearing down stubborn foes. And then, of course, the Iron Hands could take the place of the Luna Wolves in the favored tactic of Horus, the hammer and anvil, where the Luna Wolves were usually the hammer and the Death Guard were usually the anvil. Ferrus Manus and Mortarion shared a certain streak of cold and aloof personality, though their approaches to leadership differed. Mortarion's grim obsession with revenge and Ferrus's stoicism made them close allies in campaigns which highlighted their strengths, but they weren't exactly friends. I have not found canonical evidence for Mortarion viewing the Iron Hands' reliance on technology or closeness with the Mechanicum with suspicion or disdain, in a similar manner to how the Iron Warriors had disdain for the Mechanicum. So while the Iron Hands were a highly independent legion at least within the constraints of being so close to everyone else, they fought effectively alongside others when necessary, or when it was effective, particularly those who shared their focus or their interests. But there's not a whole lot in the way of specific canon evidence, unfortunately. On the plus side, that's a nice opportunity for a series of novels which could be published through the Black Library. They've published a bunch of Horus Heresy novels. Now they could move back to Great Crusade novels. Let's consider, how might Ferrus Manus have reacted to a Custodes advisor or observer? An emotional connection seems unlikely, but he may have appreciated the potential pragmatic benefits, though on the other hand, it might have been a source of friction. I think overall, it's safe to say that Ferrus Manus's reaction to a custodian would likely have been complex, shaped by his appreciation of accomplishment, his perfectionist tendencies, and his emotional detachment. While he may have appreciated the potential practical benefits of having a custodian to advise or observe, their presence would likely have been a source of friction, particularly if he perceived them as interfering with his methods or questioning his decisions, which, given the Custodes' lack of respect for everyone else, is at least possible. At the foremost, Ferrus Manus' pragmatism and focus on results suggest that he would have viewed a Custodes advisor primarily in terms of their utility. If a custodian could contribute to his campaigns, or enhance his legion's effectiveness, or give actual, useful, actionable advice, Ferrus would have respected their role, even though he would not have formed an emotional connection with them. A Custodes advisor would have been a direct link to the Emperor, offering insights or directives that could clarify Ferrus's strategic objectives. Ferrus, as someone who respected the Emperor's vision, might have valued this connection. Yes, Ferrus could have spoken to his father via astropath at any time. But also, the Emperor had a different relationship to the Custodes than he did to the Primarchs. The Custodes' martial prowess and ability to act as elite warriors would have been a potential asset in battle as well. While Ferrus believed in the strength of his legion, he was not averse to fighting alongside others. He might have appreciated the precision and reliability of a Custodes' presence during critical engagements. Perhaps they might have filled a small elite force role, similar to that of the Emperor's children. Ferrus's focus on discipline and efficiency might have even led him to view a Custodes observer as a quality control mechanism, to ensure that his legion's actions aligned with the Emperor's expectations. Ferrus had respect for the capabilities and skill of others. The Emperor's personal bodyguard, the Custodians, certainly had quite a great deal of combat skill. Their dedication to perfection would have mirrored his own belief in the importance of mastery and discipline, and as such, there would likely not have been much in the way of philosophical differences to cause friction. But while Ferrus might have recognized the pragmatic benefits of a Custodes advisor, his perfectionist tendencies and intolerance for interference could easily have created tension. He was known for his stoic independence, and he would have viewed a custodian as an unwelcome interloper rather than a collaborator if they overstepped. Ferrus Manus had a strong belief in his own abilities and in the capabilities of his legion. The presence of a Custodes advisor might have felt like an implicit critique of his leadership, particularly if the custodian questioned his decisions or methods. Ferrus's tendency to view people as tools for achieving results might have led him to dismiss the Custodes' role if he believed that they were interfering and not contributing. And then there is at least some potential for a clash of philosophies. The Custodes were known for their unwavering loyalty to the Emperor and their role as enforcers of his vision. If a Custodes advisor disagreed with Ferrus's methods, perhaps it may have led to friction. Or worse, if he had seen the Iron Hand's obsession with augmentation as a sign of genetic flaw, then Ferrus might have resented the oversight, believing that the Custodes were meddling in affairs where he felt he knew best. Ferrus's general lack of emotional connections would have made it difficult for him to form a meaningful bond with a Custodes advisor. He likely would not have put in any effort. So while other Primarchs, perhaps Guilliman, might have sought a collaborative relationship with a custodian, Ferrus would likely have viewed them as another tool to be used as long as they were useful and no further than that, creating a cold and impersonal dynamic. The presence of a Custodes advisor might thus have exacerbated Ferrus's perfectionist tendencies, as he would feel pressure to demonstrate his legion's superiority under scrutiny. If he felt that the Custodes were judging the actions of his legions unfairly, this might have led to frustration or resentment. If the custodian acted as a collaborator and provided valuable insights or assistance, Ferrus might have respected their role and utilized their expertise effectively. Custodes who recognized Ferrus's strengths and who offered advice without undermining his authority might have thus been seen as a useful ally, reinforcing his pragmatic focus on results. If a Custodes advisor frequently questioned Ferrus's methods or criticized the Iron Hand's practices, Ferrus would likely have instead viewed them as an obstacle rather than as an asset. It may have taken a truly extraordinary strategic mind to provide insight which the martial genius Ferrus Manus would find consistently useful. If the custodian did not live up to that level, and therefore only had useful suggestions sometimes, it would have taken quite a bit of humility for the custodian to respond appropriately by being quiet, and the Adeptus Custodes are summarily not known for their humility. Ultimately, I feel that the relationship between Ferrus Manus and any custodians would have been professional but impersonal, reflecting Ferrus's broader themes regarding emotional connection and collaboration. The Iron Hand's Legion's reaction to being united with Ferrus Manus, going back a little bit, was one of immediate awe and reverence, with profound transformation as Ferrus's arrival reshaped their culture and identity. While many legions welcomed their Primarch as a unifying figure who would inspire them emotionally or offer them a sense of brotherhood, Ferrus's cold, perfectionist personality and his emphasis on strength through mastery meant that his relationship with the Iron Hands had less warmth to it. Over time, Ferrus's ideals would become deeply ingrained in the Legion, but not without challenges and tension. The Iron Hands were awestruck when they first met Ferrus Manus. As with most legions, the Primarch represented the pinnacle of genetic and martial excellence, with Ferrus's incredible strength, intelligence, and skill immediately commanding their respect. Ferrus's silver hands and imposing demeanor left a strong impression on the Iron Hands. The legend of his victory over a Cyranoth, physically represented by his silver hands, symbolized his mastery of strength and perfection, and the story spread throughout the Legion immediately. These ideals deeply resonated with the Legion, and the story of their father's strength and heroic deeds was something they all wanted to live up to. The Iron Hands were already a disciplined and pragmatic force before meeting their Primarch, so Ferrus's stoic personality and focus on results over sentiment aligned well with their existing culture, making the initial transition smoother than it was for certain other legions. Once united with Ferrus Manus, the Iron Hands underwent a significant cultural and philosophical transformation, becoming a reflection of their Primarch's values. Ferrus believed in Medusa, a harsh world which killed anyone who wasn't strong enough to live on it. He believed that weakness was the ultimate failure, and he demanded that his legion embrace this philosophy. This led to the development of the Iron Hands' relentless pursuit of perfection through discipline, and their disdain for any form of weakness, physical, emotional, or otherwise. Ferrus's deep appreciation for technology and craftsmanship was a cornerstone of the Legion's identity. The Iron Hands had already started to embrace cybernetic augmentation, but they decided that the replacement of flesh with machinery was a way to eliminate weakness and achieve perfection. Over time, this obsession with augmentation became a defining trait of the Iron Hands, though it also introduced philosophical risks, as it mirrored some of the Mechanicus's dehumanizing tendencies. Regardless of the risks, the Iron Hands could always point to the utility of the use of augmetics, saying that instead of needing to wait for new vat-grown body parts to be grown, or waiting for the Astartes' natural gene-forged resilience and repair abilities to kick in to recover from wounds, for many parts of their body, they could just replace it with augmetics and get back to battle immediately. Ferrus's cold, pragmatic leadership style led the Iron Hands to adopt his perfectionist tendencies, leading to a culture that was ruthlessly efficient but also emotionally distant. This made them an incredibly effective force, while also alienating them from other legions, from the Imperial Army, from the Imperial Armada, and even from their own humanity. Despite the natural, easy alignment between Ferrus Manus and the existing Iron Hands culture, there were challenges and tensions in the relationship. Ferrus Manus' demand for absolute perfection created significant pressure within the Legion. While the Iron Hands admired their Primarch, his intolerance for failure could lead to friction, as mistakes were met with harsh criticism rather than understanding. This unrelenting drive for perfection may have contributed to some amount of resentment, but more importantly, feelings of inadequacy among some members of the Legion, particularly those who struggled to meet Ferrus' standards. And so, as you might have guessed, they turned to augmetics in an attempt to reach the standards he demanded. Ferrus Manus was not a charismatic or emotionally accessible leader. His stoic demeanor made it difficult for his legion to form a personal connection with him. While some legions, notably the Salamanders and Blood Angels, were inspired by their Primarch's warmth and human leadership, the Iron Hands followed Ferrus out of awe and respect rather than love or personal loyalty. They related more to the stories about him than they did to him as a person. Ferrus's philosophy of replacing weakness with strength led many of the Iron Hands to see that as an endorsement of their embrace of augmentation. But this created a growing tension between their humanity and their mechanical ideals. Ferrus himself struggled with this tension, as he acknowledged the risks of over-reliance on technology. But his inability to address this issue before his death left the Iron Hands vulnerable to philosophical extremes, which later came to define their post-heresy identity. The Iron Hands' relationship with Ferrus Manus can be contrasted with other legions' experiences of being united with their Primarchs, notably Sanguinius forging the entire culture of the Revenant Legion into being the Blood Angels, while Ferrus Manus more or less reinforced existing paths for the Iron Hands. Sanguinius had to sharply adjust course because he didn't like where the Revenant were going. One of the changes Ferrus made to the Iron Hands Legion was to restructure it to be subdivided into clans rather than chapters, as they had been during the Unification Wars on Terra. Then, in contrast with, for example, the Space Wolves or Blood Angels, the Iron Hands were directed by Ferrus Manus to integrate themselves directly into the human culture of Medusa. He had the Terran origin Iron Hands displace the existing human Iron Fathers of the Medusan clans by force, according to the rules of their culture, to gain their respect, resulting in a population which saw the Astartes walking among them, and which then fought for the right for their children to become Astartes. This can teach us much about the philosophy of strength, respect, and pragmatic leadership which Ferrus inherited from the culture of Medusa. He understood that the respect of the Medusan people is earned through strength, and he decided that the constant presence of his legion would forge an unified culture of perfection and resilience. When Ferrus Manus restructured the Iron Hands Legion into clans, he was directly mirroring the structure of Medusa's fractious and competitive human clans. Each clan of the Iron Hands thus became a semi-autonomous unit responsible for its own logistics and warfare, but unified under the Primarch's overarching philosophy. Ferrus believed in strength through adversity. The clan structure thus fostered internal competition within the Iron Hands Legion, driving them to continually improve themselves through competition. This system mirrored Medusa's tribal culture of struggle and survival, reinforcing Ferrus's belief that strength must be forged in conflict. The semi-autonomous nature of the clans allowed the Iron Hands to operate independently in campaigns, reflecting Ferrus's preference for self-reliance, rather than, for example, specializing, like the Dark Angel's hexagrammaton. This structure ensured that the Legion could function effectively even in the absence of central command, a philosophy that aligned with Ferrus's utilitarian mindset and allowed them to split into a greater number of expeditionary fleets as needed. And then, of course, the clan structure and culture also ensured that the Iron Hands would remain culturally connected to Medusa, his homeworld, whose lessons he wanted them all to learn. By having them take the role as guardians and participants in their planet's tribal society, he necessarily made sure that they were continually reinforced with the culture he wanted them to have, even after induction as Astartes. Ferrus directed the Terran origin Iron Hands to displace Medusa's Iron Fathers, the existing clan leaders and tech shamans, by force, according to the rules of the Medusan culture. Ferrus believed that respect must be earned through strength, not given freely. By proving their superiority in combat, the Iron Hands thus demonstrated their right to leadership, leading the Medusan clans to accept their authority and the greater authority of the Imperium. Instead of distancing the Legion from the populations of their homeworlds, like, for example, how the Space Wolves were mostly confined to the Fang on Fenris, rather than just walking among the people, Ferrus ordered the Iron Hands to live among the Medusans. The sight of Astartes warriors walking among the population reinforced the Iron Hands' connection to the people, creating a society where humans aspired to join the Legion and competed for the honor of contributing to its ranks. This direct integration fostered a sense of shared purpose and identity between the Astartes and the Medusans. One effect of this was to make a culture of aspiration. Parents on Medusa fought for the right for their children to become Astartes, not as some vague aspirational thing out there. They could point to an Astartes down the road, walking right there. You want to be like that, little Timmy. This competitive environment continually reinforced Ferrus's belief that strength is formed through struggle and competition. This created a pipeline of strong, determined recruits for the Legion, and it meant that the Iron Hands were living paragons of their cultural values. In contrast, Leman Russ allowed the Space Wolves to retain the distinct Fenrisian culture, embracing the traditions and values of their homeworld, but he had them physically separated. They were on the Fang, not just walking around with everyone. The clans of Fenris were led by humans, whereas Ferrus Manus had Medusa's human Iron Fathers subjugated and replaced with Marines. Thus, while Russ fostered a deep emotional connection between the Space Wolves and the Fenrisians, he emphasized loyalty and kinship within the Space Wolves. Once you were taken by the choosers of the slain, you no longer had loyalty to your clan. You had loyalty to the Great Wolf. Ferrus, meanwhile, focused on respect through strength and pragmatic integration. There's a more transactional relationship there. By having the clans compete against each other, he necessarily made the clans of Iron Hands more kin to specific clans on Medusa, rather than just the people of Medusa overall. Ferrus's integration of the Iron Hands with Medusan's culture created a shared cultural identity, aligning the planet's values with the Legion's philosophy, perhaps the greatest of any of the Legions. The competitive culture Ferrus fostered, both among the humans and between the clans of Marines, ensured a steady supply of strong, determined recruits who shared his cultural ideals and who continually worked to improve themselves. But on the other hand, Ferrus's focus on strength and pragmatism came at the cost of emotional bonds, both between him and his legion, and between the people of Medusa. They had a culture which was functional, but which lacked the warmth and loyalty between groups, as can be seen in, for example, the Ultramarines, the general realm of Ultramar all working together. The thematic implication here is that unlike other Primarchs who sought to inspire loyalty in human populations through emotional connection or through distant cultural preservation, Ferrus demanded respect through force and fostered a culture of relentless competition. This approach highlights how Ferrus's alignment with the Emperor's utilitarian vision and his emotional detachment limited his ability to form deep connections with his people. Ferrus Manus's rapid and forceful approach to integrating the Terran origin Iron Hands with the Medusan recruits appears to have been largely successful in minimizing conflict between the two groups, at least compared to other legions that struggled with significant friction between members from different home worlds. While the process was not without challenges, the cultural realignment that Ferrus imposed on the Legion, combined with the philosophy of strength through struggle, fostered a sense of shared purpose and unity among the Iron Hands. By having Astartes displace the human Iron Fathers on Medusa, this act of domination established the Iron Hands' authority and made a clear hierarchy, with Ferrus Manus and ultimately the Emperor at the top, leaving little room for cultural rivalry. By eliminating the existing leadership structure, Ferrus avoided the kind of dual power struggle which plagued certain other legions, and by restructuring the Iron Hands to model the human clan structure, by having their organizational structure modeled after the tribal culture, it blurred the distinction between Terran and Medusan culture, as both groups were united under the shared identity of their respective clan. The clan system thus fostered internal competition within the Iron Hands, which transcended people's planetary origin, encouraging Marines to prove their worth through strength and results rather than through cultural loyalty. Ferrus instilled in the Iron Hands a philosophy of strength through adversity, emphasizing that weakness was the enemy, regardless of origin. This shared belief system provided an unifying cultural foundation, which minimized divisions between Terrans and Medusans. Any practice which worked was strong and good, and everyone should do it, and any practice which was ineffective was weak and bad and needed to be discarded, regardless of which culture it came from originally. Several other legions, of course, experienced substantial conflict between Terran origin Marines and those recruited from their Primarch's homeworld, or from other recruitment worlds. Ferrus Manus's approach avoided many of the pitfalls seen in these cases. The World Eaters, interestingly, did a great job, eventually, of being quite cosmopolitan. They recruited from a greater number of different worlds than anyone, except perhaps the Ultramarines, but that's a little iffy in canon, because Angron did not want to recruit from Nuceria. He wanted to forget about Nuceria and never go back there. But then there was a deep cultural clash between those who wanted the butcher's nails, like Karn, and those who thought that was a terrible idea, which is accurate. The violent and traumatic nature of that process created lasting divisions within the Legion, ultimately resulting in actual internecine violence when the ability to mass produce them was made. The Night Lords, the Terran origin Night Lords, embodied a more disciplined and restrained approach to warfare than the murderers of Nostromo. The brutal and sadistic recruits they encountered from Nostromo led to a cultural divide, which deepened as Kurz imposed a nihilistic philosophy on the Legion. The Terran origin Death Guard adhered to the Emperor's ideals, and they had their own cultural traditions formed during the Unification Wars. They found themselves at odds with the grim and insular recruits from Barbarous, with these tensions persisting up to the Istvan III massacre. So unlike the Night Lords or Death Guard, Ferrus Manus avoided alienating the Iron Hand's Terran Marines by ensuring that they were integrated as leaders and enforcers of his new vision for the Legion. The clan-based restructuring and the focus on avoiding and getting rid of weakness created a common identity that transcended origin, with the emphasis on strength through struggle providing a shared philosophy which united them. Ferrus's pragmatic leadership and integration with the human culture on Medusa thus ensured that the transition of power was decisive and unambiguous, avoiding the prolonged struggles for dominance seen in other legions. Because necessarily, the first Medusan recruits for the Iron Hands were from clans which were now headed by a Terran origin officer. Now, while Ferrus's approach was effective in minimizing conflict, it was not without its risks or challenges. The violent displacement of Medusa's Iron Fathers was successful in establishing the Astartes' authority, but it perhaps may have created initial resentment among the Medusan population. The competitive culture which Ferrus fostered ultimately minimized this, transforming this resentment into aspiration. And the Iron Hands' shared belief in strength through augmentation and disdain for weakness unified the Legion, but it also sowed the seeds for the deepening of their obsession with mechanical perfection. This growing focus on technology over humanity later alienated them from other legions and from the Imperium as a whole. Ferrus fostered a culture where strength, skill, and results determined worth rather than origin. The meritocratic system thus minimized divisions between Terrans and Medusans, as both groups were judged by the same standards. By having Terran origin Marines take over for the Medusan Iron Fathers, it ensured that there was no ambiguity in leadership, and established Astartes as the ruling elite of Medusa. It made a unified legion with a clear chain of command, starting even before induction into the Astartes. And the Iron Hand's adoption of Ferrus's Medusan philosophy and culture of relentless improvement and disdain for weakness provided an unifying ideological foundation which transcended but also reinforced culture. Unfortunately, the same philosophy that united them also contributed to their emotional detachment and their growing obsession with augmentation, traits which defined their post-heresy identity and made them rigid and inflexible, traits which would exacerbate their struggles after Ferrus's death at the Istvan V Dropsite massacre. Spoiler alert. Interestingly, Ferrus Manus did not recruit directly from multiple worlds in the way that, for example, the Ultramarines, or Iron Warriors, or World Eaters did. Rather, on worlds conquered by the Iron Hands, Ferrus Manus established a tithe system by which mendicant priests of the Mechanicum would select strong young men to be brought to Medusa there to fight to survive and join the clans. It forced the potential recruits to first integrate into a specific human culture before ultimately integrating into the culture of the Legion. Thus, Ferrus Manus demanded that his legion's identity be as a meritocratic and united force, tightly bound to the culture of Medusa, but he avoided denuding Medusa of recruits. He avoided removing Medusa's male population entirely by bringing in additional young boys. Now, remember, the goal of Astartes recruitment is to find preteen or young teenage boys who are right at the peak of pubescent invincibility, where a teenage boy feels the testosterone and feels like they can do anything and they're never going to die and they're the baddest guy around and so on and so forth. And they freeze them in that mental state so that they never grow past it. They want the Astartes to be free from fear. So the key features of the tithe system were all about that. Mendicant priests of the Mechanicum would select strong young men right at that mental age so that they could go to Medusa and there be required to survive and integrate into the Medusan clans by the strength of their own efforts before being considered for induction into the Iron Hands. The system thus required recruits to endure the harsh conditions of Medusa and to prove themselves against the planet's dangers, mirroring Ferrus Manus' belief that strength is forged in struggle and mirroring his own early years on Medusa. Those who adapted to Medusa's brutal environment and proved themselves within the competitive culture of the clans were thus deemed worthy of becoming Astartes. This process thus ensured that recruits from conquered worlds were stripped of their previous cultural identity and fully assimilated into Medusa's tribal society before joining the Iron Hands Legion. By the time they became Iron Hands, these recruits were no longer representatives of their homeworlds, but instead were fully absorbed into the culture of Medusa. And then, of course, there's the additional benefit that if they weren't selected for the Iron Hands, they were then good, functioning members of Medusan society, and they would keep the population going. The use of mendicant priests of the Mechanicum to oversee the Astartes tithe system is unique among the Astartes. It reflects Ferrus's close relationship with the Mechanicum and his emphasis on technological mastery as a key component of strength. So far as I'm aware, this is the only Space Marine recruitment system in which finding candidates is outsourced to non-Astartes. Yeah, the Iron Hands choose candidates from among the people on Medusa, but the Mechanicum are the ones who send people to Medusa. In contrast, many legions recruited locally, notably the Space Wolves of Fenris and the Blood Angels of Baal. They recruited directly from their homeworld populations, maintaining strong ties to their planet's unique cultures, but standing above those cultures. Recruits carried their cultural identities into the Legion, resulting in legions that were deeply tied to their homeworld's traditions, but make those legions unable to effectively recruit from other worlds. The Blood Angels' successor chapters have had to form their own cultures as a result, and up until the Indomitus era, the Space Wolves were never able to successfully form a successor chapter. Now, there are legions with broad recruitment, vaguely similar to the Iron Hands. The Ultramarines recruit from the several worlds of Ultramar, so they brought with them the various cultures of those worlds. The Imperial Fists, Word Bearers, World Eaters, Iron Warriors, and certain other legions recruit directly from multiple worlds that they conquered, integrating recruits directly into the Legion and its culture without requiring them to adopt a specific planetary culture prior to transhuman elevation. But they also directly select them. You'll have like an Iron Warriors garrison or whatever, whose part of their job is to select new recruits. The Imperial Fists in particular emphasize imperial unity and loyalty to the Emperor as their shared cultural identity, while the World Eaters indoctrinated recruits into their harsh Legion culture by washing away their homeworld's culture in bloody training. The Iron Warriors have their own problems, which we're not going to get into right now. What sets the Iron Hands apart is that all recruits, regardless of origin, were unified by the shared struggle to survive on the world of Medusa and integrate into the new human culture. This approach thus created a legion with a singular cultural identity centered on Ferrus Manus' ideals of strength, resilience, and perfection, without requiring the population of Medusa to substantially change. So, unlike legions with a broader imperial focus, the Iron Hands fostered a culture of homogeneity through this tithe system. That is, forcing recruits to integrate into Medusa's clans ensured that all members shared a common cultural foundation, a legion that was unified in philosophy and purpose, even from the human recruit. Now, the risk there is that by forcing recruits to abandon their previous cultures and adopt the values of Medusa, the Legion thus erodes their individuality and humanity. This trend is thus exacerbated by the Iron Hands' growing obsession with augmentation, which devalues their human emotions and connections. And perhaps the focus on creating a homogeneous culture may have limited the Legion's ability to adapt to different circumstances or to incorporate new ideas. By forcing recruits to conform to Medusa's harsh culture, perhaps the Iron Hands missed out on diverse perspectives and strengths that broader recruitment could have provided. The recruitment system tied the Iron Hands' identity closely to Medusa, creating another potential vulnerability. If Medusa had ever been lost or rendered uninhabitable, then the Legion would have faced substantial challenges in maintaining its cultural foundation. The Iron Hands recruitment system is a direct reflection of Ferrus Manus' belief that strength must be earned through struggle. By forcing recruits to integrate into Medusa's clans, Ferrus ensured that the Legion embodied his ideals of pragmatism, resilience, and mastery over weakness. The tithe system worked well with the Emperor's philosophy, as it prioritized the creation of a strong, unified force. We can see there, perhaps, a reflection of the Emperor's lack of care about the preservation of individual cultures or identities. And also, the tithe system mirrors the Imperium's broader dehumanization, foreshadowing the cold, rigid society that would emerge after the heresy. With Ferrus Manus' institution of the tithe system to make sure that Medusa's population would be protected from, let's call it, overfishing, recruiting too much of the population, and making sure that all recruits would first be inducted into Medusan human society before becoming Astartes. It seems that despite Ferrus Manus' emotional distance from individual humans, he valued the culture of the people of Medusa quite highly. He appreciated how it shaped him personally so much that he demanded it shape each individual recruit and the entire Legion's structure. In contrast, other Primarchs brought with them the influence that their homeworld had on them, Horus, for example, but they made sure that the Legion was separate in structure and culture than their home world. Ferrus Manus stands out as a Primarch who saw cultural continuity as a strength. Medusa's harsh environment and competitive human society shaped Ferrus Manus into the Primarch he became, instilling in him the belief that strength comes from struggle, that competition was important, and that weakness must be eradicated. He saw the emphasis on resilience, resourcefulness, and survival that the people of Medusa had to be universal truths that could strengthen both individual recruits and the Legion as a whole. thus why Ferrus demanded his legion adopt the clan-based structure of Medusa, and that all recruits, regardless of origin, integrate into its culture before becoming Marines. This decision ensured that the Iron Hands were deeply tied to Medusa, both in structure and philosophy, and in direct leadership as the Iron Fathers. The recruits underwent the same sort of trials of survival and hardship that Medusa had forced Ferrus himself to endure, thus creating a legion with cultural continuity and unification by shared values. But interestingly, it seems that Ferrus's respect for Medusa was not sentimental. He valued the planet's culture because it produced strength and resilience. His decision to tie the legion to Medusa was a pragmatic choice based on his belief that Medusa's values aligned with the Iron Hand's purpose in the Great Crusade. In contrast, Horus allowed the homeworld of Chthoniya to influence his personal upbringing, but he maintained a clear separation between Chthoniya's gang-based culture and the Luna Wolves. He sought to uplift his legion, to uplift individual Marines beyond Chthoniya's limitations, turning the Luna Wolves into a symbol of loyalty and martial excellence that represented the Emperor's vision rather than Chthonian values. Corax rejected much of the culture of Deliverance where he was raised, and especially did not adopt the culture of the world that Deliverance orbited. He made sure that the Raven Guard adopted a professional warrior culture, distinct from the traditions of the mining colonies and the prisoners. He viewed his homeworld's culture as something to be overcome, not embraced. Their techniques, the lessons he learned from warfare, were important, but the idea of being a prisoner fighting against a warden was not something he wanted his Marines to live. In contrast, the culture of Medusa was fused into the Iron Hand's structure. This made a symbiotic relationship between the Legion and its homeworld, ensuring that both were shaped by the same values and principles, and eliminating the potential for cultural divisions within the Legion. But the risk there was that he necessarily made his Legion less able to effectively interact with anyone outside of the Legion. And by having them embrace the competitive culture, he made them perhaps less able to work together in his absence. Further, the loss or destruction of the planet, which could have happened during the heresy, would have had profound consequences for the Iron Hand's identity and recruitment. This all sets him apart from other Primarchs, who often sought to transcend or distance their legions from their homeworlds. There were strengths and weaknesses to this approach. Whatever, he made a choice. The Iron Hand's clan structure has an unusual feature. The self-sufficient subdivisions stand in contrast with other legions' specialized subdivisions, especially the different wings of the hexagrammaton of the Dark Angels. There's a fair bit of competition between the different clans of the Iron Hands. The internal politics of the Iron Hands Legion were heavily influenced by this clan-based structure, their philosophy of strength through competition, and the perfectionist ethos instilled by Ferrus Manus. These factors created a legion which had a high degree of autonomy from other imperial institutions, but also, due to its internal rivalry, a high degree of autonomy between different parts of the Legion. Unfortunately, while this clan system functioned effectively under his leadership, it left the Legion poorly equipped to handle his death. Ultimately, after the death of Ferrus Manus, they declined to adopt a Legion Master, like how the Space Wolves have a Great Wolf. Rather, they have the Council of Iron Fathers lead as a group, which has its own problems. That is to say, by having autonomous subdivisions who compete with each other, there is decentralization and self-sufficiency. Each clan is responsible for its own logistics, recruitment, and strategic operations, allowing them to function independently on the battlefield or as a part of a larger campaign, and also allowing them to more easily split off to do different campaigns than each other. Leadership within the clans is based on merit and demonstrated strength, reflecting Ferrus's belief that respect must be earned through action. The most capable warriors rise to positions of authority. The Iron Fathers, a combination of battlefield leaders, tech priests, and religious leaders, hold significant authority within each clan. They're responsible for maintaining the clan's discipline, strategy, and technological capabilities. But while the clans share a common purpose, Ferrus encouraged competition between them as a means of driving improvement. This internal rivalry fostered a culture of relentless self-improvement, but also created an undercurrent of tension due to the rivalry within the Legion, ultimately leading to perhaps difficulty with command structure in his absence. The Iron Hand's decentralized structure is distinct from the specialized subdivisions of other legions, like the Wings of the Dark Angels, or the Great Companies of the Space Wolves. Unlike the Dark Angels, where each wing has a specific specialty and a specific battlefield role, the Iron Hand's clans were generalist formations, capable of adapting to a variety of tactical scenarios. The self-sufficiency of the clans gave the Iron Hands greater flexibility and resilience, but it made them more fragmented than legions with a more centralized command structure. The Space Wolves' great companies have some amount of specialization to them, but they demand the presence of a great wolf, a single commander in overall charge, rather than a council, because, wolf pack, etc. During Ferrus's life, the internal politics of the Iron Hands thus placed Ferrus as the absolute leader, unifying the clans through his undisputed personal authority. His cold and pragmatic leadership style meant that he was respected rather than loved by his legion, with the Iron Hands viewing him as the embodiment of their ideals, but his emotional detachment limiting the development of personal loyalty or camaraderie. Ferrus encouraged competition between clans as a means of fostering strength, but also ensured that these rivalries remained constructive rather than destructive. His personal presence acted as a stabilizing force, making sure that the clans worked well together. But that only worked as long as he was alive. Ferrus's death in combat at the Dropsite Massacre left the Iron Hands without a unifying figure, with the Legion's decentralized structure making it difficult to establish a new leader. This almost certainly compounded their losses as they were fleeing. Unlike other legions, the Iron Hands lacked a clear successor to Ferrus's authority. After Ferrus's death, partially because they were trying to convince themselves that he was still alive somewhere, the Iron Hands chose not to appoint a Legion Master to replace him. Instead, they adopted a council-based leadership system, with the Iron Fathers collectively governing the Legion. This decision reflected the Iron Hands' philosophy of meritocracy and pragmatism, as the Iron Fathers were seen as the most capable leaders, but it also entrenched the Legion's fragmentation, with the clans becoming increasingly autonomous under their individual Iron Fathers. Without Ferrus there to enforce unity, competition between the clans has become more pronounced in the modern 40k era. Rivalries usually do not escalate into outright conflict, but it is not unheard of. With the Iron Hands' growing reliance on augmentation and their disdain for what they perceive as weakness further alienating them from both one another and from the wider Imperium, this then contributes to their isolation and their, perhaps, philosophical rigidity in the post-heresy 40k era up to the modern Indomitus era. So yeah, there are strengths to their decentralized approach. Their structure makes them flexible and resilient, capable of operating effectively even in the absence of central command, and allowing them to multitask effectively across various different campaigns. Their meritocratic culture ensures that leadership within each clan is based on ability rather than privilege, fostering a sense of discipline and self-reliance, but also making them ill-suited to work together politically between clans. But the same decentralization that makes the Iron Hands flexible also makes them vulnerable to fragmentation and makes them less able to unify to work together when there's a particularly grave threat. That is to say, the lack of strong central authority has allowed for rivalries to fester, undermining the Legion's cohesion and adaptability. Just as Ferrus valued strength through competition and self-mastery, the clans were structured to compete and improve themselves while maintaining a shared purpose. But the Legion's emotional detachment and lack of personal connections reflect Ferrus's limitations as a leader, and therefore further reflect the Emperor's limitations, highlighting the dangers of prioritizing what they perceive as effectiveness and efficiency over humanity.
Ferrus Manus kept the Iron Hands at the forefront of the Great Crusade, specializing in fighting set-piece, pitched battles against technologically advanced enemies or overwhelmingly numerous enemies, and specifically avoided having his legions stick around for rebuilding and compliance efforts following conquest. He was thought by contemporary commentators to have done this because he wanted his legion to keep to its forte, or because he believed that human organizations would perform rebuilding and compliance more effectively than his post-human sons, the Space Marines. While it is plausible that these explanations may be partially correct, Ferrus's personality, philosophy, and worldview suggest deeper motivations for this approach. Ferrus Manus believed, at least in some amount, in specialization and putting your effort towards mastery, with a strong disdain for inefficiency or tasks that did not directly enhance strength or effectiveness. We can see perhaps he saw rebuilding and compliance efforts post-conquest as menial work, beneath the capabilities of his genetically engineered legion and better suited to human administrators. By keeping the Iron Hands engaged in their core strength, pitched battles, and technological superiority, he ensured that they remained focused on perfection and mastery of their forte, combat, avoiding what he saw as distractions that might dilute their effectiveness. We might see this as aligning with Ferrus's own pragmatism and perfectionist tendencies. He may have considered it wasteful for his legion to spend time on tasks where their unique abilities were not absolutely necessary. Another possibility is that it was Ferrus Manus's emotional distance or emotional detachment from individual humans and his own legion. Perhaps that influenced his decision to avoid rebuilding and compliance. These tasks require long-term relationships and personal investment, both of which Ferrus was ill-suited for. By delegating these responsibilities to human organizations, Ferrus could avoid the emotional labor of engaging with conquered populations, focusing instead on the clear-cut and impersonal nature of warfare. Ferrus's utilitarian mindset likely reinforced this decision. If rebuilding and compliance could be done effectively without his personal involvement, then there was no need for him or his legion to engage in it at all. His focus on results over relationships made the humanization of conquest less important to him than achieving military victories. Ferrus Manus's disdain for weakness almost certainly extended to the vulnerability and disorder that often accompanies compliance and rebuilding efforts. He may have avoided these tasks specifically to shield his legion from what he perceived as corruption or inefficiency, which can arise when dealing with newly conquered populations. Ferrus may indeed have feared that prolonged exposure to the failings and frailty of humanity might undermine his legion's discipline and their focus on strength. If this is the case, then the implications are that he kept the Iron Hands at the forefront of the crusade in order to ensure that they were always testing themselves against worthy adversaries, maintaining their focus on relentless improvement rather than becoming mired in the mundanity of compliance. Ferrus's
early life on Medusa, where he grew up in isolation and had not yet formed any connections to humanity, may have influenced his aversion to the social and political complexities of compliance efforts. His own detachment from others, perhaps, can be seen as making him uncomfortable or disinterested in the nuanced work of rebuilding societies, which requires negotiation, diplomacy, and some amount of emotional intelligence. Ferrus may have seen himself as a forger of strength rather than a nurturer, and avoided compliance efforts because they required a personal investment in the growth of others, something that did not align well with his personality or worldview. On the other side of things, perhaps we might see it as evidence of trust in the Emperor's vision. Ferrus Manus was deeply aligned with the Emperor's vision for the Great Crusade, and he may have believed that specialized human organizations, such as the Administratum, were better equipped to handle rebuilding and compliance efforts. This trust in the imperial infrastructure would have allowed Ferrus to focus entirely on warfare, confident that the conquered worlds would be brought into compliance without his direct involvement. Ferrus may have thus seen the division of labor as part of the strength of the Imperium, with the Astartes responsible for conquest and human institutions responsible for governance and rebuilding efforts. Of course, rather than trust, it's also possible that it reflected fear. Ferrus's perfectionist tendencies and fear of failure may have influenced his decision to avoid sticking around for compliance and rebuilding efforts. If he viewed these tasks as outside his area of expertise or outside of his area of specialization, perhaps Ferrus was concerned that his inability to excel at them would be seen as failure or inefficiency by others. By sticking to his forte of warfare, Ferrus thus avoided placing himself or his legion in a position where they might appear weak or inadequate to others. This self-image concern thus reflects Ferrus's tendency to view tasks in terms of utility and effectiveness, but also his concern for reputation for both himself and his legion regarding that same utility and effectiveness. If he engaged in tasks that he believed others could do better, he necessarily risked being compared disfavorably with those others. By choosing to move on to the next war zone, rather than sticking around to rebuild after any particular war, Ferrus Manus was making a symbolic choice. By seeing himself and his legion as weapons to be wielded rather than administrators or stewards, by staying on the front lines, he symbolically reinforced the idea that all of the Astartes, not just his legion, were the Emperor's tools of conquest, leaving the Imperium's human institutions responsible for creating the civilization that would follow. This choice thus again reflects Ferrus's alignment with the more high-minded aspects of the Emperor's visions for the Great Crusade, where individuals are valued for their utility to the broader goal rather than for their relational contributions. And it silently provided political support to the Emperor's decision to delegate a great deal of authority to the human War Council, later remade into the High Lords of Terra. Ferrus Manus's decision to avoid rebuilding and compliance efforts was motivated at least in part by practical considerations, but deeper motivations rooted in his personality, his philosophy, and his alignment with what he saw as the Emperor's vision also played a role. We can see his pragmatism, emotional detachment, disdain for weakness, and perfectionist tendencies shaping his approach, not necessarily in a good way, but certainly driving him to focus on the clear-cut and impersonal nature of warfare, while delegating the complexities of relational and interpersonal compliance efforts to others. We can see thus that this approach reflects both the strengths and limitations of Ferrus Manus's leadership. His ability to focus on conquest came perhaps as he sacrificed putting effort into emotional connection and adaptability. Ferrus Manus's trust in the Imperium's division of labor, keeping his Astartes specifically fighting on the front lines, is a very interesting point when compared to other Primarchs, notably Guilliman and Lorgar. Let's look at Lorgar specifically. What could Ferrus have taught to Lorgar about conquering worlds versus bringing them into compliance and rebuilding? I feel that this dialogue might have been particularly transformative for Lorgar, whose obsession with proselytizing and rebuilding civilizations caused him to blur the lines between his responsibilities as a Primarch and his personal need for spiritual fulfillment through evangelism. Perhaps Ferrus Manus may have taught Lorgar that the Emperor's view of the purpose of the Astartes was for conquest. Ferrus Manus believed that the Astartes were tools of conquest, designed to bring worlds into compliance through military might, while the responsibility for rebuilding and governance rested with human institutions like the administratum. He would certainly have argued that the Astartes' purpose was to achieve results efficiently and then move on to the next war zone, leaving the work of compliance and rebuilding to those better suited for it. Ferrus might have taught Lorgar that overinvestment in rebuilding or spiritual guidance could waste the potential of the Astartes and hinder the progress of the Great Crusade. Perhaps he might have encouraged Lorgar to trust in the Emperor's division of labor and recognize that the Imperium's strength lay in its ability to delegate responsibilities. Ferrus Manus emphasized pragmatism, efficiency, effectiveness, believing that the work of rebuilding and compliance efforts were better handled by human specialists who understood the complexities of governance and infrastructure, who could follow on after the Astartes were done fighting. He saw no need to strive for a perfect or ideal society on every world, as the Imperium's primary goal, the goal dictated by the Emperor, was unity and survival. Ferrus could thus challenge Lorgar's tendency to seek what he saw as an ideal theocratic society in the worlds he conquered, teaching him that progress is often messy and imperfect. It takes longer time than he might like. He might have suggested that Lorgar focus on achieving compliance efficiently, and then trust that the Imperium's institutions would refine and improve these worlds over time. Ferrus was emotionally detached from the worlds he conquered, viewing them as logistical resources and stepping stones in the larger mission of the Great Crusade. This detachment allowed him to focus on conquest without being bogged down by sentiment or personal investment. He understood that Primarchs like Lorgar, who formed deep emotional connections with their conquests, risked losing sight of their broader responsibilities. Ferrus might have warned Lorgar about the dangers of emotional attachment to conquered worlds. He might have emphasized that the Primarchs were meant to serve a greater purpose rather than becoming personally invested in individual planets. He might have taught Lorgar that detachment enables some amount of clarity, allowing leaders to focus on what truly matters in their particular area of expertise, and thus allowing each leader working together to contribute to the success of the Imperium as a whole. This is related to the Emperor's vision of the division of labor within the Imperium. Ferrus recognized that the Imperium's strength lay in its ability to specialize and to delegate tasks to the right organizations. He believed, as the Emperor did, that the Astartes were not meant to be rulers of humanity, but rather the spearhead of conquest, paving the way for the administratum and other imperial institutions to manage the aftermath, both in the short term with any individual planet, and also in the long term with the Great Crusade overall. Ferrus could thus have reminded Lorgar that the Primarchs and Astartes were never intended to be the moral or cultural leaders of the Imperium. Ferrus would have argued that spiritual guidance was an unnecessary distraction from their mission. He might have challenged Lorgar to trust in the Emperor's plan, rather than seeking to impose his own ideals on the worlds he conquered. Ferrus valued the division of labor because it allowed each part of the Imperium to focus on its unique strengths. He believed that Astartes, as post-human warriors, were uniquely suited to high-intensity conquest, while the complexities of rebuilding were best left to humans who could engage with the political and social nuances of compliance. Ferrus would have thus been able to explain that Lorgar's desire to personally oversee rebuilding efforts undermines the efficiency of the Imperium, distracting him from the true purpose as a Primarch. He might have thus encouraged Lorgar to focus on military excellence and trust others to handle the rest, reinforcing the idea that the Imperium is strongest when its components work together. Of course, while Ferrus would have been able to teach Lorgar valuable lessons about his own perspective about pragmatism, efficiency, and trust in the Imperium's division of labor, his own emotional detachment and utilitarian mindset might have also served as a cautionary example for Lorgar. Ferrus's lack of emotional connection to the worlds he conquered, and also to some extent to his own legion, led to isolation and an inability to inspire loyalty or love in the way that, for example, Sanguinius or Guilliman did in their own legions. Ferrus's belief in results over relationships often blinded him to the emotional and, to some extent, the cultural needs of others, contributing to the Iron Hand's particularly cold, detached identity. But Lorgar might have been able to learn from Ferrus's failures, even if they weren't stated outright. Lorgar might have learned to balance Ferrus's pragmatism with his own compassion, recognizing that while emotional attachment can lead to vulnerability, when channeled appropriately, it can also be a strength. By observing Ferrus's failures and those of his legion, Lorgar might have come to understand the importance of connecting with others, without allowing those connections to cloud his judgment or distract from his purpose. We can see Ferrus Manus and Lorgar representing two opposing extremes in their thematic approach to leadership and conquest. Perhaps a collaboration or exchange of ideas between these two Primarchs could have tempered their respective extremes, creating a balance between pragmatism and compassion, or efficiency and investment. And yet, with the possible benefits of having Lorgar and Ferrus Manus learn from each other, the Emperor specifically did not choose to have the Iron Hands be present at Monarchia when the Emperor punished the Word-Bearers. Yes, he wanted the Word-Bearers to trust in the Imperium's division of labor. He wanted to help Lorgar recognize that the Astartes role was conquest, not governance. But he also chose as the model legion to be present when they were conquered, when they were punished, the Ultramarines, who were in some ways much more similar to the Word-Bearers, in that they spent quite a deal of time directly governing worlds in Ultramar. So perhaps the Emperor was recognizing that Ferrus Manus's view, with his extreme adherence to the division of labor, was not necessarily the way forward. Instead, he wanted the Word-Bearers to model themselves on the Ultramarines. He wanted the Word-Bearers to consider taking some part in civil governance like the Ultramarines. He just wanted it to be secular. Anyway, back to Ferrus Manus. His period of early interstellar leadership, as with all the Primarchs, reveals much about his character, philosophy, and leadership style. It shows us some of the strengths and flaws that would later define him and his legion. During this time, Ferrus led the Iron Hands in a series of grueling campaigns, emphasizing discipline, technological mastery, and perfectionism, while showcasing his emotional detachment and utilitarian approach to both warfare and leadership. As with many things in the Great Crusade,
It's not really well documented, but there are some key takeaways. Ferrus Manus' leadership was defined by his uncompromising drive for perfection, his intolerance for weakness, and his focus on results. He needed expediency and pragmatism. He demanded absolute discipline and self-reliance from his legion. He expected every Astartes to pursue perfection in battle and to eliminate weakness, whether it was physical, emotional, or perhaps even moral. His perfectionist tendencies sometimes bordered on harshness. He had little patience for failure or imperfection, either in himself or in others. The clan-based structure of the Iron Hands allowed for a high degree of autonomy among the Legion's subdivisions. While Ferrus remained the ultimate authority, he trusted the clans to operate independently, provided that they adhered to his high standards. Ferrus led the Iron Hands in campaigns that played to their strengths as a legion, emphasizing technological superiority, endurance, and overwhelming force. Ferrus favored campaigns that required relentless, systemic application of force, particularly against technologically advanced enemies or numerically superior enemies, such as the orcs. He was not lauded as a master of siegecraft and engineering, as were Perturabo and Rogel Dorn, nor was he lauded as a master of attrition warfare, as was Mortarion, but instead he led the Iron Hands in set-piece battles that showcased their ability to outlast, outthink, and outfight their opponents. Ferrus placed a strong emphasis on reclaiming and mastering ancient technologies, thus often leading the Iron Hands to worlds rich in technological relics from the Dark Age of technology. This focus thus reflecting Ferrus's personal passion for craftsmanship and his belief in the importance of technological progress, such as it was, for humanity's survival, but also placed him in an excellent position to hide technologies which they found, which he believed to be morally corrupt. But we'll get to that later. Ferrus sought out the most difficult and dangerous campaigns, believing that strength could only be forged through struggle and hardship. We might also see in this some amount of personal aggrandizement, looking for acclaim and reputational improvements. This philosophy shaped his direct leadership and also then the culture of the Iron Hands, who came to view suffering as a necessary part of achieving perfection. Ferrus Manus' early interstellar leadership also highlighted his emotional detachment, both from his legion and from his fellow Primarchs. Ferrus treated his legion, the Iron Hands, as tools of conquest, valuing their utility rather than forming emotional connections with his warriors. While he did earn their respect, he did not inspire the kind of personal loyalty or love that other Primarchs, such as Lorgar or Sanguinius or Vulcan, cultivated in their own legions. Ferrus's utilitarian mindset and focus on results sometimes put him at odds with his more idealistic or charismatic or competitive brothers. His close friendship with Fulgrim being the main exception to this, even though his relationship with Fulgrim was rooted in mutual respect for their respective pursuits of perfection. We can see some emotional connection there. During his early leadership, Ferrus Manus displayed a strong alignment with the Emperor's vision for the Great Crusade, particularly in his utilitarian approach to conquest, his focus on technological mastery. Ferrus believed that the Astartes' role was to conquer and pacify populations, and then leave, allowing the work of governance and rebuilding to be delegated to the Imperium's human institutions. This trust in the division of labor, leaving warfare specifically to the Astartes, and allowing Ferrus to focus entirely thereby, avoided the emotional and logistical complexities of compliance efforts. This relentless pursuit of perfection in warfare can be seen as mirroring the Emperor's own cold and pragmatic ideals. This alignment thus made Ferrus one of the Emperor's more trusted tools,
though it also contributed to his emotional isolation. The strength of Ferrus's leadership, seen even in this early period of his interstellar leadership during the Great Crusade, was the unparalleled discipline of himself and of his legion. He instilled in the Iron Hands a culture of discipline, efficiency, and self-reliance, making them one of the most reliable and effective legions in the Great Crusade. His focus on technological innovation and technological reclamation and close ties with the Adeptus Mechanicus, well, back then they were called the Mechanicum, gave the Iron Hands a significant advantage in battles requiring engineering and advanced weaponry. Ferrus's belief in strength through adversity created a legion that was capable of enduring and overcoming even the most grueling campaigns. Ferrus's lack of emotional connection with his legion limited his ability to inspire personal loyalty or address the emotional needs of his warriors. In addition to that weakness, that emotional detachment, we might also see his rigidity and perfectionism, his unyielding pursuit of mastery of warfare, leading to inflexibility, with Ferrus Manus sometimes struggling to adapt to situations which he felt did not align with his ideals. And then, perhaps the most critical weakness, Ferrus's focus on results and self-reliance over relationships made it difficult for him to build alliances or foster camaraderie. His isolation and lack of effort towards diplomacy, both within his legion and among the other legions, and also, honestly, with the Imperial Army and the Imperial Armada, later called the Imperial Navy, was a substantial problem. Ferrus Manus's early interstellar leadership encapsulates many of the themes and contradictions that defined his character. Ferrus's focus on strength and perfection made him a formidable leader, but his emotional isolation and rigid philosophy also made his legion brittle, and perhaps made his own personality brittle, though we saw him die, spoiler alert, before that really came to the forefront. Ferrus's cold, utilitarian approach to leadership reflected the Emperor's own detachment from humanity, highlighting the tension between pragmatism and emotional connection within the Imperium. Ferrus's early leadership set the stage for the Iron Hands' post-heresy identity, with their obsession with augmentation and disdain for weakness and their distance from other imperial institutions, reflecting many of Ferrus Manus's flaws, thus showing that the rigidity that he had instilled in his legion made them brittle. But at the same time, they do carry on with the strengths that he had instilled in them. And thus we can see that, like every legion, the leadership style of the Primarch in their early period of interstellar leadership sowed the seeds of how the legion would be defined in the aftermath of the Horus Heresy. Now, we come to an interesting question regarding Ferrus Manus's perspective. Why did Ferrus Manus seemingly trust in the division of labor and mutual support of specialized organizations only outside of his own legion? He seems to have specifically worked against the establishment of specialized forces within his legion, like what the Dark Angels did with their different wings. This apparent contradiction perhaps can be seen to stem from Ferrus's belief in the iron-bound cohesion of his legion, and the distrust of segmentation as a perceived weakness within his own forces. Ferrus Manus believed the strength of unity, seeking to create a legion where each warrior embodied the same philosophy of perfection, discipline, and resilience. Perhaps he saw this worldview to be incompatible with the creation of specialized sub-forces, which would have been a threat to what he saw as the legion's cohesion. That is to say, Ferrus Manus believed in some amount of strength through homogeneity. He saw specialization as a form of fragmentation. where dividing the legion into highly specialized units which were necessarily interdependent on each other might have weakened the overall cohesion and effectiveness of the Iron Hands. By ensuring that each Iron Hand Marine followed the same core principles, strength through adversity, discipline, technological mastery, and self-sufficiency, Ferrus aimed to maintain a shared identity and a unity of purpose. The Dark Angel's specialized wings, the Death Wing, the Raven Wing, etc., operated as complementary units with distinct roles, philosophies, and traditions. They were necessarily interdependent upon one another. And Ferrus viewed this kind of segmentation as a potential source of inefficiency or internal discord. It can, of course, lead to rivalries or conflicts of interest within the Legion. That's fair, but it does not necessarily do so. Rather, Ferrus Manus saw each clan as having to be autonomous and self-sufficient. Ferrus Manus prized self-sufficiently above all else, believing that it was an expression or display of strength, one's individual resilience and mastery. He wanted the Iron Hands to function as a cohesive and adaptable force, wherein every warrior was capable of performing any necessary role. Ferrus thus sought to cultivate a legion wherein every Astartes was a generalist, capable of excelling in combat, engineering, and technological innovation, and in which using specialized weapons in different squads was the only level of specialization he was willing to take part in. This approach aligns with his philosophy that any weakness must be eliminated, but perhaps failed to realize that specialized forces which are able to depend upon each other is itself a form of strength. Yes, they're no longer completely self-reliant, but by coming together, they make greater than the sum of their parts. Ferrus's focus on self-sufficient warriors within the Iron Hands is an interesting contrast with his pragmatic trust in using specialized organizations outside of his legion, notably the Administratum and the Mechanicum. He understood that human institutions were inherently dependent on specialization and interdependency and cooperation, and he sought to transcend those limitations within his legion, perhaps failing to see them as strengths. Ferrus Manus distrusted the idea of segmenting power. He viewed specialization within the Iron Hands as a potential threat to loyalty and unity. By making the clans each self-sufficient, he avoided the creation of specialized sub-forces, and ensured that the Iron Hands Legion remained centrally focused on his vision of strength and perfection. Ferrus feared that the creation of specialized forces would lead to factionalism within the Legion, with different groups pursuing their own agendas, prioritizing their specialized roles over the Legion's broader mission. And thus, the clan system of the Iron Hands was decentralized, designed to foster competition within a shared framework, and made them reliant on only themselves, made them self-sufficient, rather than creating separate identities or philosophies. Ferrus Manus's resistance to specialization within his legion may also reflect his perfectionist tendencies and fear of weakness. He viewed specialization as a potential compromise that could dilute the legion's overall strength. He believed that strength came from individual mastery, where every individual warrior was forged in the same mold and shared the same commitment to perfection. He failed to realize that specialized forces, by focusing on specific roles at the expense of versatility, came together to be stronger together than they were apart. By focusing on uniformity, Ferrus also ensured that he maintained complete control over his legion, both in actual chain of command control and also ideological forces. Specialized sub-forces may have developed their own subcultures or philosophies, which may have undermined Ferrus's authority or created ideological divisions within the Iron Hands. Thus, we can see Ferrus Manus's approach to his legion reflecting the strengths and limitations of his philosophy and leadership style. Yes, it's true, by avoiding specialization, Ferrus ensured unity and cohesion, free from internal divisions, and also by emphasizing generalist skills within each clan, he allowed each clan to excel in a wide range of missions, being very versatile, without having to ask for help from other parts of the Legion. But counter to that, it also was a weakness. Ferrus's disdain for specialization limited the Iron Hand's ability to develop elite units or dedicated roles, which might have enhanced their effectiveness, as we can see with, for example, the Dark Angels. This rigidity and inflexibility also suppressed innovation, the lack of specialized sub-forces discouraging experimentation. By overemphasizing uniformity, he further failed to fully take advantage of his warriors' differing skills, their unique talents and approaches. The pre-heresy campaign of the Iron Hands, best described in canon, is probably their joint action with the Emperor's children against the Diasporex, a space-based civilization comprised of both humans and Xenos. The Diasporex represented an affront to the Imperium's ideals in a few different ways. It was a mixed human-Xenos society, defying the Imperium's core tenet of human supremacy. But when they attempted to fight against them, they found that the Diasporex were nomadic, with no fixed planetary base, making it a strategic challenge for the Imperial war machine to nail them down. And at the same time, the Diasporex possessed advanced technology and powerful fleets, making them a formidable adversary for the Imperial Armada. The campaign against the Diasporex was interesting because it brought together two philosophically and methodologically distinct legions, the Iron Hands and the Emperor's Children, under the leadership of Ferrus Manus and Fulgrim, respectively. The Iron Hands approached the campaign with their characteristic pragmatism and ruthlessness, the idea of strength through discipline and efficiency. Ferrus Manus saw the Diasporex as a test of endurance and technological mastery, focusing on overwhelming force and systematic destruction. Meanwhile, the Emperor's Children under Fulgrim approached the campaign with their traditional focus on precision, elegance, and flawless execution, the elite strike force idea. Fulgrim saw them as an opportunity to demonstrate the superiority of the Emperor's vision, and, of course, to showcase his legion's ability to achieve victory with style and precision. As always, their focus on aesthetic and martial perfection contrasted sharply with the brutality and straightforwardness of the Iron Hands. The campaign underscores the close friendship between Ferrus Manus and Fulgrim, and shows us one of the ways that they were united, their shared pursuit of martial excellence, but through different approaches to leadership and warfare. Ferrus valued pragmatic efficacy. He valued functionality and results. But Fulgrim was driven by a need for recognition and admiration, and thus the campaign showcased both their strengths and the tensions of their relationship, as their differing philosophies came into play. The Diasporex were a direct challenge to the imperial truth, as their society demonstrated the possibility of coexistence between humans and Xenos. Ferrus Manus saw this primarily as an affront to the Emperor's vision, which needed to be eradicated, while Fulgrim saw that as an opportunity to demonstrate the superiority of humanity. The Diasporex campaign was unusual in 40K in that it was primarily a naval matter, rather than being about the conquest of territory on a planet's surface by landing troops. During the climactic final battle, Fulgrim showed himself to have some weakness at naval tactics, which we might at least partially attribute to his pride. The Diasporex took advantage of this by allowing himself to overextend his forces, specifically his flagship, and then surround it to bring heavy attack against his flagship, the Firebird. Ferrus Manus saved him by bringing in his own flagship, Fist of Iron, sustaining heavy damage in the process. Fulgrim suffering wounded pride from this need not be examined at this time. Let's focus on Ferrus Manus's deed and what it tells us about him. I think that Ferrus Manus's decision to save Fulgrim and the Firebird during this final battle against the Diasporex, even at great risk and cost to his own vessel, reveals key aspects of his character and values. Ferrus is often depicted as cold, pragmatic, and emotionally distant, but this act demonstrates a more complex side of him, highlighting his sense of responsibility, loyalty, and even self-sacrifice. He's not known for forming deep emotional bonds, which means that his act of intervening to save Fulgrim at great risk to himself shows that he did indeed possess a sense of duty and loyalty to his brother Primarchs, especially Fulgrim, his best friend. Despite the contrasts between them, their close friendship made Ferrus feel personally responsible for Fulgrim's safety. And of course, Fulgrim's flagship, the Firebird, was not just a symbol of the Emperor's children, though it was that. It was Fulgrim's command vessel and a key asset to the campaign. By saving it, Ferrus ensured that Fulgrim lived and that the symbol of the Emperor's children, their flagship, remained at least mostly intact, and ensured that the Emperor's children could continue to contribute to the war effort. Ferrus's decision to act was thus pragmatic, yes, and it was probably less driven by personal affection and more by his principled sense of loyalty to his brother and the expediency of the mission. But for Ferrus, loyalty and strength were expressed through action, not sentiment. Saving Fulgrim was a way of demonstrating respect and commitment, even as Ferrus didn't articulate such feelings verbally. Ferrus's willingness to sustain heavy damage to his flagship, the Fist of Iron, in order to save Fulgrim, suggests a capacity for self-sacrifice that is not always at the forefront when speaking about his character. Ferrus approached relationships through the lens of pragmatism and utility, sometimes as a transactional matter. This act perhaps demonstrates a willingness to risk his own resources and safety for the sake of another. This selflessness perhaps hints at a deeper, unspoken care for his brothers, even as Ferrus struggled to express such emotions openly. This act of saving Fulgrim carries broader thematic significance for Ferrus Manus in the narrative of the Great Crusade. Ferrus is often portrayed as a figure of relentless strength, and that's what he valued about himself. But this moment reveals a willingness to understand vulnerability and risk for the sake of a greater goal, and perhaps foreshadows the tragic consequences of his loyalty, as his unwavering trust in Fulgrim set him up for betrayal by Fulgrim in the lead-up to the Istvan V dropsite massacre. Now, while Ferrus's intervention highlights his loyalty and self-sacrifice, Fulgrim's petulant response to being saved adds another layer of complexity to their friendship. Fulgrim's pride and need for recognition made him view Ferrus's intervention as a personal failure, straining their friendship despite Ferrus's selflessness. Now, perhaps we should talk about the origins of their friendship, because it was quite unexpected. Shortly after Fulgrim was found by the Emperor, they met in a forge on Terra. Fulgrim made a boast, Ferrus answered, and then they competed with each other in the forging of weapons. Fulgrim made the hammer Forgebreaker, and Ferrus made the sword Fireblade, after which they each declared the other to be the victor, and they happily traded weapons, thus solidifying their friendship. At this early stage, both of them were untainted by the later tragedies of the Great Crusade, such as the Lair campaign and the losses of the Diasporex campaign. Their friendship was grounded in mutual admiration for one another's talents, drive, and ideals. Fulgrim's boast at the start of their meeting reflects his confidence in his abilities and his ambition to be the best, which were central to his character even at this early stage. He sought validation through competition. He had a desire to prove himself worthy of his brother. His creation of Forgebreaker as a both beautiful and functional weapon aligns with his philosophy of perfection, where form and function are inseparable. It shows us his artistic sensibilities and his belief that tools of war should be objects of beauty and elegance. Fulgrim's willingness to declare Ferrus the victor, despite his pride, reflects a rare moment of humility and genuine admiration for someone else. Fulgrim recognized Ferrus's skill and his strength as a craftsman, thus solidifying his respect and desire for camaraderie. By exchanging weapons, Fulgrim thus acknowledged Ferrus's talent while symbolically offering a piece of himself, that is, his creation, as a gesture of trust and friendship. Ferrus Manus's response to Fulgrim's boast shows his direct nature. Rather than engage in verbal sparring, he answered with action, showing a belief that strength and skill are proven through deeds, not words. His creation of Fireblade as a sword designed for deadly efficiency highlights his focus on function over form. While the weapon was undoubtedly well crafted, its purpose as a tool of war took precedence over aesthetic considerations. But then he declared Fulgrim the victor, despite his own immense talent. This can be seen as demonstrating his his capacity for respect and humility. Because while Ferrus was perfectionistic and demanding, he could recognize and honor greatness in others, even if it differed from his own ideals. But it could also be seen as him having a rare moment of emotional intelligence, being willing to have a reciprocal respect by declaring each other the victor, rather than seeking dominance in a social interaction. By trading weapons, they thus acknowledged each other's equal worth and unique perspective to solidify their bond as brothers. The way that they engaged with each other, the way that Fulgrim engaged with Ferrus in Ferrus's home turf, the Forge, shows their willingness to connect with each other through shared experience. Thematically, exchanging the weapons as the start of their friendship highlights the potential for the Primarchs to unite through shared experiences and mutual respect, rather than being divided by their differences. It also foreshadows the tragedy of the Horus Heresy, wherein many of these bonds of friendship would be tested and ultimately broken. The weapons themselves, Fireblade and Forgebreaker, would become symbolic of the relationship between Ferrus and Fulgrim. Just as their weapons were forged in mutual respect, their friendship was built on shared ideals and admiration. But the weapons were ultimately tools of war, foreshadowing the violence and betrayal that would define the latter portion of their relationship. Ferrus Manus, despite his emotional detachment and cold nature, had the potential for close friendships with his brothers, but these relationships were rare and often constrained by his cold demeanor and rigid worldview. Canon primarily emphasizes his friendship with Fulgrim, which is rooted in their shared love for craftsmanship and perfectionism. But Ferrus might have formed meaningful connections with other Primarchs if circumstances had allowed for more shared experiences or perhaps philosophical alignment to come to light. What made Fulgrim a good friend to Ferrus was their ability to bond over their shared pursuit of perfection and their mutual respect for each other's craftsmanship and ideals. Their relationship was based on mutual admiration and an understanding of each other's contrasting and complementary approaches, which challenged each other, but made each other better by striving. Their friendship shows that Ferrus valued mutual respect and could form connections when a brother demonstrated shared passions, or the ability to match him in skill or conviction. Fulgrim's success in bonding with Ferrus suggests that perhaps other Primarchs might have connected with him through shared excellence, intellectual understanding, or philosophical alignment, rather than just emotional appeals, like we've talked about a few other times. Perturabo and Vulcan would have been options to connect through the Forge, like with Fulgrim. Like Ferrus, Perturabo was a perfectionist craftsman who valued expedience and who excelled in engineering and technological mastery. Each of them shared a disdain for weakness and a focus on result over sentiment. But despite those similarities between them, Perturabo's bitter and resentful nature might have clashed with Ferrus's relatively warm pragmatism. Perturabo needed validation for his efforts, and it's likely that Ferrus would not have provided that. Ferrus's lack of overt empathy and Perturabo's grievance-driven mindset would have created friction. It's possible, though, that a shared campaign or a collaborative engineering project might have fostered some mutual respect between them. Meanwhile, Vulcan's craftsmanship was respected by Ferrus, even as soon as Vulcan was found, though he did say that Vulcan's artistic side was something that he could have done without. He viewed his fire and dragon themed stuff as kind of flashy. But then Vulcan's empathy and warmth perhaps could have tempered Ferrus's cold pragmatism. Perhaps it might have been a complementary dynamic where they balance each other. Ferrus's worldview prioritized strength and efficiency over emotional connection. He might have struggled with Vulcan's compassion for human civilians and his idealism. This humanitarian approach to leadership may have felt alien to Ferrus, though it may have been a source of growth had he allowed it to be. Collaborative forging projects might have been a good starting point, with Vulcan's artistic approach offering Ferrus a new perspective on craftsmanship. And maybe a shared campaign could have solidified their bond. Maybe Rogel Dorn? Both Ferrus and Dorn valued discipline and efficiency. Maybe their shared expertise in warfare and fortification might have fostered a bond through collaborative military efforts. But Dorn's stoic rigidity might have met Ferrus's cold pragmatism in a way that just created a relationship of mutual respect rather than actual emotional closeness. Each of them were emotionally reserved in a way that would make it difficult for either to initiate a deeper personal connection. Jagatai Khan is an interesting one. While Ferrus and Jagatai were quite different in personality, the Khan's independence and adaptability might have appealed to Ferrus's pragmatic side, and his focus on speed and precision in warfare might have complemented Ferrus's emphasis on endurance and brute force. But then Jagatai Khan's free-spirited nature and disdain for rigid hierarchies might have clashed with Ferrus's structured, disciplined worldview. A campaign where their differing approaches to warfare proved mutually beneficial might have fostered mutual respect. Guilliman could be a difficult choice. His strategic mind might have resonated with Ferrus, as each of them shared a focus on efficiency and results, but his emphasis on building systems, which Ferrus thought were better left to humans, might have been a bit of friction. Further, Guilliman was more apt to use diplomacy to gain compliance. Ferrus perhaps might have seen that as weak or overly conciliatory. But he might have appreciated Guilliman's logistics skill, his ability to organize and optimize resources even if he didn't fully align with his vision. I see them as likely less friends and more mutually respecting comrades. With any of them, Ferrus Manus needed shared experiences in battle or a collaborative project or a competition like with Fulgrim. That's the most effective way for him to forge a connection with his brothers, because he valued action over words and he valued result over sentiment. Meaningful relationships needed to be built through mutual respect and achievement. Now, flip it a little bit, though. There was an event somewhere in canon in which Ferrus Manus' flagship came under heavy fire during a naval engagement at Galadon Secundus, and Lorgar's fleet came to his rescue. In response, Ferrus forged for Lorgar a maul. After the event, he was decidedly not friendly towards Lorgar. The way I see it, there's 4 possibilities, and it's not really specified in canon. This might have been the origin of Ferrus's antipathy towards Lorgar, or maybe Ferrus already disliked Lorgar due to friction between their worldviews, and he specifically failed to use this event as a chance to reconcile. Or maybe this event occurred before the Diasporix campaign and gave him the idea for what to do when Fulgrim's ship came under attack. Or maybe this event occurred after the Diasporix campaign, and his choice of how to respond, that is, making a gift, was informed by Fulgrim's immature petulance after being rescued by Ferrus against the Diaspora. If this event was the origin of Ferrus's antipathy towards Lorgar, then maybe in this interpretation, that's because the dislike was sparked by the very act of being rescued. This interpretation would speak towards Ferrus Manus' pride. He was fiercely independent, with a deep belief in self-reliance and strength through struggle. Being rescued by Lorgar, whom Ferrus viewed as weak and misguided due to his focus on faith and philosophy and books and stuff, may have felt like a humiliation. Ferrus's crafting of the maul, like a physical object to give him, is a formal acknowledgement of the debt, but his subsequent behavior, being unfriendly towards Lorgar, suggests that he resented being placed in a position of obligation. It's a way to resolve the debt transactionally, not an act of gratitude. This approach suggests that Ferrus Manus' emotional detachment gave him a discomfort with interpersonal obligations beyond practical necessity. The second option is that Ferrus's dislike for Lorgar predated the event, and that he chose not to use it as an opportunity to mend their relationship. We know that they had existing friction between their worldviews. They were fundamentally incompatible in temperament and values. Lorgar sought spiritual meaning and believed in the power of devotion, which Ferrus dismissed as weakness and superstition. Ferrus focused on martial prowess and tangible results, which made him disdainful of Lorgar's abstract ideals and introspection. This pre-existing tension led Ferrus to interpret Lorgar's actions as perhaps self-serving or condescending, rather than an act of goodwill. Had he chosen to be a little more humble under this interpretation, it could have been an opportunity for Ferrus to bridge the gap between them, to acknowledge Lorgar's strength in a different context. But instead, under this interpretation of the event, Ferrus's rigidity and disdain for perceived weakness prevented him from seeing the event as anything more than an inconvenient debt to repay. Again, seeing it as a transactional thing, a way to formalize and neutralize the debt, instead of engaging in the emotional implications of gratitude. Now, if this event occurred before the Diasporix campaign, in which Fulgrim's ship was in danger in a very similar way to how Ferrus's ship had been in danger when he was fighting alongside Lorgar, in this interpretation, Ferrus's experience with Lorgar's rescue thus influenced how he later responded to Fulgrim's need for assistance. Perhaps Ferrus reflected on the awkwardness of his interaction with Lorgar and sought to handle things differently with Fulgrim, trying, and ultimately failing, to make the rescue of Fulgrim a more positive, affirming experience than Ferrus being rescued by Lorgar had felt to Ferrus. If this is the case, and the one predates the other, then it highlights Ferrus's growth in his understanding of relationships with other people. He may have realized that rescuing a brother was not a matter of duty, it was an opportunity to strengthen bonds and show how much you care about someone. On the other side of it, if this event occurred after the Diasporix campaign, then his response to Lorgar was informed by Fulgrim's immaturity in how Fulgrim responded to Ferrus. Fulgrim had substantial wounded pride after being rescued by Ferrus in that battle against the Diasporix. Perhaps that taught Ferrus that brothers can interpret acts of assistance emotionally, even when the assistance is given in good faith. When Lorgar saved him later, Ferrus might have thus approached the situation with a pragmatic mindset, creating the Maul as a way to preemptively address any emotional fallout. That is to say, he saw how Fulgrim's emotional, immature reaction to being rescued complicated their relationship. So when Ferrus was then rescued by Lorgar, he attempted to minimize emotional entanglements by doubling down on a pragmatic, transactional approach. This might have explained why Ferrus's gesture towards Lorgar was not accompanied by warmth or deeper meaning, but instead was informed by his frustration with emotional complexity. Yeah, this approach works. It might have seemed logical to Ferrus under this interpretation, but in that case it alienated Lorgar further, reinforcing the distance between them. Ferrus's inability to adapt his approach to different brothers, that is, recognizing Lorgar's need for validation, underscores his emotional limitations and his struggle to understand the perspectives of others. Each of these four possibilities shows us different aspects of Ferrus Manus's personality. They might all be true, even though these four different interpretations of events don't all work together. If this event was the origin of Ferrus's antipathy towards Lorgar, it underscores him as a prideful being who's uncomfortable being in a position of vulnerability or obligation. Whereas if Ferrus already liked Lorgar, but then he failed to reconcile or was unwilling to reconcile, that showcases his rigidity of personality. If his rescue by Lorgar predated the Diasporix campaign, then it suggests Ferrus's capacity to learn from past experiences allowed him to adjust his approach to his different brothers. But if this event if this event was preceded by the Diasporix campaign, then it instead highlights Ferrus's tendency to generalize from specific experiences in order to avoid navigating emotional dynamics. Tough to say, don't need to get into it any further. Now, Ferrus Manus's unwavering loyalty to the Emperor during the Horus Heresy is one of the most defining aspects of his character. Unlike many of his brothers who struggled with doubts, temptations, or personal grievances, Ferrus remained steadfast in his commitment to the Imperial vision and outright rejected Horus's offer to join Chaos. That is, the offer went through Fulgrim, but it was still originally Horus's offer. Understanding the reasons for Ferrus's loyalty requires that we take a look at his values and the specific qualities that perhaps set him apart from some of those who turned. Ferrus Manus's loyalty was ultimately rooted in his absolute belief and alignment with the Emperor's ideals, his vision for the Great Crusade. Ferrus had a pragmatic and utilitarian philosophy, which, along with his kind of reserved personality, made him very similar to the Emperor. It naturally resonated with the Emperor's grand vision of unity, order, and survival. Ferrus believed that humanity's survival in smaller groups like a planet and also overall with the galaxy depended on humanity's ability to unite under a single strong leader who could bring order to a disordered world. Chaos, with its divisive, corrupting nature, represented the antithesis of both the Emperor's vision and of everything that Ferrus held dear. The Emperor's vision of a meritocratic Imperium, though often not actually lived in the institutions of the Imperium resonated with Ferrus's own belief in proving one's worth through action. He wanted individuals to rise through strength, skill, and capability. And so he saw Horus's rebellion as nakedly self-interested and ambitious, undermining the collective good. And Ferrus would never tolerate that. Ferrus Manus was deeply committed to the idea that strength is earned through hardship and adversity. This core belief fundamentally shaped his rejection of chaos and his loyalty to the Emperor. Chaos offers power through corruption, shortcuts, and taking on of external forces, sometimes submitting to external beings, directly contradicting Ferrus's belief that strength must come from within by overcoming adversity. He thus viewed chaos as a perversion of true strength, offering power at the cost of one's identity and integrity. For Ferrus, accepting chaos would have been an admission of weakness, something he could never allow. Ferrus believed that suffering and struggle were necessary to forge strength in individuals and in civilizations. This belief underpinned his approach to leadership and warfare and led him to be loyal to the Emperor. Turning against the Emperor would have thus been a betrayal of these principles of endurance and discipline that Ferrus valued. Ferrus Manus had a relationship with the Emperor marked by pragmatic respect, rather than the emotional bonds or grievances seen in other Primarchs. This is not unique, but it is rare. Ferrus's results-oriented worldview closely aligned with the Emperor's own utilitarian philosophy. Unlike some of his brothers, Ferrus saw the Emperor as a figure to respect and emulate, but ultimately keep at arm's distance, rather than a father to love, as with, for example, Leman Russ, or rebel against Horus. This alignment of values made a sense of intellectual and philosophical loyalty that was less vulnerable to emotional manipulation. Ferrus trusted the Emperor's vision and leadership, believing that the Imperial project was the best hope for humanity's survival. Yet he may have disagreed with certain decisions, but his faith in the Emperor's ultimate purpose outweighed any personal doubts or grievances. As an example, he never had his primary strength and reason for being called into question or outright banned, like Magnus did when psychic powers were banned by the Emperor at the Council of Nicaea. Because of that, Ferrus was able to continue to seeing himself as a tool for the Emperor's will, dedicated to filling the Imperium's vision. No, that's not right. Carrying out the Imperium's vision. There we go. That's the right phrasing. Ferrus Manus's exposure to and understanding of chaos was limited, but to the extent that he understood it, he saw it as a disease that corrupted everything it touched. His hatred of weakness made him especially hostile to chaos's reliance on temptation and manipulation. Horus's rebellion was a betrayal of the Emperor, yes. It was a betrayal of humanity's potential for strength and unity, yes. And it was also a sign of weakness. Horus was so weak that he had been tempted. He had been manipulated and corrupted. Ferrus saw the galaxy and life overall in stark terms of strength versus weakness, and this binary perspective left little room for moral ambiguity. Horus's rebellion was obviously wrong in Ferrus's eyes, and Horus's corruption by chaos was obviously a sign of weakness. So, Primarchs like Lorgar were drawn to chaos through philosophical means, and Primarchs like Perturabo were drawn to chaos through emotional struggles. But Ferrus had no interest in exploring alternative paths. He had already chosen the Emperor's vision as the only viable path to strength and order, and he had the idea of himself as strong, as the bedrock of his emotional strength, which protected him from being tempted. He had an uncompromising personal integrity and belief in self-reliance that rejected external influence, such as the manipulation of chaos. Fulgrim's attempt to sway Ferrus to chaos during the Kalinides IV campaign, and their confrontation therein, played a substantial role in solidifying Ferrus's loyalty. Fulgrim's corruption served as a stark contrast to Ferrus's integrity, highlighting the dangers of ambition and pride. Witnessing Fulgrim's descent into chaos may have reinforced Ferrus's belief in the righteousness of the Emperor's cause, as he saw firsthand the moral and spiritual decay that chaos inflicted. Fulgrim's betrayal thus deepened Ferrus's resolve to oppose Horus and chaos, because it made the conflict intensely personal. That is to say, when Fulgrim approached Ferrus, Horus was counting on their emotional bond to be able to pull Ferrus to his side. But instead, Ferrus became angry because it was about the violation of trust and the destruction of their shared ideals. He was much more angry about Fulgrim being corrupted by Horus, and at Horus believing that he himself, Fulgrim, was corruptible, than he was at Horus turning traitor in the first place. If I understand it right, this makes Ferrus Manus almost uniquely loyal among the Primarchs, as only Ferrus and Sanguinius faced a direct offer to join Chaos and rejected it outright, at least as far as I remember from the books. For Sanguinius, he was tempted specifically by Kabanda. Ferrus was tempted directly by another Primarch. This rejection underscores Ferrus's moral clarity and resilience in the face of temptation, but also shows that he was uncompromisingly loyal even in the face of his best friend using peer pressure against him. His loyalty, tested and proven during his confrontation with Fulgrim, highlights the nobility and tragedy of the Ferrus Manus character. His steadfastness led to his death at the hands of the brother he once called his best friend. Now, I feel that we have adequately explored why Ferrus was not tempted by chaos, but let us explore an alternative source of potential temptation. Ferrus Manus, as noted in the Diasporix campaign, was quite against humans living alongside Xenos. Could Ferrus have been tempted into such an alternative to the Imperium, a Federation sort of idea where humans and Xenos live side by side happily? No! This would have required an exceptionally nuanced and unlikely set of circumstances. His personality, philosophy, and lived experience predisposed him to reject such alternatives outright. But by exploring the idea, we can see some interesting facets of his character and the limits of his expediency. Ferrus Manus was staunchly opposed to human-Xenos coexistence, as evidenced by his actions during the Diasporix campaign, just straight up killing them, not trying to sway the humans to his side. He was deeply committed to the Emperor's imperial truth, which viewed humanity as the sole inheritor of the galaxy, and saw Xenos as obstacles to that destiny. He accurately regarded Xenos as existential threats to humanity's survival, and believed that coexistence would lead to corruption, betrayal, or subjugation. As a mixed human-Xenos society, the Diasporix were especially abhorrent to Ferrus. They represented a perversion of human unity, which he saw as essential to survival. Beyond ideology, Ferrus also had pragmatic concerns, seeing coexistence with Xenos as impractical and dangerous. Xenos civilizations, with their competing interests and alien psychologies, would inevitably conflict with humanity, making coexistence untenable in Ferrus's eyes. In order to tempt Ferrus into considering an alternative galactic order involving coexistence with Xenos, several unlikely factors would have needed to align to challenge his core beliefs and provide compelling reasons to reconsider his stance. He would need a failure of the Imperium's vision. He would have been tempted if he'd first lost faith in the Emperor's vision, seeing the Imperium failing to bring unity and order to the galaxy. For Ferrus to entertain the idea of coexistence, the Imperium would have to appear ineffectual, corrupt, or incapable of achieving its goals. All three things are true, especially after the Horus Heresy. But he did not live long enough for those to come to the forefront. He would have probably needed a demonstration of a Xenos race demonstrating exceptional unity with humanity in a position of strength. He generally saw Xenos as antithetical to human progress, and his ability to kill the Diasporex reinforced that. If he had encountered a United Federation of Planets style powerful empire, it is conceivable that Ferrus Manus would thus have been able to respect that strength could occur in such an ordered system. Any alternative galactic order would need to be framed in pragmatic terms that aligned with Ferrus's utilitarian worldview, a vision of humanity leading an alliance of Xenos species under a unified command structure. Again, Star Trek's United Federation of Planets. A demonstration that such an order could achieve greater strength and stability than the Imperium. Again, the United Federation of Planets. But outside of wild fan fiction where Ferrus is transported to the Star Trek universe, Ferrus was unlikely to be tempted due to his deep-rooted pragmatism and disdain for weakness, leading him to reject human-Xenos coexistence outright. Because in the 40K galaxy, Xenos betray and corrupt and bring instability all the time. You can't trust the Eldar. You can't trust the Tau. He died like 10,000 years before the Tau, but still. You definitely can't trust the Orcs. Ferrus's belief in strength through adversity was incompatible with the idea of relying on Xenos allies for humanity's survival. And that's especially so since you can't count on those allies. And thus, Ferrus was fundamentally aligned with the Emperor's vision of an united human galaxy. Even as he saw the flaws in the Imperium, he was unlikely to abandon its core principles in favor of any alien-tainted alternative. Now, there is maybe some sort of fan fiction route of understanding it where he survives the Horus Heresy, but then his iron hands gradually grow and infect the rest of his body, and he becomes just encased in necrodermis and is thus corrupted by the Necrons or something. But don't worry about that. Write your own fan fiction, that's fine. As with other loyalist Primarchs, examining their potential for rebellion ends up mostly being a way to learn more about why their loyalty is such a strong part of them, and where their strength of character comes from. But there is one more thing that we'll look at for now, though. Occasionally, members of the Adeptus Mechanicus become seduced by alien technology, and become interested in studying, understanding, and using their technology, often with the goal of ultimately using it to help humanity and the Mechanicus. These people are called Xenorites. There are notably several examples from canon involving contact with Necrons. In the Caiaphas Cain novel series alone, there are multiple cases of Mechanicus intentionally founding bases atop Necron tombs to have closer access to be able to study them, including one egregious case in which a tech priest makes diplomatic contact with a Necron official and brokers a trade agreement. Could the pragmatism of Ferrus Manus and his appreciation of technology as a set of tools have been seduced into using Xenos technology? No. Ferrus Manus's appreciation of human Dark Age of technology origin technology might make it seem plausible that he could have been tempted into using Xenos technology, particularly given the limitations of human Dark Age of Technology origin technology. His focus on results, his focus on functionality over ideology, but his philosophical rigidity and alignment with the imperial truth would preclude this option. Yeah, I'm sure that Ferrus Manus would certainly appreciate the potential power and utility of Xenos technology, but his deeply ingrained values and worldview would lead him to reject it outright for his use, or for the use by the Imperium, seeing it as a compromise of humanity's strength and purity. That is to say, Ferrus Manus certainly understood how Xenos technology was powerful because he had to fight against it. It would likely understand arguments that Xenos technology could offer a tangible advantage in war or engineering or something. And his personal experience with his silver hands, likely made of necrodermis, a material associated with the Necrons, might have given him an unique perspective on the potential utility of Xenos technologies. But Ferrus believed in the importance of strength through self-sufficiency. He had a disdain for weakness and corruption. The use of their technology would be a compromise of humanity's strength. Humanity's strength needs to be something that's forged through its own ingenuity and resilience, not borrowed as a crutch from an alien civilization. Using Xenos technology would have represented a shortcut, a corruption that undermined his core belief in strength through adversity. Ferrus was a staunch adherent to the imperial truth, which denounced Xenos and their technology as a threat to humanity's survival, prohibiting coexistence or compromise. Using Xenos technology, even in a limited capacity, would have been a betrayal of the Emperor's vision and the ideals that Ferrus had dedicated himself to uphold. That is to say, the Xenorites of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and later the Xenorites of the Inquisition, are often seduced by the apparent power offered by Xenos artifacts. But Ferrus saw this as a dangerous distraction from the need to develop purely human solutions. Ferrus's experience with his silver hands, crafted from the living metal of the cadaver of a Cyrnoth, assuming that story is correct, may have served as a constant reminder of the potential corrupting danger of alien technology. The hands granted him great power and utility, but they also represented a form of alien corruption that Ferrus struggled to reconcile with his ideals. His internal conflict over his hands, viewing them as a necessary burden and also a weakness and a corruption he wanted to free himself from eventually, shaped his broader rejection of alien influences. Another way of looking at it is Ferrus saw adversity as a test of strength. So the temptation to use Xenos technology would have just been another obstacle to overcome. Rejecting such shortcuts reinforced his belief in the purity of human strength and human ingenuity and human effort. Ferrus would only have ever been willing to consider studying or using Xenos technology if directly ordered by the Emperor. We could see this possibility if perhaps the Emperor had asked Ferrus Manus to help him with the Golden Throne and explained the importance of the webway and the long-term survival of humanity, etc., etc. But also, he would likely see such technology as a temporary measure to be discarded as soon as humanity could develop its own solutions.
While the bulk of the Emperor's Children Legion was engaged in the Istvan III betrayal, Fulgrim and a small force went to fight alongside Ferrus Manus against orcs in the Kalinides IV system, which we briefly mentioned earlier. This was a pretext for Fulgrim to be close to Ferrus, because Horus had assigned to Fulgrim the task of attempting to turn Ferrus against the Emperor. Ferrus was outraged at the betrayal, and the two of them fought. I believe this to be the only Primarch who Horus had extended an offer to turn to chaos, who rejected the offer outright and remained steadfastly loyal to the Emperor.
Sanguinius did not receive an offer from Horus. Instead, Kabanda tried to turn him. Anyway, this event highlights Ferrus's unyielding loyalty and incorruptibility. And by looking closer at it, we can see deeper insight into his character. Okay, so Fulgrim was there with Ferrus during the Kalinides IV campaign orchestrated by Horus. It was just a pretext. He had tasked Fulgrim with attempting to turn Ferrus to the cause of chaos. It's a convenient option to get the two of them alone, so that Fulgrim could confront Ferrus in a setting where they could speak privately. This is a wild choice by Horus, because the likelihood of success was so low. Now, I kind of get it. Despite their philosophical differences and occasional friction, Ferrus still trusted Fulgrim at this point, regarding him as a friend and equal. So maybe Horus was counting on that to pull Ferrus to the side of chaos, but that trust just made Fulgrim's betrayal all the more devastating to Ferrus. When Fulgrim revealed his true intentions and attempted to persuade Ferrus to join Horus, Ferrus responded with righteous fury, denouncing Fulgrim, Horus, all the forces of chaos. His rejection was absolute. He did not waver. He did not entertain the offer. He did not go into negotiations. Instead, he just chose to remain loyal to the Emperor and his vision for humanity. What a boss. He believed, like we talked about before, that the Imperium's purpose was to bring humanity out of weakness and disunity, and he saw Horus's rebellion as a betrayal of that purpose. He viewed chaos, with its promises of power through degradation and temptation, as a corruption of everything he loved, a mockery of strength. It only offered power at the cost of dignity, integrity, and humanity, which at that point, Horus, the daemon-possessed Fulgrim, Angron, and Mortarion had not realized. But what can you do? Ferrus believed that strength was earned through struggle and effort, not gifted by external forces. If Ferrus had accepted Chaos's offer, it would have been an admission of weakness, and Ferrus was never going to tolerate that within himself. Now, it's very interesting that Horus did this, because if Ferrus turned down Fulgrim, it was nearly guaranteed that the news about Istvan III was going to come out. Even if the flight of the Eisenstein never happened, even if all the loyalists at Istvan III died without getting a word out, Ferrus would know. When he rejected Fulgrim, they had a duel. It was not a physical duel only. It was also a clash of philosophies and values. The daemon-possessed Fulgrim, tainted by chaos, sought to justify his betrayal by presenting it as an evolution beyond the Emperor's limitations, while Ferrus, rightly, condemned Fulgrim's choices as self-serving and corrupt. As far as I remember from the book, Ferrus does not understand that Fulgrim was possessed at the time, but that doesn't change his decision. Interestingly, his failure to sway Ferrus may have been a blow to Fulgrim's confidence, further fueling his resentment and thus deepening his descent into chaos. While other Primarchs were temptable by Horus's promises, and while other Primarchs would eventually be tempted by Horus's promises through an intermediary, that is, specifically, Perturabo, Kurz, and Alfarius were brought into the side of chaos officially by Lorgar in the lead-up to Istvan V, Ferrus stood steadfast. He was the immovable object of the Horus heresy. Even in the face of betrayal by someone he considered his closest friend, he had unwavering loyalty. We can see that contrast sharply with the fallibility and ambition of Primarchs like Perturabo, and the occasional, let's call them doubts, and hesitation shown by Lionel Johnson. In this, Ferrus Manus embodied the incorruptibility that the Emperor wished all his sons could achieve. His rejection of chaos serves as a testament to the strength of his vision, even as his brothers succumb to doubt or ambition or temptation. The Kalinides IV confrontation then marks the irrevocable end of Ferrus and Fulgrim's friendship. It transforms their relationship from one of mutual respect to bitter enmity. Fulgrim's betrayal was deeply personal for Ferrus. It was the loss of a trusted ally and his closest friend, and a violation of their shared ideals. And it foreshadows Ferrus's tragic death at the hands of Fulgrim during the Dropsite Massacre. Ferrus's refusal to turn to chaos and his unwavering belief in his ideals made him a target for chaos, who turned Fulgrim's resentment and self-loathing towards Ferrus in order to make Fulgrim a greater tool for chaos to use. The fact that Ferrus died, spoiler alert, with Forgebreaker, the weapon Fulgrim had made for him, adds an additional layer of irony and tragedy to their story. Ferrus's uncompromising moral clarity under the greatest temptation sets him apart from other loyalist Primarchs. His rejection of chaos came in the face of direct peer pressure against a personal betrayal. Now, there's an interesting little matter of symbolism which we might consider from the conflict between Fulgrim and Ferrus. If I remember right from the books, when they fought each other at Kalinides IV, Fulgrim was using the sword Fireblade, which Ferrus had originally crafted for him, and Fireblade is damaged in the fight. Ferrus is knocked unconscious, and Fulgrim considers killing him with the hammer Forgebreaker, which he had originally given as a gift to Ferrus. But he's unable to bring himself emotionally to kill Ferrus, even though the Slaneshi demonic influence is screaming at him to kill Ferrus, and even though Fulgrim knows that they will then be on opposite sides of the coming conflict. Fulgrim steals Forgebreaker as he leaves, and then after Ferrus recovers, he repairs Fireblade, which means that during the Kalinides IV fight, they're using the weapons that each other made. Ferrus is using Forgebreaker, and Fulgrim is using Fireblade. But then when they meet later in battle at Istvan V, Ferrus is wielding Fireblade, and Fulgrim initially wields Forgebreaker. The craftsmanship remains, but the friendship is gone from the weapons. Now, Fulgrim eventually switches to the Layer Blade, and his body is fully possessed by the daemon, who uses the Layer Blade to kill Ferrus, as Fulgrim is trapped in his own body, and Fulgrim is horrified at how far he's fallen. Yeah. The symbolism surrounding the weapons crafted by Ferrus Manus and Fulgrim is itself a poignant exploration of their friendship, betrayal, and their ultimate tragedy. The weapons are symbols of their fractured relationship, marking the shift from brotherhood to hatred, while still remaining echoes of the bond that they once shared. Remember, Fireblade and Forgebreaker were forged as part of a friendly competition and then gifted to each other to symbolize their mutual admiration and willingness to embrace each other's perspectives. The exchange of those weapons in the first place demonstrated their complementary strengths and their ability to inspire and challenge one another. The events of Kalinides IV, where Fulgrim attempts to turn Ferrus to Horus's cause, that duel marks the fracturing of their bond and the transformation of those symbols into tools of division. Fireblade being damaged during the fight symbolizes the fracture of their friendship and the corruption of Fulgrim's ideals. The damage to the blade reflects how Fulgrim's pride and ambition have warped his original values, leaving him morally compromised and spiritually diminished. Fulgrim's inability to then kill the unconscious Ferrus using Forgebreaker, the weapon he had gifted to Ferrus initially, reveals the lingering connection he still felt to his brother, even at that point in his descent into the demonic. Forgebreaker, originally a gift symbolizing respect and trust, becomes a tool of betrayal as he steals it to later use it against Ferrus. At some level, he still respects and loves Ferrus, even as his choices have placed him on opposite sides of the conflict. But his theft of Forgebreaker with the intent to use it against Ferrus later represents his betrayal of their shared ideals. He symbolically severs their friendship, transforming the hammer from a gift of trust into a weapon of hatred. By repairing Fireblade, Ferrus reflects his resilience and commitment to his ideals. And perhaps we can see it as symbolizing Ferrus's hope for redemption and restoration. That is to say, by repairing Fireblade, perhaps we can see him as intending to uphold the values that once united him and Fulgrim, maybe even intending to redeem Fulgrim and bring him back into the fold. Now, that didn't happen. Instead, they fought at Istvan V. It's the culmination of their fractured relationship, and they're each using the weapons they forged, which they had once exchanged, but they're now in the hands of the person who made them. Ferrus wielding Fireblade, the sword he had crafted and gifted and later repaired, represents his unyielding loyalty to the Emperor and his belief in strength through struggle. Fulgrim, beginning the battle wielding Forgebreaker, the weapon he had crafted and gifted and then stolen, shows that it no longer carries the symbolism of brotherhood and respect. Instead, it's a tool of betrayal. His decision to then discard Forgebreaker and switch to using the Layer Blade during the fight symbolizes his complete corruption by chaos. Remember, that's an alien artifact that's possessed by a Slaneshi Greater Daemon. It represents Fulgrim's abandonment of his original ideals and his surrender to pride, ambition, and excess. This shift to the blade mirrors the moment that he loses full control over his own body, as the daemon within the blade takes over, possessing Fulgrim completely and killing Ferrus. Ferrus's death at the hands of Fulgrim is tragic because it is the loss of a loyal servant of the Emperor, and it's the final irrevocable destruction of the friendship between Ferrus and Fulgrim. It leaves Fulgrim trapped in his own body, horrified by what he's doing. He's both the betrayer and a victim. He's unable to undo the damage caused by his fall. There's probably a metaphor to be made here about drug addiction or something, but make your own video. I'm not going to get into that. The fact that the weapons were intact and being used at the start of that battle at Istvan V shows that the weapons remained, but the original meaning is lost, reflecting the broader tragedy of the Horus Heresy, wherein bonds of brotherhood are shattered by betrayal and ambition. It is a microcosm of the tragedy of the Horus Heresy. These weapons, once symbols of mutual respect and shared ideals, become tools of betrayal and destruction, mirroring the corruption of Fulgrim and the shattering of their friendship. Ferrus's loyalty and Fulgrim's fall are encapsulated in the weapon's journeys, from the forge on Terra through a big arc to the battlefield at Istvan V, where the bond is severed forever in blood and fire. Now let's talk about the Eisenstein a little more. So at Kalinides IV, Ferrus turned down Fulgrim, they fought, several Iron Hand ships were damaged by fire from the fleeing Emperor's Children fleet. All of this happens at a very similar time to the Istvan III betrayal. Very shortly after that, the Eisenstein escapes Istvan III, and the survivors successfully bring news of the Istvan III betrayal to Terra. So then Dorn sends out orders to the 7 legions he has available to attack the traitors at Istvan V. I find no indication in canon that Ferrus told anyone else about the events at Kalinides IV. That's a very interesting decision. Very subtle, and with huge narrative impact. There's a number of factors Ferrus could have considered when deciding whether to tell the other loyalists about it or not. Ferrus's defining flaw is his rigidity. He frames things as loyalty or treason, strength or weakness. Very black and white. I don't know if I'd call it splitting, but whatever. There's an argument to be made. To him, Fulgrim's approach was just another test of will. Fulgrim failed. Ferrus passed. End of story. But at the same time, admitting he was approached might feel to Ferrus like admitting weakness, as if Fulgrim had seen some opening in him, even if he rejected it. Ferrus doesn't process temptation well. Or Ferrus might see his failure to kill Fulgrim, he might see Fulgrim escaping Ferrus's flagship, as an admission of weakness. He was not strong enough to kill Fulgrim. Now, the timing of the Eisenstein's message overlaps almost immediately with the Kalinides IV betrayal. So from Ferrus's point of view, the treason is revealed. Dorn has his orders in motion. Fulgrim's little stunt is covered under the same umbrella of betrayal because the Emperor's Children Legion were part of the Istvan III betrayal. So why complicate it by airing Ferrus's personal business? Ferrus's flaw as a commander is his tendency to lock in on an enemy with everything he has and become somewhat blind to everything else. Once the Istvan battle plan was set, his mind was committed to hammering the traitors into dust. Revealing Fulgrim's temptation was not part of that battle plan. Why waste time on what was, to him, just another proof of Horus's corruption? Now, maybe Ferrus was worried about how Dorn would receive Ferrus's story, especially if he hesitated about whether to tell anyone until after already being given leadership of the Istvan task force. Dorn had already made the choice to delegate leadership to Ferrus, giving Ferrus overall command of the Istvan V task force. That's a mark of trust. If Ferrus then admitted, by the way, Fulgrim tried to recruit me, Dorn could easily conclude, and probably accurately, that Ferrus was emotionally compromised, too close to the issue, too hot-headed to judge clearly, carrying a personal vendetta. All of that is accurate. Ferrus lived for succeeding against his enemies. He wanted recognition of his strength and mastery, and he would never risk being demoted at this moment of greatest need. Admitting that Fulgrim tried to sway him would force Ferrus to admit that Fulgrim saw something in him worth tempting. It would be an implicit admission that Horus believed Ferrus to be corruptible. That is, it would be read as, was there a chance Ferrus might have said yes? Does he carry some hidden flaw Fulgrim detected which we haven't yet found out about? Primarchs are competitive, prideful people. The last thing Ferrus would want is to look like the weak link who had to fight off a brother's honeyed words. Worse, some of the other six, Perturabo probably, might use that admission against him, mocking him as naive or unstable, or maybe using that to try to grasp leadership of the Istvan V task force. Perturabo would have loved to be assigned leadership by Dorn. So, once Dorn handed him command, Ferrus may have thought, if I tell him now, it looks much worse than telling him earlier, so I miss my chance. Silence then becomes a way to protect his pride and the perception of stability within the loyalist camp. He could reason that Dorn needed unwavering confidence from the Istvan V task force commander, not more shadows of doubt. Ferrus often equates stoicism with mastery, so to him, admitting what happened might look like weakness or gossip. By contrast, enduring the insult in silence felt to him like strength. But in practice, his equating silence with strength left the loyalists without intelligence that might have altered their readiness. Ferrus's silence starved his brothers of intelligence. Ferrus thinks he's being strong by swallowing the humiliation and not airing it. But in reality, he's withholding a vital piece of intelligence. The problem is that telling the other loyalists that he was approached by Fulgrim and then refused would inform the loyalists of one gigantic part of Horus's plan that they were overlooking. Horus was still actively recruiting. It wasn't just Horus, Mortarion, Angron, Fulgrim, maybe Magnus. No. He was trying to recruit more. That knowledge might have led Perturabo and Jagatai Khan to make up their minds about whether to stay loyal before ever being approached with their own entreaties. That is, Lorgar tried to recruit Perturabo and was successful before Istvan V, and then Alfarius was assigned to recruit Jagatai Khan a little later and failed. That knowledge might have led Vulcan and Corax to question the wisdom of Dorn's two-part Istvan V plan, which apparently relied on the absolute loyalty of the Second Wave. And most importantly, that knowledge might have changed Dorn's plan by forcing him to consider why those 7 legions specifically had been left by the War Master within close interstellar proximity to Istvan during the Istvan III betrayal. Fuck! Dorn is a blind idiot! We should take a moment to consider Istvan V in more detail. As both the ending of Ferrus's story and the greatest success of Horus and Lorgar, it bears looking into. Ultimately, the trap at Istvan V had been set by Horus many months earlier, when he was arranging legions across the galaxy like chess pieces. Dorn did not understand the moves that Horus had already made. Prior to Horus's treachery at Istvan III being discovered, Lumen, Lion, and Sanguinius had each been sent by Warmaster Horus on independent missions far away in a successful effort to delay their involvement in the heresy. Jagatai Khan was already on an independent mission quite far away by his own choice, and Horus had allowed that. Dorn, the Emperor's Praetorian, was stationed on Terra, and thus could only dispatch a small portion of his legion to Istvan, which in canon arrived too late in any case. And Leman Russ was licking his wounds after the burning of Prospero, alongside both his legion and the force of Custodes, who had fought alongside him against Magnus. Horus, Mortarion, Fulgrim, and Angron were known to be traitors, of course, because of the flight of the Eisenstein. And in addition, Magnus was presumed to be a traitor, though he would ultimately not be present on either side during the Istvan V fight. Thus, we can see that Dorn did not go to any particular efforts to hand-pick specific Primarchs for the task force to Istvan. Rather, he just collected together all of the 7 who were available and nearby: Ferrus, Corax, Vulcan, Lorgar, Perturabo, Alfarius, and Conrad Kurz. With the Emperor unavailable to personally oversee the mission due to Magnus's damage to the Terran Wave fragment, the only real options for Dorn to do things differently were these 4 options. He could have added in Russ and his understrength force. This may have involved some delay, some careful soothing of Russ's bruised ego, and maybe even a personal visit to convince him to act before he felt ready. Dorn was not willing to do any of those things, and even if he had been successful, the result would have been an understrength force adding only an incremental advantage. He could have chosen someone else to be in charge instead of Ferrus Manus. Lacking information about the events at Calinides IV, there was no reason for Dorn to do that. Ferrus was a fine, well-respected battlefield commander whose aggressive, head-on strategy was what Dorn felt to be appropriate for a rapid victory. Any delay could give the traitors at Istvan more time, more opportunity to consolidate their strength and fortify after the losses they took fighting at Istvan III. He could have specifically not included certain legions from out of those 7. This was the right move, but Dorn had no way of knowing that. So far as Dorn or the Emperor or the Custodes knew, none of the 7 had already been turned to the side of the traitors. This ignorance by Dorn was no accident. Lorgar had been carefully keeping up his act as a loyalist since he turned to chaos at Cadia, even before Horus fell to chaos. Horus did not know that exact timeline, but he understood that Lorgar was on his side and was ready to strike with a perfidious, treasonous attack to help tip the scales. Or, the 4th option, Dorn could have delayed until the other 4 legions could be recalled from their far-flung campaigns. This would incur even greater delay than the Russ option, thus giving the traitors time to consolidate and perhaps give the traitors time to make entreaties to other legions to join them. This was a reasonable option he could have done, but Dorn favored a swift victory and believed that outnumbering the traitors 7-4 at Istvan V would be sufficient. In certain versions of canon, Dorn sent the closest 3 legions, the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard, to assault Istvan V first to avoid wasting any time at all, to tie up Horus's 4 traitor legions while awaiting the warp transit of the remaining 4 legions from the task force. This is a bad plan due to the unpredictable nature of warp transit, but it is obvious that Dorn wanted to avoid any delay at all. Here's the thing, though. Dorn was almost uniquely poorly suited for this particular decision, due to how his personality flaws ran up against the specific vulnerabilities being exploited by Horus. Dorn's lack of emotional awareness and lack of close confidants among his brothers meant that he did not appreciate, maybe could not appreciate, that Horus was expecting some of the 7 to turn traitor, much less to single out exactly which ones. Dorn's rivalry with Perturabo, and the general poor esteem held for Perturabo by the others, meant that he was not going to publicly laud Perturabo's involvement or give him any special title or position in the task force, and he for fucking sure was not going to honor Perturabo with overall command of the Istvan V task force. Dorn's overemphasis on the big picture led him to see only the numbers of legions rather than focusing on the individual Primarchs. And yet, Dorn and Ferrus and the loyalist Primarchs of the task force were not without resources to make a better decision. The way that Dorn saw it, Horus had made his big play at Istvan III, and he had counted on the treasonous purge of loyalists from these 4 legions to stay a secret in preparation for some unknown next steps in his plan. So then, when the treason at Istvan III was revealed by the fleeing survivors aboard the Eisenstein, it appeared to Dorn, after his initial disbelief, that the failure of Horus's plan had backed him into a corner with no way out. Horus was the War Master, a strategic genius whose skill was exceeded only by Perturabo and by the Emperor himself. He had been trusted by the Emperor to lead the Great Crusade. His list of battle honors was unparalleled due to his ability to bring different legions together to complement each other. The Loyalists all knew that track record and had seen proof of his brilliance in countless campaigns. The first of the 2 tools the Loyalists had available was to respect their enemy. Horus appeared to have made such a simple plan for Istvan III that it had a major failure point, the survivors escaping, with no contingency or backup plan. Had Dorn or Ferrus or Perturabo shown the respect for Horus which was owed to him by his track record, they would have questioned that appearance. If they had extended that basic respect for their enemy, they might have thought, Horus cannot have counted only on secrecy at Istvan III. If he went forward, he must have had an expectation that discovery was survivable, even useful. If the Eisenstein survivors were supposed to escape, what trap are we walking into? If Horus is cornered, he is dangerous. A desperate Horus is more dangerous than a triumphant one. And Ferrus specifically could have realized that Horus expected Ferrus to turn down Fulgrim at Kalinides IV. He expected Ferrus to be the one to raise the alarm about Horus's betrayal. The Eisenstein was a coincidence. Horus was expecting the treason at Istvan III to come to light. He was planning on it. He made sure of it by trying to bring Ferrus into the fold. The second tool available was to try to consider your enemy's goals from their own perspective. If Ferrus or Dorn had thought about Horus's goals, if he had tried to think like a traitor to try to figure out what his next plans are going to be, he might have realized Horus was not going to use all of his traitors in the first salvo. Dorn or Ferrus would have had then at least some possibility of realizing that Horus had specifically sidelined legions he felt were incorruptible by sending them way the fuck away, and therefore felt that some of the 7 available nearby legions were considered by Horus to be corruptible. Again, Ferrus was keenly aware, from Fulgrim having approached him at Kalinides IV, that Horus was still actively recruiting. He was the only loyalist Primarch to have that information. If he had shared that intelligence, that knowledge may have led Vulcan and Corax to question the wisdom of Dorn's 2-part Istvan V plan, which apparently relied on the absolute loyalty of the second wave. Ferrus sure was not going to look too deeply into the plan. He just wanted the opportunity to kill Fulgrim and Horus in the first wave. And honestly, from what I can tell from the battle plan, Ferrus entirely believed that he was going to succeed at killing Fulgrim and Horus himself before the second wave even landed. Anyway, if Ferrus had shared that information, that knowledge might have changed Dorn's plan by forcing him to consider why those 7 legions specifically had been left by the War Master within close interstellar proximity to Istvan, while others were far away. That knowledge might have led Perturabo and Jagatai Khan to make up their minds and maybe decide to stay loyal before being approached with their own entreaties. Ferrus Manus is an idiot by staying silent. I'm calm now. Unfortunately, we now come to the end of Ferrus's story. He was placed in overall command of the Loyalist forces at Istvan V. He made some initial success against Horus's planetside forces, and then his plan fell apart when his reinforcements turned against him because they had secretly been turned traitor by Horus. Now, when that happened, when the drop site massacre was revealed, there was disagreement among the 3 loyalist Primarchs regarding the next thing to do, and that disagreement resulted in catastrophe. Ferrus wanted to attack the traitors in front of him to do as much damage as they could. Ferrus specifically wanted to target Fulgrim. Corax and Vulcan, meanwhile, wanted to fight to escape the trap and rescue as much of their forces as possible in order to survive and better fight another day. By not coordinating their efforts, the Salamanders and Raven Guard faced terrible numerical disadvantage fighting their way off planet, and Ferrus Manus was killed by Fulgrim before the Iron Hands finally had to join the effort to retreat. These events reveal much about his strength, flaws, and unyielding personality, including the flaw of his brittleness. His death and the catastrophic outcome of the Loyalist forces' disunity highlight his unyielding principles, his uncompromising leadership style, and the limits of his rigid worldview. Ferrus's decision to focus on attacking Horus's forces despite the betrayal highlights his unwavering commitment to the Emperor's cause. His determination to confront Fulgrim specifically underscores his belief in duty and justice as he sought to bring retribution against his fallen brother and destroy one of Chaos's most dangerous champions. Ferrus's immediate instinct to attack rather than retreat reflects his philosophy. He believed that doing as much damage as possible to your enemy, even at great personal cost, was the best way to serve the Imperium and uphold his values. To Ferrus, retreat was tantamount to admitting defeat, something his pride and sense of purpose would not allow. This is unfortunate, because retreat is sometimes a good idea. In the novel Double Eagle, it's about a battle in the Second Sabbat Worlds War. The whole point of the novel is to consolidate and regroup before attacking again. Wars can be won that way, but wars cannot be won that way if part of your forces are retreating and then other parts of your forces are insistent on attacking. That's just defeat in detail. Ferrus's ability to rally his legion for a last stand against overwhelming odds demonstrates his indomitable will and his leadership under fire. Even in the face of betrayal and near certain death, he maintained his focus and he sought to maximize the impact of his forces. Ferrus's refusal to consider alternative strategies, such as retreating to regroup, reveals the fatal rigidity in his thinking. His belief that retreat was an unacceptable option shows his inability to adapt to the changing realities of the battle, even when survival was the best course of action. It was the more pragmatic course of action. It was the only course of action. Roland, he was not. If you don't know who Roland is, I need you to read a book. Anyway, Ferrus's decision to target Fulgrim specifically shows us that his personal sense of betrayal was certainly clouding his judgment. It was an overemphasis on his personal vendetta. Now, eliminating Fulgrim would have been a major blow to Horus's forces, but Ferrus's single-minded focus on his former friend came at the expense of a broader, coordinated strategy with Vulcan and Corax. The disunity among the Loyalist forces, specifically the disagreement between Ferrus, Vulcan, and Corax, shows Ferrus's difficulty in working with others. His leadership style, characterized by autonomy and independence, made it harder for him to coordinate effectively with his fellow Primarchs, especially under the immense pressure of betrayal. Now, it's possible that he was also underestimating his opponents. His belief in the strength of the Loyalist cause and his confidence in his own forces may have led him to underestimate the scale of the betrayal and the overwhelming numerical advantage of the traitors, even while being able to see both of those things with his own eyes. This overconfidence mirrors his broader disdain for weakness and may have blinded him to the strategic necessity of retreat. Thus, the Istvan V battle shows Ferrus's character as one of being principled to a fault. His decision to stand and fight, even in the face of near certain defeat, reflects his belief that the only honorable course of action is to fight head-on and inflict as much damage as possible to your enemies, even if it means self-sacrifice. This unyielding adherence to his ideals is admirable, but it underscores his inability to compromise, even when the strategic reality of a battle demands it. His inability to prioritize the long-term survival of the Loyalist cause over immediate vengeance against Fulgrim reveals a tragic lack of perspective. Ferrus saw himself as a warrior devoted to the Emperor's vision. His focus on personal strength and immediate action preventing him from fully grasping the bigger picture of the Horus heresy. Ferrus's reaction to Fulgrim's betrayal was that he wanted to personally confront and kill his former friend himself. This shows the emotional toll that the heresy had on even this most pragmatic of the Primarchs. Despite his outward stoicism, Ferrus was deeply hurt by Fulgrim's fall and betrayal. His actions at Istvan V show us a mix of righteous fury and also personal heartbreak. Ultimately, this led him to attack when he should have retreated. It prevented a coordinated escape plan and left the Salamanders and Raven Guard vulnerable as they took what fragments of their forces they could off-world. The tragic irony of Ferrus's leadership was that his strength then became his weakness because of his brittleness. His determination, his unyielding principles were unable to twist or bend into compromise in the face of changing circumstances. This prevented him from coordinating effectively with Vulcan and Corax, leading to the fragmentation of the Loyalist forces and the near destruction of all three legions. Ferrus's fate at Istvan V, dead at the hands of Fulgrim, reflects the broader tragedy of the Horus heresy, wherein the strengths of the Primarchs are often exploited or turned against them. Ferrus's loyalty and determination had been his greatest assets during the Great Crusade, and Horus placed him in a position where they became his undoing because of betrayal in the face of overwhelming odds. Ferrus's confrontation with Fulgrim at Istvan V is the final tragic chapter of their relationship, with both Primarchs embodying the ideals that they had once shared and now stood opposed to. Fulgrim consumed by pride, and Ferrus unwilling to bend in the face of changing circumstances, became symbols of the heresy's divisions and the greatest weaknesses on each side, with their conflict serving thus as a microcosm of the larger war. Ferrus Manus' actions at Istvan V reveal a complex and tragic figure, defined by his unyielding principles, uncompromising strength, and inability to adapt to the realities of betrayal. His decisions were consistent with his character and his philosophy, but they ultimately led to catastrophic consequences for the Loyalist forces, and they led to his own death. Ferrus's story serves as a poignant reminder of the strengths and flaws of the Primarchs, as well as the personal and ideological rifts that shaped the Horus heresy. Ferrus Manus is dead, and he will never be revived by Games Workshop. Having now viewed his entire lifespan, we can think about his emotional needs. Like everyone, Ferrus Manus had emotional needs that drove his actions and shaped his character, though he often subsumed these needs under his pragmatic philosophy and stoic demeanor. These needs were complex and evolved over the course of his life, and understanding them helps to illuminate his strengths and the blind spots that led to his fall. During his early life on Medusa, we see a need for mastery and control displayed. Growing up in isolation on Medusa, Ferrus faced a harsh and unforgiving world where survival depended on his ability to dominate and control his surroundings. His battles against monsters like Asirnoth and his subsequent crafting of tools and weapons suggest an innate need to prove his worth through tangible accomplishments. The lack of human companionship during his formative years fostered a deep need for autonomy and independence, leading Ferrus to develop a sense of self-reliance, rather than seeking material or emotional support from others, anytime he could get away with it. These needs then developed his pragmatic, results-oriented mindset, where he viewed strength and achievement as the primary measures of worth, and wherein he decided that strength came from struggling against obstacles and overcoming them, because that's what happened with him on Medusa. His need for mastery and control led him to value tools and technology as extensions of his will, which would then become a defining aspect of his character and that of his legion. When Ferrus Manus met the Emperor, we can see a need for purpose and recognition develop. He immediately aligned himself with the imperial truth and with the goals of the Great Crusade, suggesting a deep need for having a higher purpose with which to channel his talents and ambitions. Ferrus's willingness to follow the Emperor without hesitation reflects his desire to be seen and valued by someone he considered his equal or superior. While Ferrus's self-reliance made him emotionally distant, he still sought to prove his worth within the fraternity of the Primarchs, striving to earn their respect through his deeds. Ferrus then threw himself into the Great Crusade with unwavering commitment, viewing it as the ultimate expression of strength and unity. His need for recognition and validation led him to pursue perfection in both himself and in his legion, pushing them to embody his ideals of strength and mastery. As leader of the Iron Hands Legion, Ferrus demanded unquestioning loyalty from his legion, expecting them to adopt his philosophy and values without hesitation. We can thus see that he had an emotional need for loyalty and trust. Further, we can see that he had a sense of validation through his legion's achievements. He saw the Iron Hands as an extension of himself, and their success on the battlefield became a source of personal validation. Now, while Ferrus struggled to form close personal bonds during his early interstellar leadership during the Great Crusade, he sought mutual respect and understanding from his brothers, even if he did not openly acknowledge a need for camaraderie. Ferrus's insistence on loyalty and strength thus created a rigid, hierarchical culture within the Iron Hands, where weakness was scorned and perfection was demanded. His focus on results over relationships often alienated his brothers, as he struggled to express vulnerability or emotional warmth. His friendship with Fulgrim was tragic, and it showed that Ferrus craved companionship and mutual admiration, even if he rarely allowed himself to pursue it. During the betrayal of the Horus Heresy, particularly Fulgrim's fall to chaos and betrayal of Ferrus personally, we can see his sense of justice and order deeply offended. He saw the traitor's actions as a violation of the Emperor's vision, and thus we see an emotional need to directly confront betrayal. He wanted justice through retribution. His obsession with confronting Fulgrim at Istvan V reveals his need for personal vindication and retribution against his former friend in order to seek closure. Unfortunately, Ferrus's emotional need for justice and retribution and closure blinded him to the larger strategic picture at Istvan V, as his focus on punishing the traitors in front of him took precedence over survival and coordination in the face of changing circumstances. Overall, throughout his life, we can see a need for mastery and control from the earliest days on Medusa up to his leadership of the Iron Hands. He sought strength as the ultimate measure of worth, and this manifested as a disdain for weakness or corruption, making him a demanding leader and a relentless warrior. While Ferrus rarely showed emotional vulnerability, his friendship with Fulgrim revealed a hidden need for connection and mutual respect, but his inability to express or nurture these connections left him isolated, contributing to his stoic and rigid demeanor. Ferrus's unwavering loyalty to the Emperor reveals his desire for a higher purpose with which to channel his talents, seeking validation through achievement, both personal and collective, and using the success of the Iron Hands as a reflection of his own worth. Thus, we can see his emotional needs change over time from being focused on him personally to then growing to encompass his relationships with other people, both his peers and his subordinates, culminating in the betrayal of a relationship that he valued greatly and his need for retribution against that betrayal. There was a tragic complexity to Ferrus Manus. His emotional needs were shaped first by his harsh upbringing, his philosophical rigidity, and then his deep commitment to strength and mastery over his entire life. While he craved connection and respect, his stoic demeanor and disdain for weakness often left him isolated, even among his brothers. His unyielding loyalty and sense of justice drove him to great achievements and also led to his inflexibility and ultimate downfall at Istvan V. Ferrus's story is a poignant exploration of how strength and vulnerability coexist within the most steadfast individuals. Now, how do the actions of the Iron Hands following the Horus Heresy inform us of their evolving character? Well, they've grasped onto the slimmest of hopes that Ferrus Manus is still alive somewhere. They have retained a grudge against the Salamanders and the Raven Guard due to a mistaken belief that Ferrus Manus' death could have been avoided had they not retreated at Istvan V, and they have fallen ever deeper into the flaw of augmetic replacement rather than trusting to the gene-forged strength they inherited from Ferrus Manus. These actions speak to their struggles with grief, guilt, and identity in the wake of their Primarch's death. The Iron Hands have clung to the faint hope that Ferrus Manus might still live, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. There was a notable episode where they thought Ferrus was alive somewhere and then went there and found, oh no, it was a metaphor, like the iron whatever, it's a bunch of titans, whatever. Their refusal to accept Ferrus's death reflects the Legion's inability to fully process their grief. They're caught in a state of denial, unable to confront the magnitude of their loss even 10,000 years later. This hope for his return mirrors the mythic longing for the return of a lost leader, similar to how others see Guilliman as a figure who might restore the Imperium now that he's returned. Ferrus's death can be shown as not just the loss of their leader, but more importantly, the loss of the philosophical and emotional anchor of the Legion. The Iron Hands are dependent on Ferrus. Their hope for his survival reflects a dependency on his guidance as they struggle to define themselves without him. Believing that Ferrus might still live allows the Iron Hands to imagine an opportunity to redeem themselves in his eyes, especially given their sense of failure at Istvan V. It provides them with a direction for their guilt, preventing full despair even as it traps them in the past and prevents them from moving forward. Similarly, the Iron Hands' belief that Ferrus's death and the loss at Istvan V could have been avoided had the Salamanders and Raven Guard not retreated from Istvan V. That's a mistake. That's dumb. But it has resulted in a deep-seated grudge against their former allies because they can't move on. They're projecting guilt. They blame the Salamanders and Raven Guard as a way to avoid confronting their own culpability for what happened at Istvan V. Ferrus Manus' decision to confront Fulgrim without coordinating with Vulcan and Corax fractured the Loyalist forces, but the Iron Hands are unwilling to question or acknowledge whether their Primarch's actions were right or wrong, leaving them to direct their anger outward. This grudge reflects the Iron Hands' inflexibility and their black and white worldview, both of which they inherited from their father. With their mental splitting, the Salamanders and Raven Guard's decision to retreat is seen as cowardice and a new betrayal, rather than a pragmatic effort to preserve Loyalist forces for the longer war. This binary thinking and splitting has left them unable to reconcile with their fellow Loyalist legions, and it leaves them embittered and solitary as the millennia have gone on. They've isolated themselves from the wider Imperium, losing allies who might otherwise have helped them to heal or move forward. This isolation thus exacerbates their insularity and mistrust, deepening their reliance on their own flawed philosophy. Similarly, the Iron Hands' growing obsession with mechanical augmentation at the expense of their bodies highlights their descent into an unhealthy and dehumanizing interpretation of Ferrus Manus' ideals. Ferrus Manus valued technology as a tool to achieve one's goals, to enhance one's strength, but he also believed in the inherent worth of one's own body. He saw his own necrodermis hands as a necessary temporary burden, not a virtue. The Iron Hands misinterpreted this philosophy, seeing their biological nature as inherently weak and focusing on mechanical augmentation as a means to achieve perfection. This is a pathological response. The trauma at Istvan V resulted in them believing that biological failure and weakness was the root of their defeat, leading them to reject their flesh as a source of weakness, because they believe that by rejecting their own bodies, they are then making themselves strong enough that they won't fail like that again. This is a pathological response, a way to try to eliminate vulnerability rather than engage with their own vulnerability. Thus, they are costing themselves their humanity. As they replace more of their bodies with machines and align closer with the mechanicum, the Iron Hands lose their emotional capacity and connection to others, making it ever harder for them to reconcile with their allies or heal from their grief. They have entered into a vicious cycle where their emotional detachment fuels their need for mechanical perfection, deepening their isolation, leading them to be more emotionally detached. They've been in this spiral for 10,000 years and they're not getting out of it. Thus, the post-heresy evolution of the Iron Hands is that their inability to adapt or engage with loss and failure has resulted in them being frozen in the shadow of their Primarch's death. Their fixation on his death and the slim hope for his survival shows that they are unable to move forward, forever trying to live up to what they believe to be his ideals without ever truly understanding who he really was. His death is a wound that never healed, leaving the Legion trapped in the past, unable to redefine their purpose. Their grudge against the Salamanders and Raven Guard, their obsession with augmentation, and their hope for Ferrus's return all stem from their failure to process their grief and their inability to accept vulnerability as part of the human experience. The post-heresy Iron Hands thus stand as a tragic counterpoint to their Primarch's philosophy. Ferrus valued mastery over tools, not using tools to replace the self. The Iron Hands took his appreciation for technology and turned it into a cult of mechanical augmentation, losing sight of his belief in the strength of the flesh. Ferrus sought strength through struggle. That alliteration's tough there. Ferrus sought strength through struggle, facing obstacles head-on and overcoming them. The Iron Hands have avoided confronting the emotional pain of their loss, thus avoiding confronting that obstacle and bypassing the struggle necessary for growth. Ferrus valued loyalty and unity. The Iron Hands' grudge against the Salamanders and Raven Guard betrays Ferrus's broader commitment to the Imperium's collective strength. With all that, we can see that the actions of the Iron Hands following the Horus Heresy reveal them as a legion defined by their grief, rigidity, inability to engage with their own vulnerability and grief and trauma, and some very maladaptive coping mechanisms. I am not convinced that a fellowship would be the best option for helping Ferrus Manus with his emotional needs, but we shall consider one such option anyway. Ferrus Manus and Lorgar. Practicality versus ideology. Duty versus hope. Conquering versus building. The strength of the post-human versus the strength of humanity. Say the leadership switching model, where they fight alongside each other on campaign for a set period of time, then work alongside each other in efforts to bring newly conquered worlds into compliance and rebuild and fortify, and then finally go off on independent campaigns, with Lorgar leading the Iron Hands and Ferrus Manus leading the Word Bearers. During the initial campaigns together, Ferrus and Lorgar would be forced to engage with one another's strengths, weaknesses, and philosophies as they worked together to conquer worlds. Ferrus could learn the power of inspiration and, honestly, diplomacy. Ferrus's leadership style emphasized discipline and results and favored a head-on attack strategy, at the expense of emotional connection. Lorgar's ability to inspire devotion and loyalty in his followers, and his ability to proselytize membership in the Imperium as a diplomacy tactic, might teach Ferrus to value the role of morale, belief, and hope in fostering unity and strength, even among post-human warriors like the Astartes. Ferrus might gain a deeper understanding of the psychological dimensions of leadership, seeing how hope and ideology can galvanize forces, not just sheer strength. Ferrus preferred to overwhelm and conquer, seeing resistance as something to be crushed. Lorgar, meanwhile, sought to convert and unify, even among new human populations, by creating shared values and cultural alignment. Now, obviously, Ferrus would never approve of compromises with Xenos or what he saw as heretical practices, but he might learn the value of diplomacy and persuasion as complementary tools to gain compliance. Ferrus's pragmatism and disdain for superstition would clash with Lorgar's idealism and spirituality, even if they switched early on, in which the word-bearers had not been fully converted to religion by Lorgar. Ferrus might dismiss Lorgar's efforts to inspire and convert as wasted time, while Lorgar might view Ferrus's cold efficiency as soulless and dehumanizing. Through debate and shared experiences, Ferrus might come to see that hope and belief are not inherently weaknesses, but rather tools that, when harnessed properly, can amplify strength. He might also see the value in the human dimension of conquest, learning to appreciate the necessity of fostering loyalty and unity among conquered populations, rather than relying solely on strength and fear. When participating in compliance and rebuilding together, stabilizing newly conquered worlds, building infrastructure and fortifying, establishing governance, and integrating the population into the Imperium, Ferrus would have the opportunity to learn patience and vision. His approach to warfare and compliance often prioritized speed and efficiency over long-term stability. By working with Lorgar, who was deeply invested in creating lasting cultural and ideological foundations, Ferrus might gain a greater appreciation for the importance of sustainability in conquest. He might then learn that winning the peace is just as vital as winning the war, and that fostering cultural alignment can prevent future rebellion. Lorgar's emphasis on creating shared values and beliefs to unify diverse populations might challenge Ferrus's tendency to see people as tools or resources. Ferrus might begin to understand that humans are not machines, and that appealing to their hopes, dreams, and fears is crucial for building a stable and loyal government. Ferrus would certainly be frustrated with Lorgar's idealistic approach, viewing it as unnecessarily sentimental or impractical. Lorgar, in turn, would see Ferrus's methods as soulless and overly harsh, prioritizing short-term results over long-term harmony. Ferrus might learn to temper his pragmatism with compassion. Maybe. He might recognize that a conquered population's emotional needs must be addressed to ensure lasting compliance. He might then begin to see that ideals and practicality are not mutually exclusive, but can work together to create a stronger, more unified Imperium. When Ferrus then took over the leadership of the Word-Bearers temporarily and led them on campaign independently, it would challenge him to engage with the emotional and spiritual dimensions of leadership. The Word-Bearers, a legion deeply motivated by ideology and faith, would demand it. He might come to see that belief in a higher purpose could be a powerful motivator, even among Astartes. The Word-Bearers' culture would require Ferrus to adapt his typically pragmatic and results-driven approach to accommodate their need for inspiration and connection. This experience might help Ferrus to become a more versatile and empathetic leader, better able to connect with both his legion and with the wider Imperium. Ferrus would likely struggle to engage with the word-bearers' spiritualism. He would see it correctly as a distraction from their duties and from the imperial truth. Thus, he might find it difficult to earn their loyalty given his disdain for their methods and values. It's possible that by learning to lead a legion so different from his own, Ferrus might develop a greater appreciation for the different ways that strength can manifest in physical might and technological mastery, as well as belief and unity. If Ferrus were to fully engage with this fellowship and internalize some lessons learned from Lorgar, it might result in some areas of personal growth, a broader definition of strength, not just all about self-reliance and mastery of one's environment, but about connection, compassion, and shared ideals between people. Perhaps a greater appreciation for humanity and improved diplomacy and collaboration in his efforts to pursue compliance campaigns. But I suspect that Ferrus's rigidity would be more deeply entrenched by the experience of the fellowship. I think it's very unlikely that his rigidity would be tempered. There's some potential for growth by having these two ideologically opposed Primarchs work together with the Fellowship. Their differences would create a unique opportunity for Ferrus to expand his worldview and develop a more nuanced understanding. But there's enough sources of friction that I suspect it would be a bad option overall. Plus, the potential risks to the Iron Hands Legion from a fellowship with Lorgar, particularly if he led them for an extended period of time during the leadership switching model, would be substantial. Lorgar's spiritual inclinations and charisma could conflict with the pragmatic ideology of the Iron Hands, but worse, it might transform their machine-focused views into being a more religious adoration of the Omnissiah. That is to say, despite their utilitarian mindset, the Iron Hands Legion was strongly tied to the Mechanicum and its veneration of the Omnissiah. Lorgar's spiritual fervor might then present a unique risk of religious corruption for the Iron Hands, even if unintentionally. Lorgar's belief in the power of faith might lead him to amplify the existing reverence for the Omnissiah within certain portions of the Iron Hands, even if he did not actively proselytize. Worse, the Iron Hands' obsession with augmentation and disdain for the flesh might crystallize as spiritualization of their beliefs, particularly if Lorgar framed the Omnissiah or the machine as the divine source of their strength and purity. It would risk a theological shift within the Legion, transforming their pragmatic focus on technology into a cult of machine worship, diverging ever further from Ferrus Manus's ideals. Even if he did not intend to introduce overt worship, Lorgar's presence and rhetoric might indirectly inspire the Iron Hands to reinterpret their practices through a spiritual lens. It could encourage their belief of mechanical perfection as a form of divine ascension or communion. Thus, he might cause internal tension within the Legion and division between different elements of the Iron Hands. They might suffer from a shift in priorities under Lorgar's leadership, potentially frustrating elements of the Legion which favor the pragmatic, results-oriented approach. Now, Lorgar might inadvertently encourage the Iron Hands to confront emotions and vulnerabilities which they are not equipped to process. But that might lead to a crisis of identity, as the Iron Hands struggled to reconcile their existing worldview with a new worldview. Once Ferrus Manus resumed leadership of the Iron Hands, he would likely respond poorly to any changes introduced by Lorgar, particularly those that undermined his core philosophy. This might end up leading to a purge of ideologically tainted elements in the Legion, thus leading to harsh crackdowns to restore the Legion's original culture, and ultimately leading to resentment. To safeguard the Legions in such a fellowship, they would need to have custodes present, they'd need regular updates on what's going on, limitation on the time. Ultimately, the risks are probably not worth the potential benefits. This fellowship is not a great idea. Further, Ferrus Manus' lack of emotional intelligence and detached leadership style when leading the Word Bearers would create opportunities for Cor Phaeron and Erebus, the worst people in 40k, to further corrupt the Word Bearers in the absence of Lorgar, potentially accelerating their fall to chaos even before Lorgar would fall. Ferrus's pragmatic, results-oriented approach would clash with the cultural and spiritual foundations of the Legion, leaving a vacuum of emotional connection that these two assholes could exploit. Now, as an alternative, since the Fellowship does not seem like a great move, there is an alternative that we might consider. That sentence got away from me. When the Emperor leaves the Great Crusade following the Ullanor triumph and the conclave at Nicaea, he could inform Ferrus Manus and probably Magnus of the Webway Project's existence and purpose, tell him that he needs Ferrus Manus' technological expertise, and order Ferrus to travel to Terra with a portion of his fleet and several of the members of his legion who are the most skilled with technology, specifically to help him with the Webway Project. Now, while Ferrus's technological expertise make him a logical choice for such a role, his emotional identity and the Iron Hand's cultural mindset would likely complicate the situation. Ferrus Manus would accept the order gracefully, or at least outwardly, because it aligns with his sense of duty and his belief in the Emperor's authority. The opportunity to work directly on a highly technical and vital project would appeal to Ferrus's pragmatic worldview and his love for engineering and mastery, and his loyalty to the Emperor would compel him to see this assignment as an important extension of his role in serving humanity. But despite his outward acceptance, Ferrus might feel conflicted or even frustrated internally. He valued conquest as a way to test and prove his strength, and being removed from the front lines might feel like a waste of his talents. He might struggle with the idea, seeing it as a potential sign of growing weakness or even irrelevance, though he would likely understand the importance of the order. This assignment would thus challenge Ferrus to reframe his understanding of strength, emphasizing the importance of technological and intellectual contributions over physical combat. Working on the Webway Project could lead him to broaden his perspective, seeing technology as a means to build and preserve humanity's future, rather than merely being a tool of war. Once on Terra, Ferrus would attack the project head-on, with the same focus and determination he applied to warfare. I feel that he would have a sense of vindication in being trusted with such a vital task, a recognition of his technological achievements. But his emotional detachment and cold, rigid demeanor might create friction with other factions involved in the project, especially any psychic experts involved, such as Magnus and, of course, the Emperor, the greatest Primarchs in the the greatest psychics in the galaxy, who had their own ideological approaches. It's likely that Ferrus's personality would cause at least some clash with individuals that would then hinder collaboration. Now, a bigger problem is that if the Emperor maintained his usual habit of secrecy, revealing only limited details about the Webway Project, Ferrus might feel frustrated or alienated. He would likely demand greater transparency, as his logical mind would find it difficult to operate without a full understanding of the project's scope and purpose. And that might be tough, because even the Emperor didn't know the full scope. Meanwhile, the Iron Hands Legion would be puzzled and uncertain about why their Primarch had been summoned to Terra, because the Webway project, of course, would remain a closely guarded secret. His sudden departure would create a sense of unease within the Legion, as they relied heavily on his leadership and direction, as we talked about before. Besides just the Webway project, Ferrus Manus, with his pragmatism, technological expertise, and focus on results, could have made substantial contributions to the Imperium's domestic administration and governance, particularly in areas emphasizing efficiency and infrastructure and technological advancement. However, his emotional detachment and lack of interest in human culture would have limited his ability to connect with people on an emotional level, making his contributions more effective in certain fields, maybe technical fields, rather than in any roles requiring diplomacy or inspiration. Ferrus Manus's expertise as a master craftsman and engineer would have made him an ideal candidate for overseeing the development, maintenance, and expansion of the Imperium's technological infrastructure, using the mostly forbidden tools of creativity and innovation, which the Mechanicum sequestered in what they call the runic priests, a very small portion of tech priests, which are tightly guarded. Ferrus could have worked within the Mechanicum to streamline and modernize Mechanicum operations, ensuring greater efficiency and uniformity in the production and maintenance of critical technologies, minimizing inefficiencies caused by the Mechanicum's factionalism and feudal organization, and putting his political weight behind the runic priests to engage in some amount of creativity and innovation. Ferrus could have also helped to fortify the Imperium, leading the construction of fortresses, shipyards, and orbital defenses, applying his expertise in siege warfare and fortifications to secure key Imperial worlds. His designs would thus focus on practicality and durability, creating infrastructure capable of withstanding long-term threats. Ferrus might have driven efforts to recover and adapt STC fragments, or reverse engineer advanced technologies, ensuring that the Imperium remained at the forefront of its military and industrial capability. He could have thrown his political weight behind efforts of the Mechanicum to develop new tools and machines, to blend human ingenuity with ancient knowledge, which otherwise the Mechanicum was certainly never going to do. Now, Ferrus's rejection of the Mechanicum's superstitious veneration of technology would create friction, as his focus on practicality and efficiency would conflict with their rituals. He might then attempt to reform their practices, potentially sparking resistance or rebellion from the more dogmatic elements of the Mechanicum. The Mechanicum, of course, would see any efforts to meddle with their organization as a potential violation of the Treaty of Olympus, sometimes called the Treaty of Mars. Ferrus might have also taken charge of transforming newly conquered or brought into compliance underdeveloped worlds into industrialized planets, who could then contribute to the Imperium's strength more directly. He might have been able to rebuild devastated planets after compliance campaigns or horrifying wars, to focus on restoring infrastructure and ensure self-sufficiency. Ferrus could oversee the development of mining operations, forge worlds, and agri-worlds, using his expertise to ensure maximum efficiency. He might be able to create templates for planetary governance, to establish clear protocols for resource allocation, labor management, and infrastructure development. Ferrus Manus would emphasize order, efficiency, and productivity, but this might leave little room for adapting to the unique circumstances of a world. He would almost certainly overlook or dismiss local cultures and the specific needs of planetary populations, potentially resulting in resentment in response to his overly harsh or impersonal leadership. Maybe Ferrus Manus would be good at overseeing the Munitorum, overseeing the logistics of supplying and maintaining the far-flung Imperial forces, applying his organizational skills to ensure seamless coordination between forge worlds, supply depots, and battlefronts. Ferrus's lack of emotional intelligence, though, might make it difficult for him to navigate the political dynamics of coordination between so many different groups with so many different goals. Maybe he would be good at disaster recovery, leading efforts to respond to galactic crises and environmental disasters on planets. He could establish specialized teams trained to respond to crises, focus on restoring infrastructure, stabilizing populations, and neutralizing any ongoing threats. Perhaps he might design infrastructure and technologies to prevent future disasters, such as advanced environmental control systems. Overall, though, with any of these domestic administration and governance roles, Ferrus Manus might be able to make substantial or profound contributions, particularly in areas requiring technological expertise, logistical coordination, and infrastructure development. However, his emotional detachment, rigid pragmatism, and disdain for inefficiency might hinder his ability to connect with people or navigate political dynamics. With these limitations, he would likely experience tensions with the people he would need to work with, highlighting the weaknesses of his leadership style. Now, looking through the Fisher King lens, Ferrus Manus is strongly tied to the Adeptus Mechanicus. His death left a void that the Imperium was unable to fully address, leading to failures and dysfunctions that resonate with his ideals and his own flaws. So remember, overall, the idea with the Fisher King of linking a Primarch with a particular imperial institution is that when the Primarch is absent or dead or they've turned to chaos, the institution no longer has access to the best parts of their personality thematically, but it's still stuck with the worst flaws of the Primarch. Ferrus Manus represents the practical, results-oriented approach to technology, viewing machines as tools to serve humanity, not objects of worship. His unwillingness to engage in the ritualized veneration of the Adeptus Mechanicus reflects the tension between pragmatism and dogma that defined the Mechanicum, and which has since been entirely won on the side of dogma. In the post-heresy Imperium, lacking Ferrus Manus's best qualities, the Adeptus Mechanicus fully embraced its superstitions, its ritualistic culture, and its prioritization of preservation of ancient knowledge over any innovation or even understanding of that ancient knowledge. Ferrus's death at Istvan V marks the loss of a voice of rationality and technological mastery untainted by superstition, as well as a loss of a thematic, metaphorical weight against the side of superstition. Without Ferrus Manus, the Imperium's technological systems have become increasingly ossified, as the Mechanicus treats machines as sacred relics rather than tools to be understood or improved. Thus, we can see them suffering from Ferrus Manus's rigidity of thinking. This stagnation has thus left the Imperium vulnerable to decline and inefficiency, as innovation has gone by the wayside, with only rote imitation remaining. Ferrus Manus believed in harnessing technology for the benefit of humanity, but the Mechanicum has become increasingly detached from that goal, with the focus on ritual and veneration over practical utility widening the gap between the Mechanicus and the human populations they ostensibly serve. Thus, we can see Ferrus Manus's flaw of emotional detachment continuing in the Mechanicum. Ferrus Manus's life and philosophy reflected the need to balance the human and the mechanical, with him viewing technology as a means to enhance humanity. He also feared its potential to corrupt and dehumanize, as we can tell from his plan to remove the necrodermis from his flesh. They were a source of his strength and a reminder of his vulnerability to corruption. He sought to prevent his legion from becoming entirely dependent on machines, even as he demanded excellence in craftsmanship and augmentation. With his absence, without his guiding influence, the Imperium has become increasingly mechanized and dehumanized, treating its citizens as expendable resources to fuel its endless war machine. This dehumanization is lived in the Mechanicus's disregard for human life and the Administratum's indifference to suffering, most specifically in the widespread use of servitors. Through the Fisher King lens, Ferrus Manus being thematically linked to the Adeptus Mechanicus has led to, because of his death at Istvan V, the loss of technological pragmatism, the loss of balance between flesh and machine, and some amount of lost unity and collaboration, as the Mechanicus replaced Ferrus's vision of practical mastery with religious inefficiency and technological stagnation. Ferrus Manus' death left the Imperium without a champion of rational progress and balance, thus condemning it to millennia of decline and dysfunction. Now here's a little bit of fan fiction. What if Ferrus Manus had survived the heresy, tried to maintain the Golden Throne, and ultimately went missing? I think that this alternative vision of Ferrus Manus' survival and post-heresy trajectory is a compelling and thematically rich vein for fan fiction, fitting with his character, philosophy, and emotional needs. The idea of Ferrus Manus devoting himself to the Golden Throne and then ultimately disappearing while seeking some sort of archaeotech or xenotech to try to save the Emperor reflects both his strengths and his flaws, making it a natural extension of the story that he had lived. If he had lived, Ferrus would have reacted to learning of the Emperor's entombment on the Golden Throne with duty and purpose. He would have seen it as his personal responsibility to preserve the Emperor's life, taking on the maintenance of the Golden Throne as his responsibility. This would align with his pragmatic mindset and his belief in the importance of mastery over tools and technology. And it would have taken a substantial emotional toll, which he would not have outwardly expressed. He would certainly clash with the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Adeptus Custodes over control of the Golden Throne, as they would see it as their domain. Ferrus would view the ritualized approach of the Mechanicus as inefficient and potentially dangerous. He would thus demand that the throne be maintained with practical expertise and some amount of understanding, rather than superstition and mere tradition. He would ultimately likely assume control over the throne's maintenance himself before he went missing. Upon realizing that neither the Emperor nor the Mechanicus ever understood the Golden Throne completely, Ferrus would see the need to expand his knowledge base by studying archaeotech and eventually probably xenotech, because there's a bunch of Eldar technology in the Golden Throne. His practical mindset would then push him to explore non-imperial sources of technology, even confronting his own distrust of xenotech as a pragmatic necessity, rather than the Xenorite heretical curiosity. Thus, with the might of a chapter, Ferrus Manus would lead the Iron Hands chapter on campaigns to recover lost knowledge and ancient technologies, targeting any STC fragments, Dark Age vaults, or possibly Xenos ruins. He would take them to dangerous and uncharted regions of the galaxy. He would confront Necrons, Eldar, and other ancient powers that guard such secrets. These campaigns would create tensions within the Iron Hands, as they would struggle with the moral and ideological implications of seeking out Xenos technology. And then Ferrus's eventual disappearance during one of these missions, mirroring the fate of other Primarchs that went missing, like Jagatai Khan, would create a sense of mythic uncertainty about his ultimate fate. His disappearance could be tied to a final act of self-sacrifice, perhaps confronting a powerful Xenos threat or jumping through a webway gate in order to try to recover a critical piece of technology. Ferrus Manus's disappearance, then, would symbolize the unending pursuit of mastery and knowledge, reflecting his belief in the importance of strength through struggle. It would also highlight the limits of pragmatism and self-reliance, as Ferrus's quest for answers would ultimately isolate him from the Imperium that he sought to save. The loss of Ferrus would leave the Imperium without his technological mind, thus causing many of the same problems in the Mechanicum through the Fisher King mechanism as with his death, but that can't be helped. The legacy of Ferrus's quest, though, would be that the Iron Hands would continue Ferrus's mission in his absence, dedicating themselves to recovering lost knowledge and taking the lead on maintaining the Golden Throne. These campaigns might lead to further conflicts with the Mechanicum and the Custodes, as the Iron Hands chapter would lack the political might of a Primarch, but ultimately it might improve the function of the Golden Throne, as opposed to, in current 40k, the Golden Throne's gradual decline. I highly recommend some fanfiction writer somewhere pursue this potential counterfactual. Now, there are a few additional angles we could explore for Ferrus Manus in order to further deepen our understanding of his character, his role in the Imperium, and his thematic importance. Perturabo and Ferrus Manus both embodied facets of pragmatism, engineering, and mastery, but their differing temperaments led to some amount of rivalry. Could they have led to mutual respect? How might they have influenced each other if they had been forced to collaborate more often? Could Perturabo's bitterness have been softened by Ferrus's example? Or would Ferrus's rigid worldview have only reinforced Perturabo's resentment? What about Guilliman? Though more diplomatic than Perturabo, he also had a practical approach to governance and warfare. Could Ferrus have come to appreciate Guilliman's strategic vision and attempts to reform the Imperium? Ferrus Manus had difficulty connecting emotionally, while some Primarchs, notably Vulcan and Sanguinius, might have had the patience to bridge that gap. Could these Primarchs have helped Ferrus to develop greater emotional intelligence? Would Ferrus have dismissed their empathy as weakness, or might he have come to value it as a complement to his own strengths? Ferrus seemed to view Horus with suspicion, even before the heresy, possibly sensing his ambition or manipulative tendencies. How might Ferrus have influenced Horus if they had worked more closely together before the heresy? Could their vastly different personalities have made Ferrus a natural counterweight to Horus's charisma? Post-heresy, the Iron Hands became increasingly obsessed with mechanical augmentation and rejection of weakness. How does this obsession reflect a misinterpretation of Ferrus's philosophy? Could Ferrus have prevented this descent if he had survived? Or was it inevitable given the trauma of Istvan V? Ferrus Manus embodies aspects of the Emperor's pragmatism, detachment, and focus on results. How does Ferrus's inability to form strong emotional connections mirror the Emperor's own flaws as a father and leader? Could Ferrus's story be seen as a cautionary tale about the dangers of valuing strength over connection? If Ferrus had been tasked with understanding the Golden Throne, what might this then say about the Imperium's reliance on technology it does not fully understand? Could Ferrus's attempts to repair or improve the Golden Throne in a counterfactual have resulted in significant breakthroughs, or would they have only highlighted the Imperium's technological stagnation? While we're talking about counterfactuals, While Ferrus's loyalty to the Emperor seems unshakable, could extreme circumstances have pushed him towards rebellion? How would Ferrus have functioned as a traitor Primarch? Would he have ultimately aligned with Horus, or been some sort of third faction? What role would he have played during the Horus heresy? If Ferrus had survived Istvan V, what implications would that have had for the Loyalist war effort during the heresy? Could he have led a counter-offensive to weaken Horus's forces in other campaigns? Would his rigid mindset have clashed with Guilliman's and Dorn's strategic vision, or could he have complemented their approaches? If he had survived the heresy, how would Ferrus have reshaped the Iron Hands and rebuilt them? Could he have prevented their descent into mechanical obsession and isolation? Could he have created a more balanced legion, one that better embodies his ideals of strength through mastery? The Iron Hand's connection to the Adeptus Mechanicus was the strongest among the legions, but Ferrus's pragmatic approach often clashed with the Mechanicum's ritualism. How might Ferrus have navigated this relationship if he had lived longer? Could he have helped to reform the Mechanicum, or would his efforts have not worked? Would they have led to open conflict? Ferrus Manus was defined by his belief in strength, mastery, and practicality, but he also harbored doubts about his own reliance on his necrodermis hands. Could Ferrus have evolved to reconcile his fears about dependency on technology with his belief in its utility? Could he have eventually come to understand that humanity's imperfections are a source of strength? Or would his rigid worldview have prevented such growth? How might Ferrus have influenced the Imperium if he had survived to the 41st millennium, even if he had gone missing? Could he have served as a counterbalance to the stagnation and superstition of the Mechanicum? Would his pragmatism and technological expertise have helped the Imperium to develop new strategies or tools to fight emerging threats, such as the Necrons, Tyranids, and the smaller threat, the Tau? What does Ferrus's relationship with Fulgrim tell us about the potential for unexpected friendships among the Primarchs? Overall, Ferrus Manus is a complex, fascinating figure whose strengths and flaws offer great opportunities for exploration. There are a number of angles to examine his character and his legacy, both in canon and in counterfactuals. His rigid worldview highlights the dangers of valuing results over connection, and that's what we can take out of this. If you are interested in exploring some of those questions we just talked about, I encourage you to leave a comment and then go make your own darn video.